Chapter 661. Yano Mitsusiai, is Yunhua easy, right? Shuirui had verified this point the most. Yes. Yushu glanced at the door. Jingchen was staring at her. His bright and piercing eyes were no longer indifferent. Why did you pretend to have sprained your leg and stay? Yunhua left a note in my room last night. She took out a crumpled note from her body and handed it to Shuirui. Shuirui glanced at it, and his eyes flickered. There were 3 of them, but Yunhua only managed to keep Yushu behind for a secret discussion instead of Jingchen, who was his father. What did this mean? Does he know that you are the person who broke my life? Wasn't she very sure that with that ring, no one could predict what would happen to her when she was alive or after she died? Yes. In the face of Shuirui's questioning gaze, Yushu could only nod. She did not know how to answer. Yunhua's level was much higher than hers. The 2 of them were not on the same level at all. Yunhua, who held the book of fantasy women's 6 rens, was simply a big bug. Then you are really lucky. Shuirui mocked her with a hidden meaning. According to their previous speculations, Yunhua was highly suspected to be the mastermind of the 2 murders in Taisher Shiyuan. Yushu was afraid that she would decide to stay behind and testify against Yunhua, and that Shuirui would settle the score with her later. She quickly changed the topic and said, "The deaths of Chao Yuyi and Zhang Shuiyuan have nothing to do with him. He is not interested in my life." Shuirui keenly grasped her sentence pattern and asked, "Then what is he interested in?" Yushu suddenly hesitated. She looked at Jingchen and then at Shuirui. The 2 of them came back too quickly. As soon as she woke up, she was interrogated by them. They did not give her a chance to organize her words and think about what she should say and what she should not say. Before she was knocked out by Yunhua, she had asked him for his opinion. She asked him if she could tell Jingchen about the past events and secrets that he had told her. Yunhua only gave her 4 words. You decide. Think about it. Jingchen was not her son. Shuirui saw her expression and immediately understood. She could not say it in front of Jingchen. Jingchen's expression changed, and he finally could not help but say, "Did he tell you why he refused to acknowledge me?" Yushu hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "He said that he had not seen you for 20 years, and he did not know how to face you." Forgive her white lie. Should she tell Jingchen that his father refused to acknowledge you because he was focused on finding his missing eldest son, and was afraid that you would be a burden to him? That was too cruel. Regardless of whether Jingchen believed it or not, Shuirui knew that she was lying when he saw her eyes. It was not the right time to argue about it. He asked doubtfully, "Why did he fake his death and hide for so many years? Have you found out about it?" "Because he stole the Book of Mystery Fairies 6 rens from the Celestial Commissioner 20 years ago. The Imperial Court has been sending people to kill him." Yushu said this in a very emotional tone. She looked at Jingchen and Shuirui's colorful faces, and felt a little refreshed. Look, she was not the only one who was shocked by Yunhua. If she told them now that the significance of the Book of Mystery Fairies 6 rens to the Dawn royal family was not only limited to the secret of the Dawn Scourge, but also related to the establishment of the Crown Prince. Without it, the current emperor would not be able to establish the Crown Prince. Would their eyes pop out? Forget it. Let them slow down. Don't say it first. Yushu was kind enough to hide this part from him. She thought to herself, this trip was really worth it. Not only did I meet Yunhua, but I also obtained so much information. Is the Book of Mystery Fairies 6 rens in his hands? Shuirui hurriedly asked. Did he show it to you? After all, he was most concerned about how to solve her identity as the person who broke her life. Jingchen was also shocked. He stared at Yushu and waited for her to answer. Yushu said gloomily, "No, he knows that I am the person who broke my life. How can he let me see the Book of Mystery Fairies 6 rens so easily? He wants me to promise to do something for him. After the matter is done, he will let me have a look at it." "What is it?" Shuirui and Jingchen said in unison. She was prepared this time and did not stutter. She said to them with a troubled face, "He wants me to find a person." "Who?" Yushu shook her head and refused to say more. "You are the bait. Don't ask me. This is an agreement between me and him. It has nothing to do with you." Seeing this, Shuirui already had a plan in his heart. Jingchen did not give up. Did he leave any message for me? Yu Shu hid the sympathy in her eyes and said to Jingchen, yes, he asked me to pass on a message to you. At this moment, Jingchen held his breath and waited. He said that you should take care of yourself. Don't think about him. When everything is over, you and your son will meet again one day. When she finished speaking, Yu Shu saw a rather complicated expression appear on Jingchen's fair face. It looked like he was smiling, but it also looked like he was sad. That's right. Even though Yunhua did not let me read the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens, he told me one thing. Yu Shu said solemnly to Jingchen. He did not tell you the truth. If the person who breaks the destiny of the great in calamity is a man, he should be killed. If the person who breaks the destiny of the great in calamity is a woman, it is not necessary for the two to get married and have children. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed past Shui Rui's face. Jingchen was stunned. He mumbled, is that so? Yu Shu did not want to discourage him, but she clearly told him that this was necessary. She did not want him to think that as long as she promised to reconcile with him, get married and have children, he would be saved. It was raining heavily. Jingchen's lips moved. He wanted to say something but stopped. But when he saw Yu Shu's relaxed expression, as if she had unloaded a burden, he could not say the question that was at the tip of his tongue. How could she be sure that what his father said was true? She did not see the Book of Mystery Fairy's 6 Rens with her own eyes, did she? In the next moment, he was secretly ashamed of his own suspicion. He had never doubted the one-sided words of De Tiao, but now he had to doubt his biological father? Yu Shu turned her head and did not look at Jingchen's lonely expression. She blinked at Shui Rui, whose eyes were hiding a smile. The two of them tacitly agreed to this good news. They talked for a long time. The sky outside was already dark, but the men of sacrifice who had followed them to cross the river were still nowhere to be seen. It could be seen that the reverse trace tactical array that Yunhua had set in this dense forest was really not easy to break through. If Shui Rui and Jingchen had not followed Zhao Xiaozhu back and forth, they were afraid that they would be trapped outside and walking in circles. Shui Rui lit the lamp in the house and discussed with Jingchen and Yu Shu how to explain it to the emperor when they returned. The three of them had almost the same opinion. Under Yu Shu's continuous brainwashing, Jingchen had long lost the trust he had in Emperor Zhaoqing and De Tiao. He agreed without hesitation to Shui Rui's suggestion to hide the fact that they had seen Yunhua. After they got the information, Jingchen got up and went outside to look for the group of men of sacrifice who had traveled quickly. Shui Rui and Yu Shu stayed behind to see if there was anything in the kitchen that could fill their stomachs. They could not go back tonight, so they had to stay here for another night. Shui Rui still had many doubts about Yu Shu's words, but he did not choose this time to interrogate her in detail. There were still some leftovers from last night in the kitchen. There were a few steamed buns, which Yu Shu had steamed. It was cool in autumn, so eating them would not cause a stomachache. However, this amount was barely enough for them and Jingchen. When Jingchen returned with a few men of sacrifice, Yu Shu decisively pretended not to see the messy masked men, and invited Jingchen into the house to eat. That night, Yu Shu actually had a good sleep. Most likely, Xie Yunhua had pointed out a bright path for her. With the Book of Fantasy Fairy's 6 Rens in his hands, her next step was to work hard to help him find his son. Although Yunhua left quietly after she fainted, he had left her a special way to contact him. As he had said, because Yu Shu was a life-breaker, who had a common interest with him, he dared to trust her so much and reveal so many deadly secrets to her to win her trust. Yunhua's grasp of people's hearts and his bold and thorough style made her admire him. Eldest senior brother was indeed senior brother Xie. The next day they set off for the capital. On their way back, they were not in a hurry. They did not have to urge the horses on the way back. They just entered Anling City before the sky turned dark. Then the three of them parted ways. Jingchen and Shui Rui first sent Yu Shu back to Baochang Street. One returned to the princess's residence, while the other returned to the Shui family's mansion. The group of men of sacrifice also disappeared before they entered the capital. They must have gone back to report on the mission. When Yu Shu returned home, she took a hot bath happily. When she changed into clean clothes and came out, Zhou Hu, who was the supervisor in the front yard, had already found Lu Li and Su Qing. Yushu met them in the study. The 2 guards with sabers were chosen by her in person. She also asked Shui Rui to check the details and could be appointed. Tell me, did anything unusual happen when I was away for a few days? The 2 had made a draft on the way here. Luli first went forward to report. Nothing important. Yesterday, I drank with my old colleagues. I heard that Prince Ning, who was grounded because of the headless case of the imperial envoy, was allowed to go out by the emperor. I specially went to the gate of Prince Ning's mansion to take a look. The gate was indeed open. Yushu suddenly heard the news. Her good mood instantly flew away, but she did not show it in front of her subordinates. She answered with a and asked Su Qing, "Where is the celestial commissioner?" Su Qing was a little immature. He scratched his ears and did not dare to say anything. Yushu glared at him. "Say what you want to say." Su Qing stood up straight with a whoosh and said, "Master, you and the Right Commander Milord went to Dantian together. There are some rumors in the prison that the Right Commander Milord went to visit the eldest princess' grave, and you went with him. Obviously, the 2 of you have decided to marry each other. Maybe a good thing is near." Yushu was speechless. It didn't matter if this *T rumor was the result of someone overthinking it, or someone deliberately spreading it. It was enough to cause her trouble. Yunhua was excluded as the suspect of the murder case in Taisher Shuyuan. There was still a group of traitors eyeing her. It was obvious that they were making enemies for her. "Who has bitten my tongue? Go back and make a list for me. Don't leave anyone out," Yushu said gloomily. After asking the questions, she let them go back. Su Qing followed Lu Li out of the gate of Yu's mansion. Then he nervously pulled Lu Li and asked in a low voice, "Brother Lu, did I say something wrong just now? Did I annoy your excellency?" Lu Li looked at him sympathetically. She patted his shoulder and comforted him. "It's okay. You are honest. You should do that." Chapter 662. The leader of the kamikaze warriors, Qing Ke, who was ordered to protect Jing Chen's princess tomb, returned to the capital and reported to the palace that very night. He arrived early and waited in the peaceful palace. The lanterns were lit. In the huge palace, other than the kamikaze warrior Qing Ke, who was kneeling on the ground and narrating the story, there was only Emperor Zhao Qing and Zhu Muzhao. When Qing Ke talked about the river, the floating rocks, and the maze in the forest that they encountered, both of them were shocked. They were almost certain that such a strange method must have been used by someone who had been missing for many years. "So you're saying that we didn't catch them and let them escape?" Emperor Zhao Qing's face was dark. The kamikaze warrior Qing Ke bowed his head and asked for forgiveness. "Your Majesty, please calm down. I am incompetent. The other party had extraordinary methods. Out of 36 kamikaze warriors, 6 died and 5 went missing. We didn't catch the criminal. Please forgive us, Your Majesty." Although Jing Chun and the others returned unscathed, the kamikaze warriors following behind them were not so lucky. First, 6 of them were bitten to death by poisonous snakes on the river outside the residence. Later, they followed Jing Chun and the others to the princess tomb, and encountered Zhao Xiaozhu, who escaped into the tunnel to chase after them. None of them returned after that. Slap. Emperor Zhao Qing slammed his palm on the armrest of the throne. His face was tense, and it was obvious that he was furious. "It's been more than 10 years. We finally lured that thief to show himself again. Who knew that he would be so cunning and escape again? How hateful." Zhu Muzhao was much calmer. In fact, he was not surprised that they didn't catch them. Yinhua. He silently recited the title given by the late emperor. Even though 20 years had passed in the blink of an eye, it was still a curse in his heart that he could not get rid of. Zhu Muzhao closed his eyes and said, "Your Majesty, please don't be angry. I think there's something fishy about this. I need to call Jing Chen over and ask him about it." Since Yinhua was willing to show up and meet Jing Chen, he would not have come and gone in a hurry without leaving a word or two. He must have some ulterior motive. Emperor Zhao Qing gestured to the kneeling people. "Get out of here." After the palace gate was closed again, he frowned and discussed with Zhu Muzhao. "I am afraid, only afraid that Jing Chen has already acknowledged him as his father and son, and has been deceived by that scoundrel's evil words. Instead, he has a disloyal heart, and will turn around to placate me. Zhu Muzhao smiled slightly and comforted Emperor Zhaoqing. With me here, there is no need for your majesty to worry. Hearing this, Emperor Zhaoqing suddenly laughed loudly. The dark clouds on his face swept away. He was seen holding his forehead and saying, "Exactly. Look at how anxious I was. I actually forgot about you. My beloved subject's great insight technique has already been cultivated to perfection, able to discern truth and falsehood. Apart from me, who else can lie in front of you?" Each of the 12 aristocratic families in the capital city had their own secrets. The reason why the Zhu family was able to take the lead from afar was because they had a rare technique that had only been passed down for a few generations. It was the great insight technique that could separate truth from falsehood. When Zhu Muzhao was young, he was the #1 genius among the children of the aristocratic families. In the year that Yunhua went to the capital city to take the Dian examination, Zhu Muzhao was only 30 years old, but he was already the left commander of the Celestial Commissioner. He was the next Celestial Commissioner that everyone thought would succeed him. To put it simply, Zhu Muzhao had inherited the Zhu family's great heavenly insight art. He had been cultivating his body and mind for decades, and no one in this world could lie to him. Not even a glance could escape his eyes and ears. Emperor Zhaoqing had the 7-star ruler to protect himself, but it was a different story. Today is a little late. Jingchen has been rushing back and forth for a few days. Why don't your majesty summon him to the palace for questioning tomorrow? Fine, there is no hurry. Emperor Zhaoqing listened to the advice and gave up the idea of summoning Jingchen to the palace in the middle of the night for questioning. Meanwhile, when Jingchen returned to the Princess Fu, he went to rest. Shui Yin hadn't seen him return to the Fu for a few days and didn't know where he had gone. When she heard that he had returned from outside, she hurriedly had someone push a wooden wheelchair to find him. However, Jingchen had someone stand guard outside Sushi Pavilion, and had the guard tell her that he had fallen asleep and didn't want to see her. In the end, the next day, Shui Yin came early in the morning to stop him again. Jingchen couldn't avoid it and was caught by her. "Shi Xiang, where have you been these past few days?" Ever since Shui Yin had suffered a calamity at the Double Suns meeting, the tendons in her hands and feet had been picked off by Ning Wang's subordinates. Until now she couldn't walk. She could move her hands, but she couldn't lift them. She couldn't even vainly think about divination. Otherwise, with her innate heart of 7 orifices and the treasure of Mount Longhu, the Black Iron Book of Directions, she could calculate where Jingchen had gone. "You don't need to worry about where I've gone." Jingchen's mind was full of worries and he was tired of dealing with Shui Yin. He wanted to go around her, but she grabbed his sleeve. When he turned around and saw her haggard and aggrieved expression, Jingchen helplessly said, "I've said before, don't interfere in my matters. If you don't listen, I can only send you back to Mount Longhu." When Shui Yin heard this, her heart sank. She immediately let go of him and didn't wait for Jingchen to go far before she raised her voice behind him. "Yesterday the Great Tipping Point sent someone to visit me. He asked if my injuries were better and if I could go out. He invited me to visit the Celestial Commissioner as a guest. I agreed." Jingchen's figure froze. He turned around to look at her, and then left in a huff. "Do as you wish." Shui Yin originally thought that she could force him to submit, but she didn't expect that he wouldn't be threatened. She immediately became suspicious. Wasn't he afraid that she would cause trouble for that Miss Yu? In the Kunling Bureau, Yu Shu sneezed and a few drops of saliva splashed onto the marriage invitation in front of her. When Shaoan, who was sitting in the corner helping her sort out the documents, looked up at her and suggested, "Milord has just recovered from his illness, so it's not good to work. Why don't you rest in the wing room?" Yu Shu followed Jingchen to the princess tomb. Naturally, she had to hide it, so she took a sick leave before leaving. "It's okay." Yu Shu took out a handkerchief and rubbed her nose. She wrote that this was a pair of children from an official's family, and didn't make things difficult for them. She put it in a box on the side and stamped it later. At this time, someone came from outside the door. It turned out that there was a message from the palace. A steward of the harem personally came with Imperial Consort Shue's waist token to invite her into the palace to talk. Yu Shu had been busy all morning. When she heard the name of Imperial Consort Shui, she remembered an important matter that she had put at the back of her mind. Not long ago, Imperial Consort Shui was diagnosed to be pregnant. Shui Rui privately asked her for help, and asked her to protect Imperial Consort Shui's safety in times of disaster. At the same time, she plotted against those villains with evil intentions. When Yushu agreed to this matter, she officially stood on the side of Imperial Consort Shui, and helped Lu Tan obtain the throne. Now that she thought about it, her mood was quite strange. If nothing else, she could only blame the big secret that Yunhua had told her at the end. Emperor Anwu had left an ancestral teaching that the crown prince of each generation would be chosen from the Book of Fairy Maiden. Yunhua didn't say clearly how to choose the crown prince, but it was obvious that without the Book of Fairy Maiden, none of these troublesome princes would be able to become the crown prince. They would all go to the side and play. Yushu smiled and followed the eunuch away. Thinking about the concubines in the palace and the princes who were fighting fiercely outside the palace, she felt a sense of detachment, as if she was the only sober person among the crowd. She felt light as she walked. Chapter 663. Not long after Yushu entered Zhongcui Palace, the news reached Empress Rui's ears. Today the Empress also had a guest. At the mid-autumn banquet on the 15th of the 8th month, Wei Guoforan had claimed illness and hadn't appeared. Yesterday, she had invited herself into the palace. With this person's status, Rui Empress couldn't ignore her, so she summoned her in the morning. Wei Guoforan had come to the palace for official business, not to chat with the Empress out of boredom. Next month was Wei Guoforan's birthday, and it was a birthday. As the old mother of Dongjing Wang, this birthday banquet had to be organized. But she had other ideas about how to do it. Thanks to the Holy One and Yang Yang's favor, this subject's wife was able to return to Jing to recuperate. At this age, I should have children and grandchildren around me and enjoy my later years. But my disappointing son's fortune is too strong, and I haven't been able to fulfill my wishes. Sigh, this subject's health has been deteriorating in recent years. If I delay any longer, I'm afraid I won't be able to see the day he has both a son and a daughter. Rui Empress looked at Wei Guoforan, who was only a few years older than her, flaunting her age in front of her. She didn't feel comfortable, but she still responded, "It's your standards that are too high. Ben Gong came to make this connection, and you refused. I really don't know what kind of daughter-in-law you are looking for." Empress Rui grumbled inside. Emperor Zhaoqing had given her this good job to matchmake the Prince of Dongjing, Jiang Huaying. But it wasn't so easy to choose someone that satisfied the emperor and the other liked. Nyang Yang must be joking. This subject's wife came to the palace today to ask for a favor. Next month, I will be giving birth. Since it's only us mother and son going to Jing, it would be too lonely. So for the liveliness, I want to invite more young children to the Wangfu to play. Nyang Yang, do you think it is possible? Rui Empress could see that Wei Guoforan wanted to use the excuse of the birthday banquet to invite all the girls of suitable age to the Fu and personally look at the talents. But she was afraid the commotion would be slandered, so she specially came to the palace to report to her. It had to be said that she had come at the right time. Because of Shui Guifei's pregnancy scare, Emperor Zhaoqing had flared up and she was worried that she wouldn't have a chance to resolve it. If she could resolve the marriage of Dongjing Wang, wouldn't it make up for her mistake? Therefore, when Madame Wei mentioned it, Empress Rui gave her the green light. Why not? You just have to send out the invitation. How about this? After all, you haven't been back in the capital for long, so it would be inappropriate for you to invite some people. This consort will have Zhangshu give you some ideas. Princess Changshu was the first daughter of Emperor Zhaoqing and Empress Rui. A few years ago, she had married the eldest son of Duke Qiu of the Taowen Guan. With her appearance, no matter what Dongjing Wangfu did, no one would make wild guesses. Wei Guoforan smiled and stood to thank Rui Empress for the decree. After coaxing foreign of the state of Wei away, Rui Empress heard that the female imperial official had entered the palace again. She knew that Yushu had gone to see noble consort Shui. Her face was expressionless as she turned to order the palace maid next to her. Ask Zheng Shanggong to come over. Noble consort Shui was pregnant and couldn't serve the emperor at night. Next month's Book of the Great Earth hadn't been drafted yet. At this moment, she summoned the female imperial officials of the Kuanling Bureau into the palace. This would definitely cause the consorts in the Hogong to jump up and down. It was a pity that Sun Guiran had already fallen out of favor. She couldn't distract His Majesty any longer. She didn't know who Zhongcui Palace would sell to this time. She had to rearrange it. Yushu stayed at Zhongcui Palace for lunch before leaving. The rules in the palace were strict. No matter how much she faced a beauty like noble consort Shui, she couldn't fill her stomach. She still had to smile and thank her. Noble consort Shui had summoned her this time. One reason was to tell her birth date, and the other was for next month's Book of the Great Earth. For the latter, noble consort Shui didn't waste words with her. She straightforwardly told her that starting from next month, the arrangements on the Book of the Great Earth were for her to do as she saw fit. What did it mean to do as she saw fit? When Yushu first heard this, she didn't understand. It was the smiling Tao Momo beside noble consort Shui who reminded her. Official Yu, our empress is pregnant. Starting from next month, she won't be able to serve His Majesty at night. You have to rearrange the extra days. It turned out that this was the iron discipline that Empress Ningxin had set for the women in the harem. In order to prevent pregnant concubines from being spoiled and arrogant, once a palace maid was pregnant, she wouldn't be included in the Book of the Great Earth from the month after she was diagnosed. Speaking of which, Emperor Zhaoqing couldn't spend the night in Zhongcui Palace until noble consort Shui safely gave birth to the dragon child and came out of confinement. Of course, no one could control whether he came or not during the day. Then the extra days would be distributed to the other concubines. As for who to give it to or not, it would depend on noble consort Shui's mood. But noble consort Shui asked her to do as she saw fit. What kind of instruction was this? Yushu couldn't figure it out in the palace. After leaving the palace, she planned to ask Shui Rui for advice. It was the middle of the afternoon when she arrived at the gate of the Supreme Court in a sedan chair. The sun outside was a bit scorching. She asked Su Qing to go to the yamen first to see if Shui Rui was inside. Not long after, Shui Rui came out. He had changed into casual clothes and was leading a horse. Yushu stuck half her head out of the small window of the sedan chair and looked at him. Are you free in the afternoon? Yes. If you are free, let's go to the Tower of Forgetfulness. All right, let's go. Yushu was half the head of the Kunling Bureau after all. It wasn't a problem for her to occasionally miss work for half a day. The Supreme Court wasn't far from Bai Ma Street. On the way, one on horseback and the other in a sedan chair, they arrived after chatting for a while. Sitting in the elegant room, they smoked a pot of good incense and changed into comfortable clothes, shoes, and socks. Yushu sat on the soft chair with her feet up. She held a piece of meat roll in her hand and ate happily. Big brother, what do you think her ladyship means? How should I arrange for next month's Book of Earth? Shui Rui knew that she hadn't eaten her fill at noon in the palace, and had someone go to the kitchen to bring some cooked food for her. Seeing that she was eating happily and her stomach was a bit noisy, he used chopsticks to pick up chicken shreds and rolled them into the egg pancake. He dipped the pancake in chili sauce and ate a few bites with her. Didn't her ladyship tell you to do as you see fit? Then you can make your own decisions. Yushu poured a mouthful of wine and frowned. It's easy for you to say. There are so many women in the inner palace. Just the ones that are attached to Guifei number at least 10. If her ladyship doesn't say, how would I know which one is honest and which one is restless? What if I promote a person with evil intentions and cause trouble for Guifei? In her understanding, Guifei Shui was in a palace drama of women scheming against each other. One careless move and the whole game would be lost. Shui Rui looked at her groundless worry and couldn't help but laugh. He picked up the clean end of his chopsticks and lightly tapped her forehead. He said in a sweet voice, "You're smart, but you're thinking too much. Let me tell you this, her ladyship is giving you a chance to fish for benefits." Guifei Shui's pregnancy couldn't be listed in the Book of Earth. The entire inner palace was watching. Today, Yushu was called into the palace. It was equivalent to giving everyone a signal. If you want to show your face in front of the emperor, come and find the imperial lady. It was much easier for Shui Rui to translate Guifei Shui's meaning. You don't have to worry. Just wait. Whoever is sincere will naturally send them to you. You just have to do as you see fit. If anything happens, her ladyship in the palace will take care of it for you. Chapter 664. Emperor Zhaoqing had been on the throne for 14 years. How many women were there in his palace? When Yushu had just taken office, she had done a calculation. 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 imperial concubines. This was all fake. Under Empress Rui, there was 1 first-grade guifei, 2 second-grade palace concubines, 8 third-grade palace concubines, 32 fifth-grade and above nobility. Below them were talented women, beautiful women, and virtuous women. Speaking of the Yuan dynasty's concubine selection system, it was usually once every 3 years. Young women were chosen from the 13 provinces and counties, and sent to Jing after layers of selection. Even if less than a tenth entered the palace, it was still a significant number. The most pitiful were the palace women that these places offered. If they had some family background, they could find someone to rely on in the palace. Maybe they could show their face in front of the emperor. If they were lucky, they could become a talented woman, a beauty, and a master. Otherwise, they would basically be a widow for the rest of their lives. Every month, Kunling Bureau would redraw the next month's Book of Great Earth. There were 30 days in this month. It was fixed that the Empress needed 3 days, the Guifei needed 3 days, and Shufei needed 3 days. That was 1/3. Other than that, the Emperor also needed to rest. Every month, there would be 3 to 5 days to cultivate. If he slept alone, there would only be half of the 30 days left. There were at least 80, if not 100, people lining up to sleep with the Emperor. 15 days wasn't enough. That would depend on the arrangements of Kunling Bureau. Yushu had studied it. The original purpose of setting up the Kunling Bureau was probably to limit the influence of the imperial harem on the emperor and the previous dynasty. She gave this right to change officials instead of being controlled by the empress. It was for public affairs and private affairs. This also prevented direct conflicts between the emperor and the empress. That was why this rule, which clearly interfered with the emperor's personal freedom, could continue to this day. Before today, Yushu had never thought that she would be able to gain any benefits from her position as the female official of the Kunling Bureau. It wasn't that she was timid or that she was a righteous person, but that she knew her own limits. She was just a fledgling new official, and didn't have the ability to extend her hands into the emperor's inner palace. Even if Shui Rui had said it so directly, and with Shui Guifei's personal promise, she wouldn't be moved. It was impossible for her to accept bribes in the name of compiling the Book of Earth. Big brother, are you telling me to abuse my power for personal gain? Yushu shook her head and said with a smile, "Forget it, I don't lack money to spend. I can only disappoint your highness' good intentions." Even if noble consort Shui was protecting her because she wanted to return the favor and thank her for being willing to stand on her boat, she couldn't be blinded by the fame and fortune in front of her. Moreover, she didn't trust noble consort Shui. Her reaction was out of Shui Rui's expectation. He became serious and looked at her. After a while he understood. "Shu, are you afraid that her ladyship—" "Hey, I didn't say anything." Yushu interrupted him with her chopsticks. She picked up a piece of jelly and stuffed it into his mouth. "Oh right, I have to ask you to help me find out something." Shui Rui knew of her misgivings and changed the topic. He silently praised her for being more and more thoughtful. There were some things that even he didn't think of, but she could detect them. He didn't dare guarantee that Shui Guifei's words to Yushu to let her borrow the Book of Earth to gain benefits was to thank Yushu, or to tempt her greed and seize the opportunity to control her. "What is it, say it." Yushu poured another cup of wine for Shui Rui and moved closer to him. "Do you have any friends in the Ministry of Appointments who can help me find out which Darren was the Suzhou magistrate between the 10th and 12th year of Baotai?" The Suzhou prefecture was Jili and had a dozen or so counties under its jurisdiction. Among them was Yiyang City, where Yushu was from. The Suzhou magistrate was to supervise the officials of the Suzhou magistrate who were sent from the capital to the local areas. Shui Rui's expression changed. He raised his eyelids and asked her, "Why are you asking about this?" Yushu said vaguely, "Oh, I have something. Can you help me find out? She suddenly wanted to ask about the person who was sent to the south to be an official more than 20 years ago. Shui instantly thought of Yinhua, so he didn't want to be easily fooled by her. Is it related to the person you promised Yinhua to look for? Yushu knew that she couldn't hide it from him. She hesitated for a moment and simply said, yes, it's because of Yinhua. Shui suddenly narrowed his eyes. Then this person who was once the Suzhou magistrate is the person Yinhua wants you to look for? Yushu shook her head and said gloomily, if only it was so simple. I also don't know where to look for that person, but Yinhua told me that if I can find this Suzhou magistrate, maybe I can ask about that person's whereabouts. Her words were incoherent, and it was difficult for Shui to understand. He was suddenly full of suspicion and asked her, Tell me honestly, who exactly did Yinhua ask you to look for? Maybe I can even help you with some ideas. Yushu thought that he was right. She wanted to look for someone, but she couldn't do it in a big way. She definitely needed Shuirui's help. Yinhua didn't tell her not to tell others. If she told Shuirui, it wouldn't be considered as a leak. Well, actually, it's not anyone else. Brother, do you remember the storyteller at the tea house on the street that I told you about? Yushu mentioned it to Shuirui with a gossipy expression. What that person said was somewhat true. In the past, before Yinhua went to the capital for the imperial examination, there was indeed a wife in his hometown, and she gave birth to a son for him. But later he was forced to marry a princess, and he lost contact with his wife and children in his hometown. The person he wanted me to help him find was his eldest son, who had been missing for 20 years. Shuirui was stunned. Yushu only thought that he was surprised. She sighed and said, who would have thought that the story of Yinhua's son and Princess Liyue was actually like this? Poor mother and son. Eldest senior brother was really a scumbag. Then, what does this matter have to do with the Suzhou magistrate back then? He asked. Yin Mufeng is the pseudonym of Yinhua's son. He was originally from Yiyang. When he was young, he traveled everywhere and befriended the Suzhou magistrate who had just been sent down at that time. The two of them were close friends. Later, Yinhua married a princess, right? He was afraid that someone would investigate his background and harm his wife and children. So he secretly wrote a letter to the Suzhou magistrate to help him take care of his wife and children. Later, Yinhua predicted that his wife was in trouble and knew that his wife was dead, but the whereabouts of his children were unknown. Could it be related to the Suzhou magistrate, and he saved his children? As Yushu told him about this melodramatic past, she imagined it and analyzed it with him. If you ask me, it's very possible. If the Suzhou magistrate is a true brother who values loyalty, he must protect the child's life. It's best if he treats the child like his own son and raises him until he's an adult. After 18 years, he will tell the child about his past, so that he can avenge his parents. Hearing this, Shuirui tightened his grip on the wine in his cup, raised his head, and drank it in one gulp. There were all kinds of feelings in his heart, and the corners of his eyes were burning and sore. He lowered his eyes to cover his eyes, and could not help but laugh. Chapter 665. In the evening, when Jing Chen found Wang Ji Tower, Yushu was taking care of Shuirui, who was drunk, in his room in the backyard. In the afternoon, the two of them came back from work and bought a table of dishes. They were supposed to talk about business, but later on, he was in the mood to drink. Drinking Hua Diao did not satisfy his craving, so he asked someone to bring 2 jars of 20-year-old frozen jade marrow from the wine cellar. As he drank, he became intoxicated. When he insisted that she sit on his lap and feed him, she finally realized that he was drunk. Shuirui had always restrained himself and rarely indulged himself. This was the second time she saw him drunk. The first time was when he pretended to be crazy and took advantage of her. Thinking back to that time, she was still in love with Jing Chun and turned a blind eye to his attentiveness. She lied to herself and called him brother and sister, so he did not dare to easily express his feelings. That was why he drank to drown his sorrows. What was it for this time? Yushu sat on the edge of the soft couch and covered him with the blanket that he kicked off. She patted him gently with one hand and looked at his slightly red eyes. His thick eyebrows were furrowed. He had just fallen asleep, but he looked restless. She felt a little distressed and a little puzzled. As she was thinking, she heard Xiaoqing reporting in a low voice that Jingchen had come. Yushu stopped thinking and asked Guiqi to guard outside the bedroom. She went out to the tea hall in the backyard to see Jingchen. You just came out of the palace? Yushu handed the tea to Jingchen and sent the maid out. Yes. Jingchen nodded and said, the emperor asked me to go over for questioning. The emperor was there as well. Yushu immediately became spirited. What did he ask you? You didn't spill the beans, did you? The three of them had agreed to keep the fact that they met Yunhua in the outskirts of Ancienne a secret, and would never mention it to a fourth person. However, Jingchen was not good at lying, which made her very worried. If he spilled the beans, she would be the unlucky one in the end. Jingchen hesitated and told her uncertainly, I told them according to what you made up, but I don't know if they believe me or not. Hearing this, Yushu was relieved. She waved her hand and smiled. As long as you didn't spill the beans, it doesn't matter if they believe it or not. Let them guess. As long as we don't say anything, they won't believe us even if they guess something. This lie was made up by her. After they met Zhao Xiaozhu in the Ancienne restaurant, the emperor said that they entered a hermit's residence. The hermit was an old man in his 60s with a white beard and was good at disguise. He asked them to stay for a night, and the next day, and kindly asked his disciple to show them the way to the princess's tomb. Yushu Xiaozhu did not make it so she stayed. Yushu. Later, when Zhao Xiaozhu escaped underground, he explained that the hermit had sensed that they were related to the imperial court and didn't want to be involved, so he left. Because Yunhua left cleanly, everything that should be taken away was packed away. What was left behind was not enough to be used as evidence. Yushu did not have any psychological burden to instigate Jingchen to deceive the emperor. Anyway, that was his father. He knew that the emperor wanted his father's life. If he did not lie, would he kill his father? Yushu looked at Jingchen. During this trip, she realized that he was more humane. He was not as aloof as he used to be. I am worried that the emperor will ask you again after giving me some advice. You better be prepared. Jingchen saw Emperor Zhaoqing when he entered the palace today. He could see that the emperor was not very happy. He had asked him to take the risk to leave the capital with the Soulbreaker, but he had gained nothing. He grew up in Dragon Tiger Mountain Taoism, so he was not sensitive to the relationship between the emperor and his subjects. After he met Emperor Zhaoqing, he felt that he had one more relative in the world, and was secretly happy. Emperor Zhaoqing had always treated him well, but as he learned more and more of the truth, he became more and more aware of the reason he treated him well. It was not because he was the only child left behind by his twin sister, but because he had the unspeakable fate of being a great calamity. This caused his heart to feel a bit cold. You don't have to worry about me. I won't say a word that I shouldn't say. Yushu raised an eyebrow. The difficulty of prying words out of her mouth was the same as trying to pry open a clam with your bare hands. Jingchen lowered his eyes and swept over the unnaturally raised pinky of her left hand that was holding the cup. He didn't know what to think, but his eyes suddenly became guilty. Yushu was not blind. She found that the way he stared at her was not right. She became vigilant and glared at him, exasperatedly saying, "What are you looking at?" This boy, did he know that they did not need to be married and have children to break their fates, so he still did not give up on her? Being stared at, Jingchen unnaturally turned his head and stiffly changed the topic. "I want to say, why don't I see Brother Shui? Is he not here?" "Oh, my brother didn't sleep well last night. He is catching up on sleep in his room." Yushu subconsciously concealed the fact that Shui Rui was drunk. Jingchen glanced at the dark sky outside the window and said, "It's already so late. It's not good for health to sleep too much. Wake him up and eat dinner. He can sleep after digestion." In the face of Jingchen's unintentional concern, Yushu was confused. She always felt that the relationship between the three of them had become subtle after the trip. Shui Rui did not seem to dislike Jingchen that much, and Jingchen did not seem to treat Shui Rui as a stranger. Was this a good sign? No need. Let him sleep until he wakes up. He has a bad temper when he wakes up. If he doesn't sleep well, he will have a long face. I don't want to see his face. Yushu made up a story. Jingchen frowned and said, "Bad temper when he wakes up? That's a symptom of kidney and spleen insufficiency. How long has it been? Have you seen a doctor?" Why didn't she realize that Jingchen could be so long-winded? Shui Rui's sleep was extremely restless. He had a dream for the entire night. Sometimes, he dreamed of the time when he was very young. His father Shui Zhao was still alive. His father's face was blurry, and he held Shui Rui under his armpit and lifted him up high. His hearty laughter seemed to be echoing in his ears. "My good boy, don't be afraid. I'm here." Sometimes he dreamed that in the morning hall, his mother was holding the coffin and crying. Sometimes, he dreamed that he was doing his homework in the small study in the east courtyard. His grandfather sat opposite him with an expressionless face and scolded him coldly. "Your mother is not in good health. Don't go to the backyard and disturb her recuperation. If you don't practice diligently, it's unfilial. If I find out that you sneak into the backyard while studying in the morning, I'll punish you by copying the first chapter of Mencius 500 times. You're not allowed to step out of this room until you finish." He struggled to wake up, but the nightmare would not let him go. 20 years had passed, and the most unbearable scenes replayed one after another, until he dreamed that the 10th princess fell from a building and died of illness. The emperor was furious and blamed the Shui family. His grandfather could not bear it anymore, and exposed his unknown identity. "Because of you, my poor son lost his life so early. If I knew that you would bring trouble to my family today, I would have killed you myself." Shui Rui panted heavily as he struggled to break free from his dream, and woke up while drenched in sweat. The window reflected the clear white sky, and the sour and sweet smell of the hangover soup lingered at the corner of his mouth. There was a cold fragrance drifting in the room, and it wasn't the warm fragrance that he was used to. At this moment, when he smelled it, there was a kind of refreshing and comfortable feeling that allowed him to slowly calm down from his dream. After sitting quietly for a while, he did not call anyone in to serve him. He put on his clothes and got out of bed. He went to the basin and wet a towel with cold water, and put it on his face. He shivered and let out a long sigh of relief. At this moment, he heard some movement in the quiet courtyard. He did not want to stay in the room alone at this time. Perhaps it was because of the nightmare, but he always felt that his chest was stuffy. Shui Rui put on a long gown and casually tied his hair into a bundle, draping it over his back. He poured a cup of cold tea and walked out of the bedroom. He pushed open the door of the hall, and saw a figure waving a sword in the middle of the courtyard. The unstained white clothes and the elegant posture were very pleasing to the eye. He stood in the corridor and watched quietly without making a sound. His mood fluctuated along with the simple and unadorned sword movement, until a long yawn came from upstairs. "Oh, you're disturbing my sleep so early in the morning. If I knew this earlier, I wouldn't have let you stay here. Brother, you were also woken up by him?" Shui Rui raised his head and Jingchen made a kung fu to retract his sword. Both of them looked upstairs and saw Yushu lying lazily on the railing. She raised a hand to greet them. Her sleepy eyes were smiling, revealing her white teeth. She was heartless, but inexplicably brightened people's mood. "Good morning." The heaviness in Shui Rui's chest was swept away, and he splashed the cup of cold tea that he hadn't touched before. He looked at Jingchen and smiled as he greeted him. "When did Brother Jing arrive?" Jingchen answered honestly, "Yesterday evening." Shui Rui said embarrassedly, "I went to bed early. Shu didn't wake me up when you came." Jingchen observed his face and explained for Yushu, "She knows you are angry when you get up, so she didn't dare to wake you up." Shui Rui blinked his eyes. Angry when he got up? Why didn't he know he had this problem? He looked upstairs and saw Yushu sticking her tongue out and making a face at him. While Shui Rui and Yushu were winking at each other, Jingchen couldn't help persuading them. "Brother Shui, I have to say one more thing. You are angry when you get up early. It should be a symptom of kidney deficiency and spleen weakness. After the meal, I might as well take your pulse and write a prescription for you to adjust." Shui Rui's face darkened when he was suddenly called kidney deficiency, but he heard a burst of laughter from upstairs. "That's right, big bro, just let Jingchen give you a prescription to nourish yourself." Chapter 666. The three of them had breakfast together and went to do their own things. They agreed to come back at night to discuss their next step. When Yushu and Jingchun were on the way to the Celestial Commissioner office, she realized something was wrong. She had temporarily teamed up with Shui Rui and Jingchun to go to the Princess Tomb instance. Now that everyone was back, shouldn't they be dismissed? She entered the Kunling Bureau's courtyard one after the other with a conflicted mood with Jingchun. Several subordinates came early and were drinking morning tea in the East Assembly Hall. Seeing them come in, they quickly got up to greet them. "Lord Right Commander, Lord Yu." Jingchun just nodded and said, Yushu responded with a smile. "Good morning, lords." Then one of them went up to the second floor, and the other stayed behind to manage the affairs. After a month, the people of the Kunling Bureau had long been used to Jingchun's not doing anything, and his indifference to them. They didn't care and just surrounded Yushu to report the recent errands. Not long after, someone came in from outside to pass on a message from the Great Master, inviting Yu to Taishi Tavern. Yushu heard Jingchun mention it last night, so she should have known this and was already prepared. She unhurriedly ordered her subordinates to do what they needed to do and then followed the person. When Yushu arrived at Taishi Tower, she saw Master Ren, and was surprised to see that Junior Supervisor Ren was also there. Master Ren chose to meet Yushu in the tea room of the East Pavilion instead of the very dignified hall. Except for Ren Qiming, there was no one else around. Taishi Tower had always been quiet inside and outside. The 3 departments and 2 bureaus of the Celestial Commissioner Office had their own duties. It had been going on for nearly 300 years. Unless it was a major event, there was usually no need to ask for his permission. "Sit down. I asked you to come because I have something to ask you. It's about Daozi and His Majesty is a little worried. Just say it, no need to be reserved." Titian raised his hand and gestured for Yushu to take a seat under the window. Ren Qiming was there too. He always had a straight face, as if someone owed him money. She wanted to sit on the same level as Ren Qiming. Yushu hesitated for a moment before cupping her hands towards Junior Supervisor Ren and said, "I apologize for my lack of manners." It was true that she was the famous Miaoling messenger, but in terms of official position, she was a 5th-rank official, while the other was a 2nd-rank official. Even if she had a title bestowed by the emperor, she was still inferior to him. It was better for her to play her part. Ren Qiming's expression softened slightly and he nodded at her. "Official Yu, please sit." As soon as Yushu sat down, she asked a question. Without any preamble, she went straight to the point. "It is said that a few days ago, Daozi went to the Princess Tomb to worship. Did you go with him in the Lotus Room?" She listened to Titian talk about her nickname in a friendly manner. It was the pseudonym that Shui Rui gave her as a joke. She felt a little awkward, but she quickly got used to it and focused on answering his question. "Yes, I have a good personal relationship with Jingchun. He doesn't have many friends in the capital, so he invited me and my sworn brother to go with him." She took the initiative to mention Shui Rui, because she wanted to explain in one go why Shui Rui would appear in their group as well. She wanted to avoid him asking about it later, and it would seem as if she was intentionally covering it up. "Oh, did you encounter some accidents on the way?" Yushu frowned and glanced at Ren Qiming, who was sitting next to her as a judge. She nodded and told him about their encounter with Zhao Xiaozhu at the inn. Finally, she added, "We felt that there was a person who appeared out of nowhere to fight for us, so we wanted to follow him to see what he was up to. We didn't expect that we would go to a hermit's place." As she said this, she looked at the Grand Secretary. The other party was also staring at her. This was truly a little pressuring. It had to be known that for a powerful minister, especially such an enigmatic figure, even a gaze would have an inestimable deterrent power. She did not insist on looking him in the eye. In just a few breaths of time, she lowered her eyes. Titian seemed to be listening to her very carefully. After she finished, he asked the next question. "What does the hermit look like? What are his characteristics? Describe it to me." He was almost 70 years old, healthy white eyebrows and white beard. I heard that he called himself Mr. Yinya, and was proficient in the art of Qimen Dunjia. Daozi and Mr. Shui went to the Princess Tomb together, And you stayed in seclusion because you sprained your ankle, right? Yes. What happened next? Mr. Yinya asked me to go and chat with him. Then I didn't know why I fainted. When I woke up, he had left. What did he say to you? Nothing much. Not long after I entered his room, I was drugged by him. His questions came one after another, but after each question, he would give her time to answer. He listened very carefully, but didn't look into it. This made Yu Shu, who had been on high alert, feel an indescribable sense of incongruity. Just like that, it didn't take long for Yu Shu to come out of Taishi Tavern. As she had expected, she didn't suffer at all. They clearly suspected her, but they couldn't interrogate her, not even a little harsher. Yu Shu tried to figure out their minds. They thought that she didn't know the secret of the great disaster and the lifebreaker, or they weren't sure if she knew it or not, so they were afraid that she would find out something she shouldn't know. Rin Qiming stood by the window of the small veranda and watched Yu Shu's back as she walked across the Nine Bends Bridge. He turned around to look at the great tipping scholar, who was deep in thought with his eyes closed. He wanted to say something, but stopped himself. Say what you want to say. Yu Shu is young, but she's quite scheming. I think she's hiding something. Did the Grand Secretary notice anything? Zhu Muzhao opened his eyes. His gaze flickered, as if there was a mystery. He said, everything she said was the same as Jingqin. Even the places where she lied were the same. She described the appearance of the hermit. It was fake. She stayed because of her injury. It was fake. She fainted. It was real. She didn't communicate with the hermit in private. It was fake. Rin Qiming's expression changed and he said anxiously, so Jingqin really acknowledged Yinhua? Zhu Muzhao shook his head and said with certainty, on the contrary, that hermit might be Yinhua, but he didn't acknowledge Jingqin. Rin Qiming was puzzled. Zhu Muzhao smiled faintly. It was rare for him to be in the mood to explain to him. You don't know, but Yinhua had an unusual treasure called Zhuge Eye, which could prevent people from performing divination. If he acknowledged Jingqin, he would have to explain that he faked his death in the past, so that I wouldn't find out after Jingqin returned to the capital, and he would definitely give the Zhuge Eye to him. However, my great insight spell could still predict that they lied. This proves that even if the hermit was Yinhua, he did not reveal his identity to them. Yinhua was one of the few people who knew that he had successfully learned the Zhu family's great insight spell. With his watertight style, how could he have overlooked this? Ren Qiming breathed a sigh of relief, but he asked in confusion, then why did they lie? This is not difficult to explain. Jingqin might have guessed that there was something fishy about Yinhua's death in the past. When he saw the hermit, he suspected that he was related to Yinhua, so he did not dare to tell the truth. Qiming, I'll write a memorial to the throne. Send it to the palace on my behalf. Yes, Taishu. Yu Shu did not know the conversation between the two after that. She returned to Kunling Bureau and sent Wen Xiao, and to find the files for her. She stayed alone, thinking about whether there were any mistakes in Taishi Tower just now. After confirming that she did not say anything wrong, she relaxed and poured a cup of tea to drink. Then, she reached out to take out 2 rings from the secret compartment under the table, and put them on her hand again. This was what Shui Rui told her in secret before she went out in the morning. Chapter 667. After taking attendance at the Supreme Court, Shui Rui returned to the estate. He summoned his personal manservant, Hataku, and learned that Shui Lingnan had not returned from morning court. He changed out of his official robes and went to the rear courtyard. Hataku followed behind him. Sensing his direction, he hurriedly advised, "Young master, if you want to visit the madam, it would be best if you wait for the great master to return." Hataku was 14 this year. At the age of 8, he had been transferred to Shui Rui to serve at his side. In the past few years, he had often seen his eldest young master being censured by the old minister because of the first madam. The Shui estate disciplined its servants strictly, but there were also some rumors that spread in private. For example, ever since the first madam passed away, she had become insane. As a result, the great master had locked her up in the rear courtyard, not allowing her to go out or receive guests. It was even difficult for her to see her own son. Shui Rui paid no attention to his advice. Without pausing, he passed through the corridors and crossed the garden into the rear courtyard. He paused outside the small courtyard next to the ancestral hall and ordered the manservant, Hataku, "Wait here." Seeing that he was being asked to keep watch again, Hataku couldn't help but grimace. When he was young, he had often been flogged for this, and even now, his buttocks felt numb. "Then, young master, please hurry." He could almost foresee that he would not be able to escape a round of physical pain today, but what could he do? Who asked the young master to treat him so well? Otherwise, how could a fatherless, motherless servant like him be able to eat well and wear well, with no one daring to bully him? Madame Shue's complexion seemed fine today. Although she was still thin, there was not much of the smell of medicine in the room. Shuerue knew that her illness had not recently flared up. "My son has gotten thinner again. Is it because the yamen is too busy and he hasn't been eating properly?" Madame Shui was blind and could not see Shuerue clearly, so she took his hand and groped about. As always, she did not ask him why he had not come to see her in so many days. Shuerue looked at her wrinkled eyes and could vaguely make out the gentleness and beauty she had when she was young. But now that she was in her 40s, she looked old and her hair was white. It was these years that had not seen the light of day that had wasted her. In the past, he didn't understand what kind of stimulation his mother had suffered to cause her to go crazy and have a look of hatred towards him. Now that he understood, he knew that the truth was so unbearable. Half of her life's tragedy was caused by him, this evil creature. He felt bitter in his heart, but he chatted with Madame Shui for a while as if nothing had happened. He naturally brought the topic to the deceased Shuezao. "Mother, I remember you said that I was born when mother followed father to the south." Madame Shue's lifeless eyes stared at his shoulder. As if thinking back, she nodded and faintly smiled. "Yes, you were born in the south." Ever since she had lost her sight, Madame Shue's memory had become very poor. Many of the things that had happened in the past were either forgotten or hazy. For example, 3 years ago, when the 10th princess died of illness and the disaster that had befallen the Shui family, she could not remember a single thing. What position did father hold in the south at the time? He then asked. In truth, a year ago, he had thoroughly investigated the matter of Shuezao's previous position in the south. His current question was just to confirm it one last time. "I think he was in Suzhou, serving as your esteemed son." Shuerue's heart sank. He truly was the Suzhou magistrate. "Mother, do you still remember what month I was born?" He carefully asked, carrying with him an indiscernible nervousness, afraid that he would bring back her sorrow and cause her to fall ill again. Madame Shui forcefully grasped his hand. Displeasure was on her face, but she replied without hesitation. "Foolish child, what are you asking? How could mother not remember what month you were born? Didn't your birthday just pass a few days ago? Ah, you were born on the 9th day of the 7th month in the 12th year of Baotai." "Mother, don't be angry. Your child asked a foolish question." As Shuerue admitted his mistake, he thought to himself, his date of birth and 8 characters can't be fake, or else his divination from childhood would have been exposed long ago. It was a pity that his mother remembered his birth so clearly, but she had forgotten that he was not her biological son. It was only when she fell ill that she would go crazy and curse him for being the root of disaster. It was laughable that she was only clear-headed when she fell ill. "Chungbi, what's wrong? Is there something on your mind?" Madame Shui nudged him. Although she could not see, her mind was very sensitive. "No, I just suddenly thought of father," Shuerue whispered. "Mother, I remember you telling me that father is an open-minded and cheerful person who doesn't care about trifles and has friends all over the world." Madame Shui sighed, but then she smiled and said, "That's right. Although your father comes from an aristocratic family, he has a chivalrous heart. When he goes out, he can always make a few friends. No matter what their background is, whether they're poor or rich, he can even call the wandering heroes of the Jianghu his brother." Shuerue seized the opportunity to ask, "Father served outside Suzhou for 3 years. At that time, did he have any particularly close friends?" Madame Shui thought for a long time. Her eyes lost focus, and after opening them for a few moments, she closed them again. With great uncertainty she said, "If you're talking about close friends, there was one. That person was a traveler of the Jianghu, and he almost became sworn brothers with your father. Speaking of which, it was thanks to him that your father was able to avoid a few calamities. Shui Rui's heart tightened, and he blurted out, "What was that person's name?" Madame Shui shook her head. "How many years has it been? How could I possibly remember? Around the time we returned to the capital, we lost contact with that person." Shui Rui's eyes flashed and his mind churned. He had already come to a conclusion. 3 years ago, when he discovered the secret of his birth, Shui Lingnan only told him that he wasn't a child of the Shui family, and refused to reveal a single word to his birth parents. He suffered a blow and first traveled to the north. After pulling himself together, he went to the south to investigate his birth. However, with the passage of time, he discovered only one point of doubt. When Father Shui was still in office, he had a guest who often visited Yang to meet friends. Shui Lingnan claimed that his eldest son had died because of this evil creature, but when Father Shui died, he was still too young to remember. He only knew that Shui Zhao had died of an illness before he was 4. According to the timeline, he was a baby brought home by Father Shui when he was out in the south. If he wasn't his own son, he was most likely entrusted to him by a friend, not picked up from the roadside. It was because Shui Zhao adopted him that he was killed. Shui Rui could not figure this out in the past. However, after listening to Yu Shu's confession yesterday, and getting confirmation from his mother today, the mystery was finally solved. If his speculation was correct, the story should be like this. When Shui Zhao left the capital, Suzhou was very close to Yang. He met Yunhua's son by chance, and they regarded each other as best friends. Later, Yunhua changed his name to Changzhou's Yun Mufeng and entered the capital for the Dian examination with an ulterior motive. He passed the exam in one go and was favored by Princess Liyue. At that time, the late emperor was old and the fight for the throne was very tense. He was afraid that someone would investigate his background and make a fuss about his wife and child in his hometown. He secretly sent a letter to Suzhou and entrusted Shui Zhao to help him take care of his wife and child. At the same time, he gave the precious Zhugetong to Xian Lishan, whom he trusted, and asked him to send it back to his hometown. Everyone knew that the world was fickle. Xian Ye kept Yunhua's treasure behind Xian Lao's back, and Shui Zhao did not have time to protect his friend's wife and child. In the end, the mother and child left, and in order to cover up, he raised the child as his own. And he was the child that Yunhua asked Yu Shu to find, who had been missing for 20 years in exchange. Because of Shui Rui's reminder in the morning, Yu Shu had left the Directorate of Astronomy long ago before sunset, and she went to the Forgotten Opportunity Pavilion to sit and wait. Naturally, Jingchen followed her. Therefore, when Shui Rui came back and entered the door, he saw the two of them sitting in the tea room, facing each other and staring at each other. He was not in the mood to argue. After he sat down, he asked the servants to serve tea and fruits again. The three of them went into the inner room to talk in detail. "Big brother, when I went to the Celestial Commissioner today, I was asked by the High Commissioner for questioning." "What did they ask you?" Yu Shu told the truth. In front of Jingchen, she did not mention a word about the details of the black ring. After listening, Shui Rui said, "It seems that they are not sure how much inside information you already know." He turned to ask Jingchen, "Yesterday when you entered the palace, did His Majesty and the High Commissioner mention Shu in front of you?" "They did mention it." Shui Rui frowned. "Did they ask if you told her about the Lifebreaker?" Seeing Jingchen shake his head, he was relieved. Yu Shu looked at his expression and could not help but feel puzzled. "What's the big deal? What is Big Brother worried about? Even if they asked me, as long as Jingchen does not tell the truth, they can't do anything to me even if they suspect me." Shui Rui glanced at her and said, "It would be great if it was that simple. Do you think that the great Tiao Dian, being able to control the imperial astronomer for so many years, doesn't have any extraordinary means?" Yu Shu heard the meaning behind his words, and vaguely felt that something was wrong. Jingchen also interrupted. "What is Brother Shui referring to?" "The aristocratic families of the 12 prefectures in the capital have a foothold, because of their family's unique skill. The Zhu family is the first. The reason why the High Commissioner Zhu can be valued by the current His Majesty is because he has learned this unique skill." The unique skills of the aristocratic families are secrets that are not passed on. Although some aristocratic families are not strict, most of the skills have been passed on. For example, the Xian family's Qiqiao Zhenzi is said to have the creation method of the 6 vessels of the founding dynasty. For example, the Cui family's art of spiritual speech is said to be able to read minds. However, the unique skill of the Zhu family is not known by many. Traces of it have been passed on to the outside. Everyone only knows that it is an extraordinary skill of reading faces. This unique skill of the Zhu family is called Art of Grand Insight. Art of Grand Insight. Yushu looked curious. What ability is this? The so-called Art of Grand Insight can distinguish between truth and falsehood. The High Commissioner has been immersed in E for dozens of years. He must have understood the true essence of this skill. The amazing thing about this skill is that he can distinguish whether you are telling the truth or lying. In short, as long as he uses this skill, no one can lie in front of him without being detected. As Xue Rui explained, a mocking smile appeared on his face. The reason why he knew such a secret was because of his grandfather Xue Lingnan. Not long ago, the old man had warned him that the Celestial Commissioner Zhu Zi had this ability, and told him to be careful with his words in front of Zhu Muzhao. Chapter 668. Second chapter, contains an important plot. It is not recommended to skip. When he heard about the Great Insight Technique, Jing Chen was shocked. He muttered, "Doesn't that mean he knows that we are lying to him?" Yushu was deep in thought. Xue Rui laughed inexplicably and said to the two of them, "So what if he knows? Their scruples are far greater than yours. They have to prevent you from reuniting with your biological father, and prevent Shu from finding out the secret, so they can't interrogate you directly. Even if they know that you are lying, they can only be suspicious at most, but they can't be sure." Jing Chen understood immediately. When he heard Xue Rui's words, he found them familiar. He suddenly remembered that when he left the palace yesterday, he went to look for Yushu and told her about his worries. He was afraid that the emperor and the great Tiandi would suspect that he was not telling the truth. At that time she also dismissed it with a smile. Yes, even if they have doubts, it is impossible for them to confront us. Yushu was not worried about this. She looked at Jing Chen and said, "But from now on, it is better for you to be more cautious in front of the great Tiandi." Yes. Jing Chen agreed deeply. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he was a man of few words. Even if the great Tiandi wanted to get close to him, he did not say much in front of him. We have seen Yinhua. Now we have aroused the suspicion of the emperor and the great Tiandi. In the future, our every move will be closely watched. It is not appropriate to do too much. It is best to not make a move. When I find the person Yinhua is looking for, I will exchange the details of the Book of Mystic Nyu's 6 Rens with him. Then, I will find a way to break your destiny. Yushu cautiously warned Jing Chen. Her last sentence was also a hint to him not to think about marrying her and having children with her, so that he could risk his life. It was unknown whether Jing Chen heard it or not, but he did not intend to refute her. He replied softly, "I understand. Big brother, do you have anything else to say?" Yushu looked at Xue Rui. "No. For now we can only take it one step at a time. Let's do as you say." As soon as he finished speaking, Yushu stood up from the chair and smiled at Jing Chen. "It's getting late, and there are people watching outside. I won't keep you any longer. You should go back now." She had asked him to leave with a high-sounding reason. Even if Jing Chen didn't want to go back to the princess's mansion, he couldn't do anything about it. "I'll take my leave first." Jing Chen stood up and looked back at her. He then cupped his hands in thanks to Xue Rui. "Thank you, brother Xue." It was obvious what he was thanking her for. Xue Rui urged him to stay. "Why don't you stay for dinner?" Jing Chen declined politely. "No need to trouble yourself." "Then I'll see you off." "All right." Yushu secretly rolled her eyes. When did the two of them become so close? Once Jing Chen left, Yushu dragged Xue Rui back to the room, closed the door, and interrogated him. "Before I went out this morning, you reminded me to take off the ring before I went to see the Great Tipping Point. What was your intention?" If he knew that the Great Tipping Point had the Great Insight Technique, He would first ask Jing Chen, and then ask her the same question. She was wearing the ring given by Qing Zheng. If she lied to the great tipping point, he would not be able to tell the truth. Instead, he would notice that there was something wrong with her body. It would be better for her to take off the ring. This explanation made sense, but she felt that Xue Rui's thoughts were not that simple. Xue Rui took the opportunity to take her hand and sit down on the soft couch. He moved his long legs on the couch and leaned his back against the cushion. He held her slender fingers and played with them while he asked her, "Do you think that the great tipping point doesn't know that Yunhua has the treasure Zhuge to protect himself?" "I don't think he doesn't know." Yushu was not sure. Maybe he knew? "Then, do you think that Xianye secretly hid the Zhuge that Yunhua gave to Xian Lishan? So the father and son became enemies? Do you know about this?" "I don't know." Yushu answered quickly. Regardless of how unkind it was for Xianye to do such a shameful thing, it was impossible for the father and son of the Xian family to let the matter leak out, because it was related to Yunhua. Xue Rui looked at Yushu as if she was worth teaching. His dark eyes were attractive. "All right, let's assume that the great tipping point knows that Yunhua has a treasure called Zhuge, but he doesn't know that it has fallen into the hands of the father and son of the Xian family." Yushu nodded. Her gaze urged him to speak quickly. "If I am the great tipping point, I suspect that you and Jingchen have met Yunhua. The smartest way to confirm whether you have acknowledged him and covered up for him is not to ask for the truth from your mouths, but to determine whether you are lying or not. If Jingchen has met Yunhua, but is unwilling to reveal information about him after returning to the capital, there will be two possibilities. 1. Yunhua and Jingchen have acknowledged each other and told him the truth about what happened in the past. Then, Jingchen will deliberately protect him, so he lied to cover up for him. The other possibility is that Yunhua has not acknowledged Jingchen, but Jingchen is suspicious of his identity, so he lied. Then, how do we determine whether Jingchen and Yunhua have acknowledged each other? From Yunhua's point of view, if he met his son, but he was afraid that he would reveal his identity, he would definitely hand over the Zhugetong to Jingchen, and then remind him about the Zhu family's great cave illumination skill, so that he would not give himself away after returning to the capital. So the emperor first met Jingchen, and the great tipping point found out that he was lying. Then he looked for you, and found out that you were also lying. The two of you told the same lie, which proves that you do not have the Zhugetong. Of course, Yunhua did not acknowledge Jingchen. Yushu felt dizzy as she listened. After a while, she understood his reasoning, and she also knew why Xue Rui asked her to take off the black ring this morning. She felt a lingering fear in her heart, and she was so shocked that she broke out in a cold sweat. She squeezed his hand tightly and said, "Fortunately, I listened to you and took off the ring. Otherwise, the great tipping point would have used the great cave illumination skill to examine me today, and he would not have been able to tell whether I was telling the truth or not. Wouldn't that have been terrible?" "I'm just assuming that." Xue Rui comforted her. Maybe he did not know that Yunhua had the precious Zhugetong. Yushu put on a long face and said, "That's even worse, okay?" He could tell that Jingchen was lying, but when it was my turn, he could not tell that I was lying. That's what you call the 300 taels of silver, that would reveal the truth. She thought that she was smart and thought that nothing would go wrong, but compared to Xue Rui, she was like a retard. Heh. Xue Rui could not help but laugh. He grabbed her small hand, raised it to his lips, and gave it a light peck. "I helped you escape this disaster. How are you going to thank me?" Yushu said weakly. "Don't make fun of me. It's annoying." "What's annoying?" Yushu pursed her lips and said, "How can a smart person like you understand the troubles of us mortals?" When Xue Rui heard that, he knew that she was being petty again. He sighed and said, "Don't say that I'm smart. There are many people who are smarter than me." "Why haven't I seen him before?" "Yunhua." Xue Rui uttered these two words softly. He had an unspeakable feeling in his heart. What he hypothesized were only thoughts that came to his mind this morning. However, Yunhua's actions after he met them made it seem as if he had already predicted what would happen in the future. He did not acknowledge Jingchen by surprise. Instead, he kept Yushu, the person who destroyed his life. This was something that the emperor and the great tipping point would not have thought of. He told Yushu about his personal experience in exchange for her trust and sympathy. He made her willingly help him search for Jingchen, but he did not remind them to be careful of the great tipping point's great insight technique. It was not because he did not know the details of the great tipping point. It was because he had thought it through and understood the mentality of the emperor and the great tipping point. That was why he took such a risky move. Yinhua and Shuezao were best friends. They knew each other when Shuezao was still in office. How could he not know Shuezao's name? However, he only told Yushu that he had a friend who was once the magistrate of Suzhou, and asked her to go back and investigate. He did not mention Shuezao's name. Why was he neglecting the essentials? There was only one explanation. Yinhua confirmed that he was his son. He asked Yushu to look for him because he wanted to use her to let him know the truth. Therefore, there was only one choice in front of Shuerue. Should he confess his identity to Yushu and acknowledge Yinhua as his biological father? Shuerue was not a coward who liked to avoid problems. However, the truth of his identity came too suddenly. He was caught off guard and could not accept it for a while. In fact, he did not admire Yinhua, his biological father who descended from the sky. Even if he was Ez, who was once admired by thousands of people, and even if he endured humiliation and went into hiding until now just to find his whereabouts. After all, it was the Shui family who raised him for 20 years. The person who sacrificed his life for him was his adoptive father, Shuezao, and the Shui family who were implicated by him. This was the debt he owed and the responsibility he needed to bear. He could not force himself to acknowledge him as his biological father. Therefore, it was difficult for him to talk about it with Yushu. He did not even know where to start or how to start. Are you talking about Yinhua? Yushu replied. You don't say. He is indeed inhumanly smart. He is just like you. When he heard her words that did not mean what she said, Shuerue did not know what expression to make. He smiled at her and moved her soft hand to his chest. He thought to himself, I'll allow him to be selfish for once. When I think it through, I'll confess everything to her. I'm different from him. At least, he could not abandon the woman he loved just to repay the kindness of raising him. He could not do anything to achieve his goal. Yushu paused and immediately nodded. Yes, you're different from him. You can't be like him. She glared at him and grabbed his collar. She lowered her head and narrowed her eyes to warn him. If one day you let me down because of some *T righteousness, I won't forgive you. Shuerue nodded with a smile. When he saw her angry look, he could not help but put his arm around her shoulders, pressed her into his arms, and hugged her tightly. It was rare that Yushu did not struggle. She quietly snuggled up to him for a while. Her face was pressed against his chest so she could not see his expression. Yesterday, you asked me to help you find the Suzhou magistrate from 20 years ago, right? Yes, I almost forgot about that. Yushu quivered. She wanted to sit up, but he pressed her back down. Don't ask about it yourself. The emperor and the great tipping point are already suspicious of you. There are spies everywhere. There are people watching your and Jingchen's every move. Don't act rashly in case they find out. Leave this matter to me to investigate. However, it has been a long time. It is not convenient for me to go directly to the Ministry of Personnel to find someone to look through the files. I can only send my trusted people to investigate in secret in Suzhou. Chapter 669. From the capital to Suzhou, the round trip would take at least a month. With Shuerue secretly sending people to investigate, Yushu could not be at ease. She temporarily put aside the matter of helping Yinhua find her son, and did not mention it again. The trip to the princess tomb had greatly benefited her. This benefit was not material, but cognitive. Although the dark cloud that had been hanging over her head had not disappeared, the pressure brought to her by the words life breaker was not as great as before. First of all, the importance of the Book of Mystery Maiden was far beyond her imagination. According to Yinhua, it was related to the selection of the heir. It could completely control the politics and the current situation. Therefore, in order to lure Yinhua to show up, Emperor Zhaoqing did not hesitate to let Jing Chun and her leave the capital and put himself in danger. Yu Shu imitated Shui Rui's train of thought to assume Emperor Zhaoqing and Titian's mentality. She compared the Scourge of Mystery Maiden, Lifebreaker, and the Book of Mystery Maiden as a condition for the continuation of the Dan royal family's peace. Then, Emperor Zhaoqing and Titian's actions of luring the snake out of its hole proved that the Book of Mystery Maiden was more important than the Scourge of Mystery Maiden, and the Scourge of Mystery Maiden were more important than the Scourge of Mystery Maiden. Yinhua and Titian's accounts of the method of breaking the Scourge of Mystery Maiden were very different. It could only be said that one of them had lied. Compared to Titian, who stood on the opposite side, Yu Shu was more inclined to Yinhua, who was using her. In fact, she seriously suspected that the Book of Mystery Maiden was also a necessary condition for Jing Chun to break the Scourge of Mystery Maiden. Otherwise, why was Emperor Zhaoqing not in a hurry to break the Scourge of Mystery Maiden for Jing Chun when the Scourge of Mystery Maiden and the Scourge of Mystery Maiden coexisted? Instead, he delayed it. Not only were they unwilling to force Jing Chun, but Yinhua had no choice but to marry Princess Liyue. They should have realized that in front of the imperial power, any individuals was **t. In this way, could she understand that without the Book of Mystery Maiden, she could not be used to break the Scourge of Mystery Maiden for Jing Chun? Yu Shu hoped that was the case. After careful consideration, it was as if half of the burden on her body had been lifted. She would no longer have to live in fear every day, worrying that one day the emperor would issue a marriage decree and tie her and Jing Chun up to the bridal chamber. The only thing she had to be wary of at the moment was the mastermind behind the murder in Taisher Shuyuan. If it was not Yinhua, who else could it be? In the evening, Yu Shu returned to her house on Baochong Street from the Celestial Commissioner's office. Lin went to the main kitchen to get the food box. When he came back, he saw someone sticking her head out from under the camphor tree outside the courtyard wall, looking around. He slowed down his pace and went behind that person. When he took a closer look, he saw that it was Lady Chui's little maidservant, Xiang Sui. "Sister Keiho? Why are you hiding here?" Xiang Sui was startled by her sudden voice. She turned her head and recognized Lin. With an embarrassed face she stammered, Madam heard that you have returned to the house, so she asked me to invite you to her place for dinner." Lin was a maidservant who had been carefully trained by the consecrated people's courtyard. She looked down on Xiang Sui's timid appearance, but she smiled sweetly. She freed a hand to grab her and led her inside. "Come in with me. Let's talk inside." Xiang Sui hurriedly agreed. As the head of the household, Yu Shu lived in the north wing. Day and night, there were maidservants who guarded the gate. Xiang Sui didn't dare to trespass. She didn't even have the face to go up and ask someone to let her know. If she hadn't met Lin, she might have hidden here until the second half of the night. Lin didn't directly bring her to Yu Shu. Instead, she went into the room to report. After getting permission, she brought her in. At home, Yu Shu wore a loose jacket with silk shoes and cloth socks. It was very loose. She sat on the couch with her legs bent. In her hands was a scroll of Kunling bureau rules. When she had nothing to do, she would flip through it. She had to memorize it by heart. When she heard the reason for Xiang Sui's visit, Yu Shu's first reaction was that Aunt Chui was looking for her for no good reason. However, she couldn't leave her alone. "You go back first. Tell my mother that I will go see her after dinner." Xiang Sui felt as if she had been granted amnesty. She ran out the door and left. Lin flattened her lips. Exine, who was serving the dishes, saw this and secretly glared at her. She deftly arranged the bowls and chopsticks, scooped the soup, and pulled Lin away. When Yu Shu ate, she didn't like people standing by her side to act as stakes. This was something that Yun Do, who had been by Yu Shu's side, had warned her about when they entered the door. The two maidservants went out. They didn't dare to go too far in case Yu Shu couldn't hear them. They stood in the corridor and whispered to each other. "In the future, don't be so strange. If mistress sees you, what will you do?" Xin reprimanded this young sister who had been lucky enough to be picked out by Yu Shu from the residential courtyard. "Jie, don't be angry. I know I was wrong." Lin took advantage of her young age and hugged Xiner's arm to act spoiled. Seeing that Exainer's expression had improved, she began to gossip. I've been walking around in the inner courtyard recently, and heard everyone say that the foreign in the East Wing is hard to serve. Every day, she has to set out a table full of dishes for her 3 meals. There's no need to talk about chicken, duck, and fish. However, I can't see what foreign he orders in her room. If she doesn't have a portion, she will say something bad in her courtyard. If people hear it, they will gossip. Occasionally, they will lose their temper and even scold our mistress. It's really too outrageous. Exiner furrowed her brows. It wasn't that she didn't hear people talking nonsense these past 2 days. However, so what? Foreign Chui was their mistress's mother. It wasn't their place to control her. Even if they talked nonsense in front of mistress, they had to be careful not to make mistress unhappy. However, they couldn't pretend to be deaf and mute. Jiejia, I think someone should report this to mistress. No one dares to say anything. How about I go? Linner volunteered. However, Exiner shook her head. I know you have a sharp tongue and want to show your loyalty. However, it's not something we should learn. I'll go discuss it with Yindo tonight. She has been with mistress longer than us, so she has less scruples when speaking. Even if she wants to curry favor, it's not our place. Exina was after all 2 years older than Lin. She was thoughtful and persuaded Lin, or with a few words. She didn't want to offend Yindo, the head maidservant in name. After the meal, Yushu strolled around the big garden. After digesting the food, she went to see Aunt Chui. The luxurious house on Baochang Street was a big house with 4 entrances. The middle area was separated by a garden. There were 2 side courtyards on the east and west side. Yushu lived in the north side courtyard. Zhao Hui moved into the west side courtyard. There were 2 independent courtyards in the east side courtyard. One was Qingshi Zhai and the other was Yuyong Pavilion. Both were newly painted with red walls and green tiles. Aunt Chui occupied Qingshi Zhai alone. At this time, Aunt Chui had already eaten dinner and was enjoying the new seasonal fruits provided by the kitchen. There was a small tea table with a few plates of pastries and a pot of fragrant tea. Yushu entered the house and glanced around. Her eyes fell on Aunt Chui. She hadn't seen her for a few days. Aunt Chui seemed to have gained weight. Her cheeks were rounder. She looked brand new from head to toe. Her silk clothes were newly made. There was a long string of jade beads around her neck. It was a gift that Yushu didn't allow her to appear at the housewarming banquet and coaxed her. You're here. Aunt Chui was especially enthusiastic to see her today. She smiled and waved at her. Come and sit. I just peeled the pomegranates. Try them and see if they're sweet. She pushed the small bowl filled with red pomegranate seeds to Yushu. Yushu picked up 2 and put them in her mouth. The sweet and sour taste was actually not bad. The expenses of the food were all taken from the public account. Yushu didn't have time, so she entrusted the incoming and outgoing projects to Zhao Hui to manage. Every month, she would allocate a large amount of silver to the public account for her to use. Mother, why are you looking for me? Yushu was sure that Aunt Chui didn't call her over to eat pomegranates. It's nothing important. Aunt Chui looked at her expression. Seeing that she didn't intend to continue asking, she had to take the initiative to say, at the beginning of next month, it's Foreign's birthday. She sent me an invitation. I'm a shy person, so I want you to accompany me to the banquet. Yushu refused without thinking. I don't have time. You go by yourself. Aunt Chui immediately pulled a long face. It's just a banquet. You're still putting on airs here. I don't believe that you can't find half a day's time no matter how busy you are. The Foreign she mentioned was the one in the former assistant minister Yin's Fu, that Aunt Chui missed. She didn't think of anyone else. Yushu raised her eyebrows and said, I can find time, but how important is that Foreign? Is it worth for me to personally go to her house to congratulate her on her birthday? Nonsense. She is the official assistant minister's Foreign. Bah! Yushu spat the pomegranate seeds that she had chewed clean into the small plate and sneered. Isn't it just a 5th-level official's wife? There are at least 100 or 80 5th-level officials in Anling City. If you hit her with a pole, you can hit 7 or 8 of them. Not to mention that her words were harsh. This Foreign once had ideas about her. She coaxed the brainless Aunt Chui and sent a matchmaker to propose marriage, hoping that she would fill in the hole for her family's infamous third young master. You. Aunt Chui was so angry that she couldn't catch her breath. She blurted out. No matter what you say, I have already promised her. If you dare to not go, I will go out and say that you are not filial. I will say that you disobeyed your mother. Yushu's face turned cold. She frowned and said, You promised her? Who did you promise? It seemed that the idea of visiting her house to congratulate her was not from Aunt Chui's own initiative. Someone had instigated it. Asking her, the dignified miaoling maid, to congratulate the assistant minister's wife on her birthday was really embarrassing for that foreign. Aunt Chui dodged her eyes. She turned her head and said angrily, I know that now that you are an official, you are arrogant and look down on others. But no matter what, the Yin family is your mother's old master. If I let it go, it can be considered as half a master of yours. We can't be ungrateful. You can't turn your back on others just because you are rich. Anyway, I have said this. If you embarrass me, I will also embarrass you. Yushu was amused by her unreasonable and shameless behavior. She rolled her eyes and immediately changed her attitude. She replied, Don't worry. Okay, I will accompany you, okay? Concubine Chui quickly turned her face away and smiled. That's my good daughter. Chapter 670. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of the month. In the span of a night, Yushu became busy. For some reason, the secret book of the Moon Palace was delivered to her hands 5 or 6 days late. Because she had to rush to make the September book, she stayed up for a few nights and didn't even return home. Yushu knew that this was probably because the Empress didn't like her hugging noble Fei Shui's thigh, so she started to give her small shoes to wear. Yushu wasn't afraid of this. If Empress Rui didn't care about her, that would be abnormal. What was worth mentioning was that in the last few days of the month, people came to her fu to send invitations and gifts under all sorts of pretexts. Without exception, they were all families that had daughters in the palace. Yushu didn't have any greedy thoughts, so she wasn't surprised or happy. Previously, after she had shown her skill at the gentleman hibiscus banquet, she had experienced what it was like to receive gifts. Also, the crystals that were delivered to Beijing were always in high demand. Each month, there would be a large amount of silver coming in. She really didn't care about normal gold and silver. She ordered the steward of the front yard, Zhou Hu, to guard the gates and not allow a single copper coin to roll into her fu. She accepted all the invitations so she could know when someone had the intention to curry favor with her. At the end of the month, the next month's Book of the Earth was delivered punctually from the Kunling Bureau into the palace. This time, there was no need to remember noble Fei Shui. There was no need for favoritism. She methodically followed the rules of the Kunling Bureau to arrange the days that the palace Fei would serve her. She was meticulous and didn't miss a single detail. Perching Tree Palace, Empress Rui was surprised when she received the freshly made Book of the Earth. This Yunuyu is very cautious. Fine. She was the female envoy that the emperor had bestowed upon her. She was in the limelight and it wasn't good to move against her. Since she was smart and knew her place, she wasn't in a hurry to deal with her. She would let her stay in that position that attracted others' eyes. She gave the September Book of the Earth to Zheng Shanggong, who was waiting in front of her to read. Empress, is this next month's Book of the Universe? While the Book of Kun was divined by the Kunling Bureau, as the head of the 6 palaces, the Empress had the right to question it, and could complain to the Emperor at any time. As long as there was a problem with the Book of Kun, she could reject the Kunling Bureau, make a new decision, or punish the person concerned. Do as I say. The second day of the 9th month was the birthday of the wife of the assistant minister's residence. Aunt Chui woke up early in the morning and ran to the north courtyard. She watched as Yushu ate her breakfast and urged her, "It's still early. You should go wash up quickly, change into some decent clothes, and dress up well." Yushu was too lazy to pay attention to her. It just so happened that she was off today and didn't have to go to the Celestial Commissioner's morning roll call. She had already arranged her time. In the morning, she would look through the books on Yishui that she had recently collected. In the afternoon, she would go to the Yin residence with Aunt Chui. In the afternoon, she would go to Baichuan Academy to see Yu Xiaoxiu. I just washed up yesterday. What's there to do? I still have business to attend to. Mother can go back to your courtyard and wait. There are carriages and horses at home. Don't worry about not being able to make it in time. It won't be too late to leave at noon. After sending Aunt Chui away, Yu Shu ignored her protests and turned to go to the study. Aunt Chui chased after her with quick steps. Just as she reached the corridor, she was stopped by Xin and Lin who coaxed her away. Aunt Chui waited anxiously for the sun to rise. Before Yu Shu could send someone to call her, she ran over again. Just then, Yu Shu came out of the moon gate, dressed neatly. After all, Yu Shu was an official and couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as before. When she went out, she couldn't dress too casually. It was fine at home, but when she went out, she had to wear a deep dress with a silk belt around her waist and a skirt with rings. Her hair was combed into a bun, and she had pearl hairpins and earrings. Her current clothes were the standard for female Celestial Commissioner officials. Most of her regular clothes were green and blue. The color was fair but not seductive. In this way, she appeared dignified and immature. This was not the delicate appearance that Aunt Chui wanted to see. She immediately said with dissatisfaction, No, go back and change quickly. Mother remembers that you used to like those bright pink colors the most, right? Yu Shu didn't argue with her. She nodded and said, Okay, I'll go change now. Please wait for me for another hour. After saying this, she was about to go back. When Aunt Chui heard this, she quickly grabbed her. If she waited for another hour, it would be too late. You little girl, can't you listen to me for once? Aunt Chui gritted her teeth. If you don't want to change, then don't change. Yu Shu snorted. Then let's go. She couldn't wait to see what trap that Madame Yin had set for her. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Yin Zhorong, was the illegitimate son of the current left prime minister, Yin Tianho. He became an assistant minister before he was 30 years old. Moreover, he held the position for 7 or 8 years. He was mediocre, but could be reappointed. No one would believe that it wasn't because of his family name. Madame Yin was also the daughter of a civil official. She had a prime minister as her father-in-law. She worked hard and gave birth to 3 sons in a row. She was flattered all day, so it was hard for her not to be arrogant. However, since ancient times, doting mothers often spoiled sons. None of the 3 sons of the assistant minister's official wife were presentable. Some of them had a bad reputation, like third young master Yin. Just because his family name was Yin, he couldn't find a good marriage. This was what Yu Shu knew about Yin Zhorong's family. Aunt Chui and Yu Shu arrived at the gate of the Yin residence by car. After delivering the congratulatory gifts, they were led into the garden. On the way, they met a madam walking in front of them. Aunt Chui unexpectedly called out to her, and pulled Yu Shu to greet her. Madam Qiu, this is my daughter Yu Shu. Shu, come and say hello to Auntie. Coincidentally, this Madam Qiu was an acquaintance of Yu Shu. She was the wife of the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works, Qiu Jiming. A few months ago, the young miss of the Qiu family pretended to be crazy to avoid marriage. Qiu Jiming was desperate and tried to find Yu Shu. After that, he owed her a favor, so he helped her build the luxurious residence on Baochang Street. Madame Qiu naturally saw Yu Shu. When she saw Aunt Chui's drooling face, embarrassment flashed across her face. She first said to Yu Shu, I haven't seen you for a long time. How is official you? In terms of rank, Yu Shu and her husband were both 5th-ranked officials. In terms of friendship, Yu Shu had saved her daughter's life. Madame Qiu was a sensible person. She didn't take advantage of the situation, and put on the airs of an elder in front of Yu Shu. Yu Shu nodded at her with a faint smile. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Seeing that they actually knew each other, Aunt Chui rolled her eyes, and was about to interrupt. Madame Qiu didn't give her a chance. She smiled at her apologetically and said, My daughter came with me. After a while she disappeared. I'll go look for her. Madam Yu, please take a seat first. After saying that, she looked back at Yu Shu with a meaningful look and hurriedly led her servants away. Yu Shu naturally wouldn't miss her last glance. Suspicious, she turned her head and asked Aunt Chui, Mother stays at home all day. When did you know Madame Chiao? Aunt Chui was still regretting that she missed the opportunity to get close to an official's wife. Suddenly being questioned by Yushu, her face stiffened. She turned her head and said angrily, "When have you ever cared about me?" Yushu didn't say anything and just stared at her. Aunt Chui felt uncomfortable being stared at by her. She took her arm and muttered, "Walk faster. We're late." On the other side, Madame Yin was sitting in the garden hall to entertain guests. An old maid came to her side and whispered, so she changed clothes and went to the back room, leaving her eldest daughter-in-law to accompany the guests. Did the mother and daughter of the Yu family come? They just entered the door. Madame Yin pursed her lips and smiled. Her eyes were full of ridicule. She whispered to the old maid, "Go to the front yard and keep watch. Don't let your third master slip away again." The old maid said obediently, "I just came from the front yard. Third master is drinking with young master Yuanrong and can't leave." Chapter 671. One update. Yushu sat on a table near the window. The gallery outside the window was filled with a group of music and bamboo artists. The lively tunes could not drown out the chatter and laughter in her ears. There was a room full of women, so it was needless to think about the scene. Aunt Chui, who was originally sitting next to her, went to the host's table with a glass of wine in her hand. The golden partridge buyao in her hair danced in her eyes. She could not stay idle at all. There was no lack of curious gazes and whispers behind her back. From time to time words like female official and female fortune teller came into her ears. Yushu looked coldly at Aunt Chui, who complimented Madame Yin together with those inferior women. Since she did not feel ashamed, she did not restrain her. There was a saying that mud could not support a wall. Yushu had long given up on Aunt Chui to have much tolerance. As the star of today, Madame Yin was surrounded by many people. After a few glasses of wine, her face was slightly red. She smiled and asked someone to fill her empty glass again. She stood up slowly with the help of a maid's arm and looked around. When she found Yushu at the nearby tables, the smile in her eyes became colder. "I'm really happy today. You guys always say nice words to coax me, saying that I don't look old at all, and that you can't tell my age. But I really know that I'm old." She smiled inside. She reached out with her long hand and grabbed a woman wearing gold and jade beside her. She patted the back of her hand intimately and said to the crowd, "Look, this girl Chui was my predecessor when I first married into the mansion. She was still a delicate little girl at that time. In the blink of an eye, she already has a son and a daughter and has her own family. How can I not be old?" The one she pulled was concubine Chui, the simple-minded one. As soon as she said this, the room became much quieter than before. Everyone's attention was focused on the woman she was holding. Those who knew about Aunt Chui's background mostly revealed mischievous expressions. There were also some guests who didn't know what was going on. When they slightly turned their heads to ask around, they revealed a look of surprise. Everyone knew the name of Messenger Miaoling. A while ago, there was a rumor that this young female official had a dishonorable family background and seemed to have something to do with the Yin family. It was said that Madame Yin had taken a fancy to this daughter-in-law, but did not expect that Miaoling would become so successful that she looked down on her dissolute third young master. As a result, the cooked duck could only fly away. This kind of rumor was just a passing thought, but looking at Lady Yin's attitude today, was it really not over yet? "Madame Yin, forgive my poor eyesight, but who is this person beside you?" Someone asked politely. "Look, I forgot to introduce her." "Ha ha ha, you wouldn't know her even if I told you about her. But if I tell you about her daughter, I'm sure all 10 of you know her." Madame Yin deliberately kept them guessing. Even after being rebuked by the servants, she was not anxious. Instead, she gently pushed concubine Chui's shoulder and said gently, "You said it yourself, it's your good fortune to raise such a smart and capable daughter." Aunt Chui drank a few cups of wine in the middle and became bold. It was rare that she did not have stage fright. Under everyone's gaze, she said in a somewhat proud and loud voice, "She doesn't deserve Madame's praise. She is just lucky to pass the Yishur exam and become the female official of the Celestial Commissioner." There was a sudden noise at the table. Some people were surprised, and some were suspicious. Madam, may I ask if your daughter is the messenger Miaoling who was appointed by the emperor? Yes. Aunt Chui straightened her back and interpreted the expression on everyone's face as envy. She became more and more complacent, and forgot Yushu's instructions before leaving. In her excitement, she only wanted to show off. She glanced around and saw Yushu sitting in the corner. She waved her hand and said, "Shu Shu, come here and greet all the madams." In a different scene, her behavior was just like that of a street monkey, and Yushu was the monkey that she would bring out to show off. As soon as everyone stopped talking, the room suddenly became quiet. The musical instruments in the gallery outside changed a sharp tone, and everyone's eyes fell on a person by the window. Yushu sat very straight. She didn't hold chopsticks or a cup in her hand. She looked serious and obviously didn't fit in with the atmosphere here. She sat alone among the women. Her appearance and clothes were not outstanding, but she gave people a feeling of being a crane in a flock of chickens. No one would mistake her for someone else. The guests were all waiting to see her make a fool of herself, thinking that she was really unlucky to have such an unpresentable mother. She had worked so hard to become an official, yet she had to shamelessly act like a slave. She really did not feel ashamed. Madame Yin was not surprised by Aunt Chui's reaction. Looking at Yushu's gloomy face, she secretly sneered. A nasty girl is a nasty girl no matter where she is. Letting her marry into the Yin family is flattering her. After today, even if this girl cries and begs to be a daughter-in-law of the Yin family, it depends on whether she is willing or not. Yushu didn't know when she had become a thorn in others' side. Based on the scene in front of her, she could just fling her sleeves and leave, but afterwards, she would have to bear the reputation of being unfilial. Her mother was standing here. No matter how embarrassing it was, she couldn't turn against her mother. In the past, Yushu didn't care about this little reputation at all, but now it was different. She had an official position, and it was less than 3 months ago. She hadn't obtained the qualification to attend the court and could be impeached at any time. It was obviously not worthwhile to show off a moment of anger. Moreover, before she came, she had expected that Madame Yin would make an issue of her family background, so she was not unprepared. "Mother," Yushu answered, took a glass of wine from the table, got up, walked around the table, and walked to the host's table. In a few steps, she stood in front of Madame Yin. "Today is Madame's big day. I propose a toast to Madame." After saying that, she drank the wine to show respect. Seeing that she could bear it, Madame Yin let go of Aunt Chui and reached out to hold her wrist. As she looked at her, she said amiably, "Good girl, you're really the same as your mother in the past. You've grown so beautiful. I don't know which boy will benefit from you in the future. Alas." As soon as she said that, all the guests at the table were speechless. Madame Yin's words didn't sound wrong, and she was just teasing the younger generation. But after thinking about it for a while, they felt that it was inappropriate. It was impossible for a serious girl to be joked about her marriage in public. Madame Yin obviously didn't take her seriously, and talked casually like her own maidservant. Only Aunt Chui couldn't tell that it was a good thing. She hurriedly said, "Look at what you said. Madam, you have to pay more attention to this girl's marriage." Everyone was speechless again. They looked at Yushu with a little more sympathy for her for having such a shameless mother. Yushu frowned. She finally figured out that Madame Yin was so against her because she had sent a matchmaker to propose marriage to her, and she couldn't vent her anger. She began to regret coming here with Aunt Chui. She thought that Madame Yin had set a big trap for her, but she didn't expect that it was just a show of force and a quick tongue. It didn't even hurt or itch, so she was too embarrassed to hit him in the face. So she secretly remembered the sarcastic faces at the table, and didn't mention them. Seeing that Yushu didn't say a word and didn't dare to say anything, Madame Yin was immediately relieved and didn't continue to say anything to disgust her. She turned her head and gave Aunt Chui, the silly girl, a smile and said, "In that case you have to drink with me 3 times, or I won't care about you." Aunt Chui agreed and quickly took 3 glasses of wine to toast her. Yushu saw that and didn't stop her. After she put down the glasses, she quietly pulled her back from Madame Yin's hand. "Mother, your face is red. Go and sit down." No, I have to toast Madame 3 more times. Are you happy today?" Ha ha. Aunt Chui dragged her feet and refused to leave. She wanted to grab the glasses. Suddenly, someone pressed her shoulder. She looked up and saw Madame Yin's suggestive look. Girl Chui, you can't drink anymore. Take a rest. Aunt Chui was a little sober. She looked back at Yushu and remembered the business today. She was a little flustered. She responded to Madame Yin and took her daughter to their seats. After sitting down, Yushu kept a straight face. Seeing this, no one dared to come forward to talk. Aunt Chui's eyes darted around. After a while, she whispered to Yushu, Mother has drunk too much. I want to go out to relieve myself. Come with me. Yushu glanced at her and said, We'll go back when we're full. Aunt Chui didn't want to leave. She pulled her and said, I can't hold it in anymore. There were people staring at them. Yushu didn't want to pull her, so she left the table and the two went outside. At the bottom of the corridor stood a line of servant girls. When they saw them come out, they went forward. Aunt Chui waved her hand and said, Take her to change. Madam and Miss, this way please. As soon as they left, the room became lively. It wasn't good to talk when there were people here, but now there were all kinds of talk. Was that really a female messenger appointed by His Majesty? She can't be a fake, right? They say she's a descendant of an immortal, but she doesn't look like one at all. She doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. Hehehe, it's really rare to see her today. Hearing about her is better than meeting her in person. This female imperial official is really born from the lower realm. Hey, who said that Madame Yin has her eyes on her as a daughter-in-law? If it were me, I wouldn't let my son marry her even if she gave birth to an immortal. That's too insulting. Look at her mother. She's really puffed. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Works, Madame Chiu, sat in the middle of the table. Listening to the gossip and ridicule, she kept her head down. When someone tried to pull her over to say a few words, she just smiled back and didn't join in the fun. Listening to the people's words getting fiercer and fiercer, to the point that Yushu and her daughter were about to be flattened to the ground. Madame Chiu looked at Madame Yin, who couldn't stop laughing, and thought, a group of stupid women. Don't they know what position Yu Lianfang is in now? What's the point of offending a female imperial official of the Kunling Bureau? You'll all go back and cry. On the other hand, Yushu and her daughter were led out of the back garden by the servant girls of the Yin residence. They walked along a quiet path and were brought to the elegant room where the guests changed clothes. When they entered, it was actually a suite. There were tea chairs and snacks outside, and the room was filled with a faint fragrance. If the windows weren't closed, it really didn't look like a place for people to pee. Where's the toilet? Aunt Chui couldn't find the place and asked the servant girl. She really wanted to pee. The servant girl pursed her lips and smiled. She lowered her head and said, Madam, please follow me. Aunt Chui followed her for 2 steps and suddenly stopped. She turned to look at Yushu and opened her mouth hesitantly. Yushu turned back and saw her expression. She raised her eyebrows and asked, What's wrong? Aunt Chui smiled guiltily and said, I'm going to pee. You have to wait for me. Don't go too far. Yushu acted as if she didn't see anything wrong with her. She waved her hand and said, Go quickly. I'll wait for you here. I won't go anywhere. When the servant girl led Aunt Chui to the back of the room, Aunt Chui turned around and her expression darkened. She sat down on the chair and muttered to herself. Chapter 672. Guildmaster. Congratulations to Myriad for having a new guild master, KDSS Scattering Flowers. Although Lady Yin only invited women for her birthday, she had 3 sons after all. Some of the female guests who came to congratulate her brought their children with them. The young ladies stayed by her side, while the young masters were all in the front yard, entertained by the young masters of the Yin family. Yin Yuanbo sat at the table in boredom. As the 3rd young master of the assistant minister Fu, he was being neglected at this moment. The reason for this was the other 3rd young master, who was being surrounded by people trying to persuade him to drink. Yin Yuanbo was also ranked 3rd in the family, but compared to his famous cousin, Yin Yuanbo was not worth mentioning. One was the legitimate son of a concubine, while the other was the legitimate grandson of the first wife. They both liked to visit brothels, but In Yuanrong was incompetent and elegant. They were both called third young master. When In Yuanbo was mentioned, everyone would shake their heads and raise their fingers. When In Yuanrong was mentioned, everyone would raise their fingers and praise him. Because of this, In Yuanbo was teased by many people. Even the prostitutes in the brothel joked that if it was another third master In, they would rather not accept the prostitutes. Therefore, In Yuanbo had long hated In Yuanrong. Although he called him third brother affectionately, he always felt indignant in his heart. Humph, what's so great about him? He's just reincarnated better than me. Drink, drink, drink. It's good to drink too much. I'll make a fool of myself today. In Yuanrong was also wronged. He shouldn't have come today. Not to mention that the birthday girl, Madame In, was his aunt in terms of seniority. He didn't even take In Zhorong, his uncle, seriously. It was true that Madame In sent the wedding invitation to the old residents, but according to usual practice, it was enough when the gift was delivered. Even his mother wasn't willing to lower herself to join in on the fun, let alone someone as proud as him. He could only blame himself for not having any official work today. He went out to have fun and happened to meet his cousins in this residence, so he was forcibly dragged over to drink. In fact, not long after he sat down, he wanted to slip away. It was really boring to drink with a group of teenagers and listen to their flattery. It would be better to hug a beautiful girl and listen to music. On the other side, In Yuanbo was racking his brains to think of a way to prank him. A servant suddenly appeared behind him and whispered in his ear, "Young master, Madam is looking for you." In Yuanbo got up impatiently and walked outside. In Yuanrong saw him and took the opportunity to stop him. "Third brother, wait for me. Let's go together." In Yuanbo stopped and turned back with a dry smile. "Third brother, I need to go." In Yuanrong did not care about what he was going to do. He pushed aside the group of children who were fawning over him and strode forward. He grabbed In Yuanbo's shoulder and pushed him out with a smile. "Let's go together." They wanted to go to the toilet. The others were too embarrassed to follow them, and could only watch them leave. After leaving the central room and passing through the winding corridor, In Yuanrong let go of In Yuanbo and said, "I suddenly remembered that I have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. When you get back, remember to tell your eldest brother and second brother for me." Seeing that he was about to leave, In Yuanbo hurriedly stopped him. It wasn't easy to catch him, so how could he let him go just like that? An idea suddenly came to his mind. He shamelessly said to In Yuanrong, "Sange, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I have something good to show you." "What is it?" In Yuanbo didn't have anything good to show him. He just wanted to keep him here. "That thing is interesting. You'll like it. Come with me." The servant couldn't help but remind him, "Young master, madam." "Madam? What madam?" In Yuanbo glared at him and turned to In Yuanrong. "My mother is afraid that us brothers will not take good care of you and neglect third brother." In Yuanrong said casually, "We're brothers. No need to be so polite. What is it? Take me to see?" Okay. In Yuanbo agreed. Seeing that the servant didn't move, he kicked the servant's butt and scolded, "What are you standing there for? Lead the way." The servant had been ordered to take In Yuanbo to the rear courtyard, but no one had told him what to do if there were other people with young master. In Yuanbo kicked him so hard that he couldn't think straight, and foolishly led the two to the rear courtyard. Yushu waited for the time it took to drink a cup of tea for Aunt Shui. Seeing that she didn't come out, she didn't rush her. She just waited and waited. Slowly, she felt stuffy. She wiped her forehead and sweat came out. It was autumn. One had to wear at least 2 layers of unlined clothing when going out. No matter how hot the sun was outside, one wouldn't sweat. Yushu took out a handkerchief to wipe her sweat as she stood up, and went around to the back of the room to look for Aunt Shui. Unsurprisingly, there was no one inside. There was a back door connecting the inner room to the corridor. Aunt Shui and the maidservant who led the way must have quietly left from here. She pulled the doorknob and found that the door was locked from the outside. Just then, she heard a not too loud "Kacha" sound in front of her. She turned around and quickly walked back to the front, only to find that the front door was also locked from the outside. The windows in the room were all closed, only letting in light but not wind. The front door and back door were both locked. There was no doubt that she was trapped here. In this situation, Yushu wasn't in a hurry to shout for help. She still couldn't figure out why Madame Yin had locked her in this room. How did Aunt Cui be persuaded by her to follow an outsider to harm her? She walked around the room a few times and looked at every corner, but she didn't find anything special. Yushu wiped her sweaty neck with a handkerchief and sat back on the chair irritably. She frowned. Why was it getting hotter and hotter? If she wasn't very clear-headed and there wasn't any strange smell in the room, she would really suspect that Madame Yin was so bold that she dared to drug her and wait for an opportunity to find someone to tarnish her innocence. If Madame Yin didn't have a pumpkin on her neck, she should know the consequences of doing this. Did she really treat her as her own maidservant and kill her indiscriminately? She was an official of the imperial court with a black veil on her head. Once something happened, how could she, the wife of an assistant minister, bear the responsibility? Yushu didn't think that Madame Yin was so stupid. The teapot on the table was empty. Soon, Yushu's mouth was dry and the back of her clothes was wet with sweat. Her close-fitting clothes were sticking to her body, making her feel sticky and uncomfortable. Yushu couldn't bear it anymore. She loosened her belt, took off her outer robe, threw it on the chair, took off her shoes, and stepped on the ground barefoot. Yushu looked down at the ground and walked back and forth a few steps. She sneered and said, "I was wondering why it was so hot." It turned out that there was a fire dragon under the ground. In her luxurious house on Baochang Street, there were several bedrooms with fire dragons under the ground. The porcelain pipes were buried under the floorboards. They would heat up the moment they were burned. Although the charcoal was useless, they could drive away the cold in winter. Ordinary rich people couldn't afford such things. The room was getting hotter and hotter. Yushu's chest and back were wet with sweat, and the makeup on her face was smudged. She pulled the chair under the window and sat on it with her legs curled up. She fanned herself with her clothes while thinking about Madame Yin's tricks. She didn't know how much time had passed. Just when she was about to faint from the heat, there was finally some movement outside the door. With a click, the lock was unlocked. Yushu immediately stood up. She didn't even bother to put on her shoes and ran to open the door to get some fresh air. She was about to suffocate to death. "Third brother, you said that you have something good to show me. Why did you bring me here?" "Haha, we're almost there. Don't worry." The voice was just in front of her. She could vaguely see figures. Yushu could tell that they were two men. Her mind turned quickly. In a flash, she closed the door in front of her with a bang. Such a loud sound alarmed Yin Yuanrong and Yin Yuanbua, who were not far away. They looked up at the tightly closed door in front of them and looked at each other. What happened just now? There seems to be someone. Let's go and take a look. The two of them came to the door one after another. As the owner, Yin Yuanbua went forward to push the door. He pushed it, but the door didn't move. He shouted unhappily, "Who's hiding inside? Come out! Why did you run when you saw young master? Did you do something bad, huh?" Yushu stood at the other side of the door with her hands against the door. Her face was black. The inside side of the door was not bolted, so it couldn't be locked from the inside. Her current appearance was indeed shameful. It was fine if her clothes were disheveled, but her chest and back were both wet. How could she let the two stinky brats see her? If she had a coat, she could still cover it, but she had taken it off just now, so she couldn't reach it. If she walked away, the people outside would be able to break the door and enter. If someone saw her in such a sorry state, they would go out and disturb the guests who were eating wine in the garden. Even if there was nothing wrong, people would still talk about it. She wasn't afraid of rumors, but she didn't like it when people casually made up stories. Damn it! Yushu heard that at least one of the people standing outside was the young master of the Yin family. Maybe it was the third young master who was so notorious that even dogs despised him. She instantly understood Mrs. Yin's plan. That woman was not willing to give up being her mother-in-law. "I told you to come out. Did you hear me?" Yin Yuanbua only thought that there was a servant hiding inside. He shouted several times, but no one answered. He felt embarrassed in front of Yin Yuanrong, so he kicked the door angrily. "Bastard, come out! But this good-for-nothing usually didn't practice martial arts, so he was not as strong as Yushu. He kicked hard until his legs were numb, but the door was still closed. In Yuanrong was amused. He held back his laughter and said to In Yuanbo, "Third brother, don't be angry. Let me do it." In Yuanbo reluctantly stepped aside. In Yuanrong turned his toes and was about to kick. As soon as he lifted his leg, he heard a cold voice coming from the door. "Who's outside? How dare you be so presumptuous?" It was a woman. In Yuanrong's ears pricked up, but his legs didn't move. He stared at the crack of the door and asked, "Who are you? Why are you hiding? Are you a thief?" Yushu took a deep breath and suppressed the anger that was about to erupt. She said, "I am the lady messenger Miaoling who was personally bestowed the title by the emperor. I am now a guest in your residence and am changing here. As men, how can you intrude into the backyard? This is ridiculous." In Yuanrong's eyes lit up when he heard the woman's angry and cold tone. He was not shocked by Yushu at all. Instead, he laughed at her. "What messenger Miaoling? You're hiding. I think you're a fake. Open the door and let me know who you are." After saying that, he pressed his hands on the door and pushed it forward. In Yuanrong was able to become the left deputy commander of the Yulin Royal Guards at the age of 20. In terms of martial arts, he was much stronger than In Yuanbo, who was always at a disadvantage in fights. The resistance of Yushu on the other side of the door was almost nothing to him. He exerted a little force and the door bounced open. Yushu staggered 2 steps back and fell to the ground. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and bent her legs. She raised her head and met In Yuanrong's piercing eyes with her angry almond-shaped eyes. She gritted her teeth and said, "Don't look at indecent things. If you look again, I'll poke your dog eyes blind." In Yuanrong was a little disappointed. He thought that the person behind the door was a stunning beauty. He didn't go to the Hibiscus Gentleman's Banquet on the 6th of June. Later, he heard people talking about this female fortune teller. They all praised her and always thought she was a special beauty. But as soon as Yushu spoke, he narrowed his eyes and the disappointment in his heart was instantly replaced by excitement. Chapter 673. After the feast, some guests took their leave. A few of them left in 2s and 3s. Madame In couldn't sit still anymore. It had been almost an hour since the mother and daughter left. There should have been some movement. She didn't want any accidents to happen. Just as she was thinking, a person rushed in from the corner door of the reception hall. Lady In saw that it was old maid Zhao, who she had sent to keep an eye on. From her expression, it seemed that something had happened. She was delighted and pretended not to see her. She turned her head away and waited for her to come forward. Unexpectedly, old maid Zhao didn't follow her previous instructions and shouted. Instead, she moved closer to her and whispered, "Madam, it's bad." Lady In thought that she was confused and frowned. However, when she heard the next sentence, she froze. Young Master Yuanrong went to the backyard with the third master. They saw Miss Yu's untidy appearance. Lady Yin's expression couldn't help but change. The people around saw it and asked, "What happened?" Lady In held her breath and swallowed it. She stood up and smiled at them. "It's nothing. There were a lot of guests today, so the gatekeeper didn't check carefully. A little thief sneaked in and was caught just now. I'll go see what happened. You guys sit first. Don't leave in a hurry. Wait for me to send you off when I come back." The guests didn't know the truth, so they all agreed. Lady In left with her people. As soon as she went out of the door and down the corridor, she turned her head and questioned old maid Zhao. "What did you do? Why did young Master Yuanrong go to the backyard?" She had been planning for today's matter for many days. After all, Yushu was an official, so it wasn't easy to control her. Fortunately, her mother, Xiaotsue, was a silly girl. After she introduced a few madams to her, she really thought that she was sincerely looking for a son-in-law from a noble family. According to her original plan, Xiaotsue coaxed the girl into that room and trapped her. Then she would burn Huolong and force her to take off her clothes. Then she would have someone bring Yuanbo over. When Yuanbo saw her untidy appearance, with his temper, he definitely wouldn't let it go. After that, old maid Zhao would go to the garden to find her, and expose the matter in front of the guests. half of the plan would be accomplished. It was a fact that her son had seen her in such a disgraceful state. As long as Yuenbo insisted that it was the lass who seduced him on purpose, the guests today would be biased towards the Yin family when the news got out. It would be the lass's fault for being indiscreet. With this in mind, no matter how important that lass's official position was, she would not be able to marry into a good family. She would not even be able to become a legal wife. Now that she had succeeded, all she had to do was wait for the storm to blow over. Then she could coax and scare Xiao Cui. In the end, this famous female fortune teller might even cry and beg to marry into her family. Lady Yin had made a good plan, but she had never expected that Yin Yuanrong would interfere. With the appearance of such a person, her entire plan was ruined. Old maid Zhao said timidly, "This servant also doesn't know. I clearly only asked third master to come to the back courtyard. So why did young master Yuanrong come along? This servant followed your instructions to lock and open the door, but third master didn't manage to kick the door open. Instead, young master Yuanrong broke through the door. Both of them saw Miss Yu's sorry state. Madam, what should we do now? Should we make this matter public?" Lady Yin clasped her hands together and twisted her fingers. After thinking it over again, she knew that she couldn't do it. She slapped old maid Zhao's face and angrily said, "Useless thing, shut up. Let's go, quickly take me there." Make it public? How could she make it public? Since Yin Yuanrong was involved, this matter could only be hidden. The third young master of the West residence was her eldest sister-in-law's favorite grandson. The old lady was extremely biased towards him. If she really did something dirty in her residence, even if she didn't do it on purpose, would the Prime Minister's estate believe her? They would definitely think that she had deliberately schemed against them. Just that powerful eldest sister-in-law alone wouldn't forgive her. When Lady Yin rushed to the backyard, Yin Yuanrong hadn't left yet. Yushu hadn't left in anger either. Together with Yin Yuanbo and the other two, they were sitting in the elegant room where the fire dragon had been burned, waiting for her, the mastermind. There were originally only 2 chairs in the room. Yushu had pulled one to the window earlier, and she was sitting there. She had already put her coat back on, covering her almost soaked inner clothes. Apart from her hair being a little messy, no one could tell that she had just been in the sauna for an hour. On the other chair, Yin Yuanrong sat with his legs crossed and one hand supporting his chin. He stared at Yushu without any scruples. Yin Yuanbo stood at the door and asked someone to bring a chair from next door. The room was too stuffy, and he couldn't stand the heat. Yushu's face was cold from beginning to end. She ignored everyone. Yin Yuanrong teased her for a long time, but she didn't even give him a cold look in return. However, he didn't give up. After a while, he took the initiative to strike up a conversation. "Are you really the female official who attracted the rain at the Water and Land Conference?" "I don't think so." "How old are you?" "Are you 15? Are you of marriageable age?" Yushu had washed her face with sweat and wiped off her makeup. Her curved eyebrows and flushed face made her look very young and tender. "Still angry? I told you I didn't do it on purpose. If you had said you weren't wearing clothes, I definitely wouldn't have barged in." He deliberately emphasized the words "not wearing clothes," hoping to provoke Yushu. Even if she quarreled with him, it would be more interesting than him talking to himself. "Say something. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you mute? Sai, how about this? Tell me clearly why you're hiding in this room without clothes. I won't tell anyone. If you won't say, then I'll just make a random guess." Are you admiring my reputation? Did you know that you would meet me today, so you didn't wear clothes in an attempt to seduce me? Isn't that right? I guess I'm right. You tacitly agree. Yushu didn't say anything, but in her heart, she silently slapped the mouth of this shameless man 100 times. Lady Yin walked to the door and happened to hear Yin Yuanrong's last 2 sentences. Her eyes flashed. "Mother!" Yin Yuanbo jumped up from his chair to greet her. Lady Yin pulled him back and pinched his palm hard, hinting for him not to speak. She stopped outside the door and muttered, "Why did you call Mother over in such a hurry? Didn't I tell you to stay in the front courtyard to entertain the guests?" As she spoke, she stepped into the room and looked around first. She looked at Yin Yuanrong, and then looked at Yushu. She forced out a surprised expression. Miss you, I didn't see you two return to the banquet in such a long time. I thought you two had left long ago. Why did you come here? Yushu looked at her coldly, pretending to be ignorant. She didn't move from her chair and slowly said, Shouldn't Madam know best why I'm here? Lady Een pretended to be confused. What do you mean? What do I know? Miss you, where's your mother? Why don't I see her? Yushu closed her eyes, took a deep breath and said, Lady Een, I just want to ask you, does your family want to become enemies with me today? It wasn't that she didn't do a divination before she left, but she didn't expect that a good divination would make her suffer a loss. She was careless. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have saved that bit of Tihu incense and wouldn't have made a fool of herself today. Right now, she was in someone else's territory, so she would be the one at a disadvantage if she caused trouble. She should leave first and then argue later. Hearing this, Lady Yin's face instantly turned serious and she said unhappily, I asked you what happened, but you refused to tell me. Why are you questioning me like this? I treat you as a guest, so don't go too far. Yushu nodded as if she had heard her answer. She pressed on the armrest and stood up. She lowered her head to rearrange the hem of her sleeves and said, If you respect me, I will respect you tenfold. Don't regret humiliating me today. After saying this, she flicked her sleeves and strode past the mother and son. She didn't look back. When had Lady Een ever been spoken to so harshly like this? She turned around and stared at Yushu's back as she walked away. She wanted to poke 2 holes in her back. She was extremely annoyed. If it weren't for Een Yuanrong's presence, she wouldn't have let her go so easily. On the other side, Een Yuanrong also came to a realization. He wasn't stupid, but he didn't understand the situation at the beginning. Just now, after hearing Yushu's words, he had a rough idea. Could it be that his aunt wanted to bring Een Yuanbua and that little girl together, but he ruined her plans? Een Yuanrong rubbed his chin and didn't want to stay any longer. He got up and bowed to the gloomy Lady Een. He chuckled and said, There's nothing for me to do here, so I won't disturb you anymore. I'll go back first. What else could Lady Een say? It couldn't be better that Een Yuanrong didn't ask about it. Her voice softened and she said apologetically, I invited you to my mansion for a wedding feast, but you met with such trash. I don't have the face to keep you here. You should go. Yuanbua, see your cousin off. Een Yuanbua followed Een Yuanrong reluctantly and left. Chapter 674. Aunt Chui was found in a pavilion in the corner of the garden. She was drunk, but she still remembered Madame Yin's instructions. After tricking Yushu into that room, she didn't immediately return to the banquet. Instead, she wandered here alone and fell asleep on the stone table. Old maid Zhao brought the sleepy Aunt Chui to Madame Yin. She didn't know that things had gone wrong, so she asked Madame Yin excitedly, What's wrong? Has it been done? Has Sanlang from the Prime Minister's mansion taken a fancy to my daughter? Madame Yin Deng refrained from slapping her in the face and scolding her for daydreaming. She turned her head and signaled old maid Zhao to guard outside the door in case anyone heard them. Why do you think concubine Chui would listen to her and trick her own daughter? Wasn't it because concubine Chui used Een Yuanrong's name to deceive her? Previously, concubine Chui had repeatedly praised concubine Chui, making her think that Yushu was now worthy of the nobility, but that her family background was holding her back. As a result, concubine Chui plotted today, forcing Een Yuanrong to come and propose marriage. Madame Yin Deng didn't expect that things would be so coincidental. Een Yuanrong really got involved by accident and messed up the plan. Why don't you go back and ask your good daughter what she did? Madame Yin said angrily. Aunt Chui sensed that something was wrong and became nervous. What did she do? Did she run away? Didn't she bump into the Prime Minister's young master? Madame Yin sneered and said, I did bump into her, but before I could act as a witness for her, she scolded me in front of my nephew and left with a flick of her sleeve. I can't afford to offend your precious daughter. With such a character, I don't dare to act as a matchmaker. Just take what happened earlier as my good intentions were in vain. Let's forget about it. You can go back now. Aunt Chui said with a red face. She was angry and embarrassed. She patted her thigh and said, That wicked girl, how dare, how dare. Madam, please don't be angry. I'll definitely teach her a lesson when I get back. I'll beat her to death. At this point, Madam Een had no patience to deal with her. She could only push the blame onto Yushu to smooth things over. She asked the mother and daughter to go back to the nest to fight among themselves. Since it was Aunt Chui who was involved, Madam Een could not put the blame on her. No matter how angry that girl was, Madam Een could not expose what happened today. Lady Een dismissed Aunt Chui fearlessly and turned to talk to her youngest son. She had to carefully remind him not to say a word about Een Yuanrong running into Yushu today. She didn't care about Yushu's reputation, but she was afraid that the sister-in-law of the West Mansion would make trouble for her. Aunt Chui returned home dejectedly. Suppressing her anger, she rushed to the north wing but was stopped by two maidservants who were guarding the door. Madam, please wait for a moment. Allow this servant to go in and inform her. Get away from me. I'm her mother. Do I need you to inform her if I want to see her? Aunt Chui pushed them away. It was the first time that the two little maidservants encountered such a thing. They were a little helpless and didn't dare to stop her. Then she broke in. It was funny that Aunt Chui had lived in this mansion for many days, but it was the first time that she took the initiative to come to Yushu's place. There were 2 suites in the north wing and more than 10 rooms. She didn't know which room was the one guarded by the maidservants. It was rare for her to be smart. She rushed to the one guarded by the maidservants. Get out of the way. Akiko Abe was standing outside the door. Since she recovered, she was called by Yushu to serve her. Yushu was not afraid of her strange things because she was very obedient. She liked her more than the 2 sisters who were bought from the supply house at a high price. Akiko Abe stood in the middle of the door and stopped Aunt Chui. Akiko Abe bowed and said in a low voice, Master is taking a bath in the inner room. Madam, go next door and drink some tea to calm down. Wait for Master to come out. Aunt Chui didn't listen to her. She reached out and pulled her. I'm her mother. Why haven't I seen her? Akiko Abe hugged her arm and knelt down in front of her. Then she whispered, Madam, please calm down. This servant deserves to die. No matter what mother she was, her master told her to guard the door. She had to guard it. She wouldn't let anyone go in. Aunt Chui was firmly held by her. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free. In a fit of anger, she slapped Akiko Abe's face. You little bitch, get out of my way. After being slapped, Akiko Abe's face was burning. But she didn't say anything and didn't let go. The noise in this room alarmed the busy servants in the courtyard. Some were washing clothes, some were cleaning, and some were taking a nap. They all ran out to see what was going on. When they saw concubine Chui's posture, they all knelt down and tried to persuade her to calm down. However, they were not as stubborn as Abe Kizo, who dared to pull their master. With such a noise, Yushu, who was in the room, heard it. She closed her eyes and sat in the bathtub. Then she rubbed the sticky discomfort on her body. After washing, she wrung her hair dry and wrapped it with a towel. Then she put on a dry and soft silk dress. She stepped on the wooden clogs and walked outside. There was a teapot and a pair of round peach blossom porcelain cups. The temperature of the water was just right. She poured a cup and sat cross-legged on the couch. Then she slowly drank it. After that, she let out a long sigh of relief. Then she aimed at the door. She raised her hand and threw the empty cup at the door. Bang! The outside of the room was quiet for a moment. Yushu stared at the door with a blank expression and said, Akiko, let her come in. Then the door was opened. Aunt Chui almost fell in. Her mouth was cursing. You are a group of slaves. You should be killed 1,000 times. You don't take me seriously. Each and every one of you should die. Bang! Yushu also threw the other cup. Aunt Chui was stunned. Go back to what you should do. The servants outside the room scattered like birds and beasts. In the blink of an eye, only Akiko Abe was left. Akiko, close the door and come to me. Akiko Abe obediently closed the door and quickly moved to the couch. Then, she silently knelt at her feet and bowed her head. Yushu lifted her chin and looked at her swollen face. This child was born with a fairer skin than ordinary people. The fingerprints on her face were particularly obvious. Fortunately, there were no scratches. Otherwise, Yushu would be distressed. She couldn't find a servant like her in the entire Doan dynasty. Aunt Chui saw that Yushu ignored her and cared about a servant. She couldn't help but feel depressed in her heart. Could it be that she, as a mother, was not as important as a servant? Yushu touched Akiko's head and made her kneel on the couch. Then, she looked up and talked to Aunt Chui. Why did you come back? At this moment, Aunt Chui was dizzy with anger. Her courage flew out and she screamed. I came back to settle accounts with you, you damn girl. I worked hard to arrange a good marriage for you, but it was all ruined by you. You even dare to scold the madam. What else do you not dare to do? She did something wrong, but she righteously blamed Yushu. Fortunately, Yushu had just taken a bath, so her anger had dissipated by half. Otherwise, she might have done something outrageous. Not knowing what kind of magic potion Madame Yin and Deng had fed Aunt Chui, Yushu simply didn't defend herself. She waited until she finished scolding and gasped for breath before she slowly said, You arranged a good marriage, but you lied to me to take off my clothes and wait for people to offend me? Aunt Chui angrily said. Is he an ordinary person? He is the son of the Prime Minister's mansion. His character and appearance are first class. He is a good husband that can't be found even with a lantern. What kind of noble person do you think you are? Will you lose a piece of your flesh if you let him see you? If you can marry into his family, you will burn incense for several lifetimes. You will smile even in your dreams. Why are you dissatisfied with a marriage that can't be found even with a lantern, ah? Her voice was so sharp that it almost pierced through the roof. Looking at her flushed face and fierce look, Yushu suddenly felt that it was very meaningless to argue with a woman like her. Even if she could persuade her today, she would still take the opportunity to be muddle-headed tomorrow. She knew that this person didn't learn her lesson. She was selfish, greedy, and only cared about profit. Perhaps to Yu Xiaoxiu, she still had some motherly heart, but to her own daughter, she was the culprit who caused her to be unable to climb into the young master's bed when she was young and beautiful, and had to leave her hometown to live a hard life. She couldn't love her from the bottom of her heart, so she didn't think about her and didn't even care about her life. Even if her food and clothes were given by Yushu, even if her face when she went out was given by Yushu, she wouldn't care about Yushu at all, because she felt that it was natural. In her view, these were all things that her daughter owed her. She enjoyed them with a clear conscience, and didn't feel the slightest bit grateful. If she was really an honest ancient woman with such a mother, who didn't hesitate to plot her daughter to take off her clothes in order to cling to the rich and powerful, then she would probably kill herself. Fortunately, this was not her mother. Fortunately, she had no feelings for this woman. All the tolerance and kindness she gave her was only for Yu Xiaoxiu, her younger brother. You want to be in-laws of the Prime Minister's Fu? Do you think that your current life isn't good enough? Yushu asked. Right now you have to have 10 sets of clothes made of fine cloth every season. I allowed it. You have to eat a table full of food and drink every time you have to drink bird's nest snow fungus. I also allowed it. That woman said that the clothes didn't have jewelry to match, so I spent several hundred taels to have a goldsmith make them and send them to you. Whatever you want, I will give it to you. What are you still dissatisfied with? Every time Aunt Chui heard her say this, her anger would weaken. In the end, she opened her mouth but couldn't be fierce anymore. She said with a lack of confidence and grievance, I'm doing it for your own good. Yushu shook her head and calmly told her, I don't need you to do what's best for me. Let me ask you, today at the assistant minister's Fu, have you ever thought that if I was forced to take off my clothes and the person I saw when I opened the door wasn't the young master of the Prime Minister's Fu, but a random manservant or a guest who accidentally barged in, and that person already has a family background, would I still want to protect my reputation and become someone else's servant or concubine? If this gets out and my reputation is ruined, there will be an imperial censor who will report me for misconduct and become a celestial commissioner. I will lose my salary and no one will curry favor with me. Think about it. Will you still be able to live such a luxurious life? Aunt Chui was stunned and her face slowly paled. People were like this. Rather than scolding and harming others, it was better to let her know that she almost harmed herself. Only then would she panic and know that she was wrong. I let you go out to relax and make friends, not to cause trouble for me. This time, you almost harmed the entire family. If I don't care about you, sooner or later, you will implicate us and we will all have to beg on the streets. For the sake of the entire family from now on, you don't need to leave this door. It's best to stay in your small courtyard and live the rest of your life in peace. Today's matter had finally exhausted Yushu's patience with Aunt Chui. From now on, she would not tolerate her even a little for Yu Xiaoxiu. Chapter 675. Aunt Chui came out of the north courtyard in a daze, and was escorted by 2 maidservants all the way to her Qing Shizhai. Because of Yushu's last words, she was so scared that she sobered up. This wasn't the end. Before dinner, Yushu sent Exiner to pass a message. She closed the door, and only told Aunt Chui. Young lady said that Madam must be cautious in the future in the Fu. Those dirty and insulting words of the past must not be spoken again. Although it's in our own home, we can't prevent the servants from secretly saying it. If it is spread outside, it will ruin our family's reputation. People will think that Madam is not benevolent and young lady is unfilial. The imperial censors in the court will have good ears. There will be many people in the capital who are jealous of our young lady's position as Celestial Commissioner. They will all look for opportunities to hit us when we are down. If we don't take advantage of it, it will be difficult to keep our reputation. At that time, even this residence will be taken back. We may have to live under someone else's roof, and rely on Madame He's family to live. After listening to these words, Aunt Chui was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. She didn't even have the strength to resist. Exiner passed the message and remembered her expression. She turned and left, returning to the north courtyard to pass the message to Yushu. After Madame heard it, her face turned pale. It seemed that she was very scared. She didn't say anything. This servant didn't stay there for long and came back. Yushu snorted. Concubine Chui's reaction was as she expected. Before, Concubine Chui often called her unfilial, and used this to threaten her. These days, Concubine Chui had been acting like a tyrant in the Fu, but Yushu had turned a blind eye and endured it. Aunt Chui only thought that she had grasped her weakness. She didn't know that Yushu didn't flare up because she was tolerating her. If she really wanted to shut her mouth, she had many ways. Exiner left and closed the door. She saw Liner standing not far away waiting for her. Jie, you went to Qing Yuzhai? Yes, I went there. Then did you really follow Master's instructions and teach Madame a lesson? When Yushu was instructing Exiner, she didn't try to hide it, so Lina heard every word. What lesson? What our master said is right. Exiner frowned and corrected her. Seeing her sticking out her tongue, she couldn't help but pat her head and whisper. You too. When did you go to Yindo's place to learn how to talk? You don't even make a sound. A few days ago, the 2 sisters had heard that Aunt Chui was behaving inappropriately and wanted to report it to Yushu. However, it was not good to bypass Yindo, the most senior servant in the North Xiang, so they decided to first tell her about the matter and let her decide how to report it to the master. Linaire was confused. I didn't say that. Didn't Big Sister say it? Exiner was startled. It wasn't her, nor was it Lin. Then when did Mistress know that Aunt Chui's actions weren't dignified? Was it Yindo who said it? Or was Master already aware of it and kept quiet? Thinking of the latter possibility, Exiner's face burned. She grabbed Lin's hand and couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. Jie, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Exiner smiled bitterly and shook her head. She didn't know how to tell her. She didn't know if the 2 of them had seen how smart they were before. It was really a case of being too smart for one's own good. Speaking of which, these past few days, Mistress didn't like having the 2 of them serve closely. Instead, it was Kuei who followed closely. Did Mistress think that they were slippery and didn't like them? The more Exiner thought about it, the more she felt that it was the case. It was too late for regrets. It would have been better to listen to Lin and go to Mistress to curry favor. Compared to offending Yindo and making Mistress hate them, that would be worse. Exiner thought about it and pulled Lin back to the room to tell her not to mention it. It was said that Assistant Minister Chiu Foreign of the Ministry of Works went to Madame Yin and Deng's wedding banquet and returned home. In the evening, she received a message from Yushu, asking her to make a list of the madams who went to the Yin mansion with her today. Yushu didn't say the reason, but Madame Chiu guessed that Madame Yin had offended her. She hesitated again and finally didn't refuse. One reason was for friendship, and the other was to protect herself. So after dinner, on the table in Yushu's study, there was a list of the guests of the Yin mansion, including relatives and friends. She copied it down and burned the list. Tonight, many families sneezed in their backyard. They didn't know which immortal they had offended, and were going to be unlucky. The next day, Yushu came to the Kunling Bureau. The first thing she did was to ask Wen Shaoan to take out all the official marriage documents that had been issued last month. Then she found several thick pedigrees of surnames in the library, and asked Wen Shaoan to look through the list she had copied last night. Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Yin Zhorong, check the children of his family who are waiting to be married. If there are none, check the close relatives of his family for 3 generations. Wen Shaoan was very skilled. He flipped through the genealogy of the Yen family with one hand and copied it with the other. In a few minutes, he clearly remembered how many children of Assistant Minister Yin's family were waiting to be married, and how many were waiting to be married. Zuolang of the Ministry of Revenue, the Yen family. Yushu read them one by one. In the whole morning, Wen Shaoan had made a list of nearly 100 people. After reading it, Yushu nodded with satisfaction. She waved her hand and ordered him, "Follow this list and find the relevant ones from the official marriage documents I approved. Remember the rest. If you see them in the future, separate them and give them to me separately." Wen Shaoan did not ask any nonsense. He immersed himself in sorting. Not long after, he brought more than a dozen documents to her table. These were all approved by her last month. They were all stamped with a big seal. They would be sent to each mansion in the middle of the month. Yushu checked them and confirmed that there were no mistakes. Then, she tore them one by one in front of Wen Shaoan, and threw them into the spittoon. She called Lu Hong, who was outside the door, to come in. "Find a corner and burn them." Lu Hong left with the spittoons. Yushu turned around and saw Wen Shaoan looking at her. She thought for a moment and explained to him, "These people offended me." Wen Shaoan turned around and went to work. Yushu felt strange. She stopped him and asked, "Aren't you going to persuade me?" Wen Shaoan said blankly, "Persuade what?" "Persuade me not to take revenge in public, or something like that." Wen Shaoan glanced at her with a hint of mockery. Although this guy was respectful to Yushu, he was never timid in front of her. He still had the same bad temper that she didn't like. "Whoever offended Lord deserves it. It has nothing to do with me. Since Lord has done it, you must be able to handle it. There is no need for me to say anything." Yushu asked for a rebuff. She touched the bridge of her nose and let him go. After a while, Lu Hong came back with a clean spittoon. "Lord, it has been burned clean. Well, put it away." After finishing this matter, Yushu felt comfortable all over. Yesterday, she was bullied in Yin's mansion and her liver was irritated. When she woke up this morning, there was a blister on the corner of her mouth. If she was not feeling well, others would not feel well either. These official marriage documents were usually issued once every 3 months. They didn't need to be examined by the right commander. Yushu had the right to decide when to issue them and whether or not they were married. She, the female imperial official, had the final say. Which yamen didn't have a few layers of secret channels. In the past, most of the female imperial officials made their fortune through this way. It was an old rule for many years to withhold the documents. If a family couldn't wait for the official to issue the documents, they would pay for it. If they met an ignorant family, they would even delay it for a year or so. Yushu had just entered the officialdom, so she had not been infected by the custom of taking people's money to eliminate disasters. When the previous batch of official marriage documents, she said that she would rather destroy 10 temples than destroy one marriage. She approved all the documents that could be approved at once. She had good intentions and didn't want to embarrass anyone. This time, it was Madame Yin and Deng who angered her. She burned the official marriage documents and waited for it to happen in the middle of the month. Anyone with eyes would know who she had offended, including the families close to Assistant Minister Yin's mansion. Although it was said that she was venting her anger, she actually wanted to slap Madame Yin and Ding in the face. If she dared to instigate concubine Chui to deceive her, she would make all her relatives and friends avoid their family from now on. Whoever was close to Madame Yin and Madame Deng would not be able to marry smoothly. In the evening, Yushu went to Wangji Tower. She was in a bad mood and wanted to find Shui Rui to drink to relieve her boredom. She didn't meet Shui Rui, but she ran into Jiang Mia. Jiang Mia had lived in Wangji Tower for a few days. The shopkeeper, Lin Fu, knew her identity and didn't dare to neglect her. He invited an old friend to the backyard and had tea in a private room downstairs. Hualan. Yushu called her by her little name. The two of them had gambled wildly at the Chui family's gambling house and became friends. Yushu liked her straightforward personality. She didn't look unfamiliar after not seeing her for a long time. Are you looking for my eldest brother? He's not here. Jiang Mia smiled and said, Why are you looking for him? I'm looking for you. Yushu stood next to her suspiciously and asked, What's the matter? Yes, a happy occasion. Jiang Mia took out a gilded invitation from her sleeve and handed it to her. It's my mother's birthday in 3 days. Please come as a guest. Yushu frowned. She felt uncomfortable when she heard that someone else was having a birthday celebration. She had just suffered a loss at Madame Yin and Ding's wedding banquet. Her anger hadn't subsided yet, and now she was here again. To tell the truth, she didn't want to go. Jiang Mia saw that her expression wasn't right and stopped smiling. She said unhappily, You don't want to come? Are you looking down on me? What are you talking about? Yushu said, It's you who is looking down on me. Jiang Mia sneered. How am I that snobbish? I invited you here because I like you as a friend. All the girls in Shangjing are lovey-dovey. Only you and I have the same taste. That's why I personally came here. If you don't want to come, then so be it. There's no need to say such self-deprecating words. Yushu was speechless. How was she self-deprecating? Wasn't it just a casual remark? Fine, this person really wasn't someone who could be joked about. I'll go. She accepted the invitation. She didn't want to lose this friend just because of a moment of unhappiness and willfulness. Only then did Jiang Mia smile happily. After chatting with her for a while, she left in a hurry. Yushu couldn't wait for Shui Rui. She drank half a pot of wine to drown her sorrows, and then went to sleep at Wangji Building. As a result, when she woke up the next day, there was another big blister in her mouth. Whenever she opened her mouth, she would feel a sharp pain. Yushu was very depressed. In the morning, she went to the Celestial Commissioner's office to check in. After handing over a few official matters to Wen Shaoan, she patted her butt and left. The people in the office pretended that they didn't see her slip away. Jing Chun, the chief officer, was very secretive all day long. For a high-ranking official like Yushu, who could say anything bad about her? Yushu didn't take a sedan chair. When she went out, Su Qing brought a horse. She mounted Little Red and led 2 bodyguards to parade through the street. She didn't even change her official robe. She only untied the top of her black muslin hairpin. The people on the roadside all bowed their heads to make way for her. They didn't recognize the patch on her shoulder, but they knew that she was a female master. When they came to Qianyuan Street, it was crowded and lively. The shops along the street were bustling with business everywhere. Peddlers and servants were peddling to and fro. When Yushu saw something interesting, she asked Lu Hong to buy it. However, she didn't visit the shops. She didn't get off the horse until she arrived at the treasure house under the name of the Tai Hung Chamber of Commerce. There was a fair-skinned young shop assistant standing outside the treasure house. When he saw Yushu get off the horse, his eyes lit up. He hurriedly went forward and bowed to invite her in. This lowly one greets official Yu. You're early today. Yushu had come to see Pei Jing several times, so the doorman recognized who she was. Yushu threw a silver coin at him and walked into the hall with her sleeves tucked up. She went directly to the second floor. The shopkeeper left the customers who were looking at the goods, picked up the corner of his robe, and trotted to catch up. Lord Yu, you have time to come and play today, ah? Coincidentally, head steward Pei isn't in the shop today. How about I accompany you to take a look? In this day and age, there were several levels of difference between businessmen and officials. Only people like Pei Jing, who came from the Department of Mathematical Analysis, had a better situation. Everyone else had to smile and salute when they saw an official. It's not a problem. I'm just looking around. If you're busy, then go do what you need to do. The shopkeeper smiled. What's there to be busy about? Aren't I idle right now? A new batch of treasures arrived from the south. They haven't been recorded yet. Can you take a look? If there's anything that catches your eye, then I'll keep it for you. Once it's recorded, I'll send it to your residence. He knew this young mistress. Right now, she was the one who was in charge of the crystal stone business in their shop. Every month, they received tens of thousands of strings of credit. All of it depended on this young mistress's support. She was the god of wealth, so how could he not serve her carefully? All right, go and get it. Yushu's mouth hurt as soon as she opened it, so she tried to say as few words as possible. There were several rooms on the second floor, some big and some small. Each room had a tea table. There was no door, only a bamboo curtain to cover it. Not only did it respect the customers, but it also showed that the shop had windows in the north and south, so it was spacious and bright. Yushu was naturally invited to the innermost room. As soon as she sat down, good tea and water were served. There was a plate of sweet fruits and a plate of peeled walnuts and almonds. It wasn't much, but it was very considerate. However, Yushu had blisters in her mouth, so she couldn't eat anything. She only took the fragrant tea and took small sips to moisten her throat. The shopkeeper slipped away quickly. Yushu walked around the room with her hands behind her back. She looked at the things on the treasure-snatching grid. Gold carvings, jade horses, drinks, they were all real things. When she came a month ago, these things weren't there. It seemed that they were all newly added. This treasure house had made a fortune from selling crystals, but it was all on Pei Jing's account. The profit was also their own. After waiting for a while, the shopkeeper did not return. Instead, someone came in from the next room. It was quite a commotion. The wall was not soundproof, so when the customer who just came over spoke, she could hear it clearly. I heard that your shop sells a crystal stone that can attract wealth and ward off evil spirits. Bring it here and let me have a look. It was a woman. Yushu found the voice familiar. She took a few steps towards the foot of the wall. This time, it was the shop assistant who served the customers who replied, Miss, if you want to appreciate the crystal, you have to wait until the 15th of this month to come to the shop. It was the woman's soft voice again. I'm not looking at you for nothing. Just bring it here, I'll buy it. The shop assistant said, if you want to buy crystal, you have to place an order first and pay half of the deposit first. At the end of the month, you can come back to get your queue number. But I have to say, the latest queue number will be 3 months later. I don't know if you can wait that long. The woman paused and then said, do you have ready-made crystals? I'm willing to pay 5 times the price. Chapter 676. The crystals in the treasure house were very popular. Pei Jing sent his confidant to the south to purchase a large number of raw crystal stones, and returned to the capital last month. If Yushu was willing, she could supply him with enough purified crystal stones, but Pei Jing did not intend to do so. He and Yushu agreed to receive the orders first, and then use 50% of the total orders of the month as the output. The remaining 40% would be delayed to the next month, and the month after that. In this way, the shortage of crystal stones was ensured, and the price would only rise and not fall, so that this business could be operated for a long time. The big boss behind the Taiheng Chamber of Commerce was not an ordinary person, so he was not afraid that someone would force his way in. There was never a lack of rich people in Anling City. Now there was one next door who was willing to pay 5 times the price to buy the crystal stones. The assistant who accompanied the guest could not make the decision, so he asked the guest to wait for a while and asked the shopkeeper. Hearing this, Yushu could not help but feel suspicious. Just then, the shopkeeper came in with a few trays. Seeing her standing at the foot of the wall, he was about to say something, but she raised her hand and stopped him. She whispered, "Put down the things, I have something to ask you." The shopkeeper understood and asked the servant to put down the trays quietly. He waved his hand and left, following Yushu to the other side of the compartment. Who is the person next door? Go and ask, and then come back to me. Okay, I'll go now. The shopkeeper hurried out, and about a moment later he came back and reported to Yushu. My lord, there is a girl next door with 2 servants. The carriage is waiting outside the door. This girl seems to have a bad leg, so they made a soft frame and carried her up. Yushu asked about her appearance and confirmed that it was Shui Yun. She could not help but guess her purpose. If she only wanted to buy crystal stones, she could have asked the servants to do it. Why did she drag her 2 broken legs and go through a lot of trouble to come here personally? For some reason, Yushu always felt that Shui Yun was vaguely coming for her. That lady is willing to pay 5 times the price. I want to see the goods today. Sir, do you want to sell them? The shopkeeper asked Yushu for instructions. Although there had been many customers who were willing to pay a high price to buy the goods, Boss Pei had stipulated that they could only sell them in private. However, if Yushu asked, they could make an exception. The shopkeeper thought that Yushu knew the people next door, so he was trying to be clever. Yushu understood what he meant. She snorted and said, I'll sell it. Why wouldn't I sell it? But 5 times is not enough. You go and tell her that if she wants the stock, she has to pay 10 times the price. Otherwise, she has to wait for 3 months. How about this? If she agrees, don't give her anything big. Just pick a few yellow and white crystal bracelets and let her choose. He was not afraid that she would buy it, but he was afraid that she would not be able to afford it. The shopkeeper was also a smart person. Hearing this, he knew that he had misunderstood. It turned out that the neighbor next door was not this lady's friend, but her enemy. After thinking for a while, he agreed to it. Yushu sat and waited for the sound next door. When she heard someone talking, she walked to the foot of the wall. The shopkeeper raised the price to Shui Yin according to what she said. Shui Yin agreed without much hesitation. In the end, she took the 2 yellow and white crystal bracelets at 10 times the price. The white crystal bracelets were priced at 300 taels. The price of the yellow crystal bracelets had risen to 400 taels last month. In other words, Shui Yin had spent 7,000 taels to buy 2 crystal bracelets that cost less than 20 taels. Yushu leaned against the wall and laughed. No matter what Shui Yin wanted, she had earned this money. There was no reason to reject it when it was delivered to her door. However, this junior sister Shui Yin really did not lack money. She was not like her silly senior brother, who lost his travel expenses as soon as he went down the mountain, and was reduced to sleeping in the wild. The other side paid the bill, and got the things in their hands. They were not in a hurry to leave. Instead they asked around, "Shopkeeper, let me ask you." "Yes, Mississippi." The shopkeeper put away a stack of banknotes and smiled politely. "This crystal gem is only available in your shop, right?" "That's right. There are hundreds of shops in Anling City, but only the treasure house under the name of our Taihung Chamber of Commerce sells it. You can't find other shops." "I heard that this thing was raised by the great divination girl this year. Is it true?" This was not a secret. When the crystal was first put on the shelves, Pei Jing used this as a gimmick, so the shopkeeper did not hide it. "Yes, because our treasure house's shopkeeper Pei is a close relative of official Yu, so." On the other side, Yushu sneered. Look, she knew it was coming for her. Shuiyin did not ask much. After confirming that the crystal was Yushu's work, she asked someone to carry her downstairs. The shopkeeper sent her away and returned to the second floor to report. He handed a stack of banknotes to Yushu and smiled apologetically. "Lady, would you like to take this money first or leave it for us to settle the accounts?" If Yushu had not asked, he would not have dared to accept 10 times the money. Because it was an exception, he would have to give an explanation if Chief Pei asked. "All right, keep it and keep the accounts. If my uncle asks, tell him that I was the one who asked him to do the transaction." Yushu waved her hand. Pei Jing would show her the accounts at the end of every month. The two of them would split the profits equally. She was not so short-sighted. The shopkeeper chuckled in his heart. He thought about the big red packet he would get at the end of the month. Chief Pei had never been a stingy person. He did not forget his subordinates when there were benefits. Go and pick a set of crystal jewelry from the shop. I don't want any other colors. I want purple and red. Yushu instructed. She was going to Prince Dongjing's residence in 2 days. The birthday gift for Duchess Wei could not be too shabby. A set of crystal jewelry would be sold at double the price. She could buy it directly from Jubao Pavilion. She took a set of red and a set of purple. Yushu had never seen Duchess Wei's wife before, and did not know which one was suitable for her. She took them all away, and went back to look for Shui Rui later. An hour after Shui Yin left, Yushu also came out of Jubao Pavilion. The shopkeeper respectfully sent her on the horse. He was very respectful when he saw the 2 armed guards accompanying her. He watched them leave before turning back to the shop. Lady, where are we going now? Back to the yamen or the residence? Lu Hong asked. Go to the Supreme Court, and look for your master Shui. It was not time for lunch yet. Yushu waited on the street opposite the Supreme Court yamen. She did not let the guards go in to look for Shui Rui. It was not appropriate for her to abduct Shui Rui from work from time to time. At noon, Shui Rui came out from the front door with a few colleagues and subordinates behind him. They had changed into casual clothes and looked like they were going for a drink. Yushu was not a shy person. She did not hide. She rode on the horse and stroked Little Red's big head, waiting for Shui Rui to find her. Shui Rui saw Yushu and the others when he walked down the doorstep. He apologized to his colleagues. Brother Zhou, Brother Li, I'm afraid I can't get together today. I have something to do and will leave first. Let me treat you another day. The 2 interrogators were older than him, but they wouldn't put on airs in front of him. After teasing him for a while, they let him be. As he watched Shui Rui walk towards the opposite street, Magistrate Li had good eyesight. When he saw the woman on the horse, he exclaimed in surprise. Isn't that the Celestial Commissioner's supplement? Who is this lady? Don't you know Lord Zhou? He, that person is the renowned emissary Miao Ling, the one who was commended by His Majesty during the Water and Continent Conference. Our Lord Shui and this emissary are sworn siblings, so I'm afraid she has come here for something. Oh, I see. Lord Li looked over and observed Yushu's words and behavior. She had an extraordinary temperament and a decent appearance. He had an idea and asked his colleague, Is this lady married? Immediately, a very good colleague laughed at him. Old Li, I know you are worried about your younger brother's marriage. You ask everyone you meet, but you have to see if they are a good match. This messenger Yu is currently serving as the Celestial Commissioner. She reached the 5th rank at the age of 10. It's rare to see a female official. Moreover, His Majesty has personally seen her. There are many people who have their eyes on her. How can you have a chance? Hearing this, Lord Li felt a little guilty, but he was not convinced and said, What's not a good match? My younger brother is also a talented man with a clean family background. 3 generations of my family have been officials. It's just that my mother passed away early, which delayed my younger brother's marriage. In this year's imperial examination, he also ranked on 2 lists. Next month, he will be assigned to the Ministry of Appointments. He has a bright future. Many matchmakers came to my house, but my wife refused. The others didn't argue with him, so they teasingly said, Since that's the case, why don't you wait for Lord Shui to come back and ask him? Lord Li thought it was feasible, so he immediately decided to find an opportunity to ask in the next 2 days. He also wanted to find out more about Miss Yu's character. On the other side, Shui Rui was talking to Yushu. Suddenly his eyelids twitched, so he said to her. Yushu giggled and said, When we get back, I'll calculate for you. Don't let it be a romantic disaster again. Chapter 677. When Shui Rui heard that Jiang Mia personally sent an invitation to Yushu, his expression was a little strange. Seeing that she specially went to pick out a gift today, he didn't know how to explain it to her. Madame Wei, who quietly entered the capital, unexpectedly held a big birthday banquet. It could be said that she had ulterior motives. It was said that with Princess Changshu's presence, many prestigious families in Anling City accepted the invitation and made sure to bring young ladies of suitable age from their residences. Even their Shui residence was no exception. The day before yesterday, his grandfather even called him over and told him to bring Jinxuan. Shui Rui would never let his precious sister marry to Ningdong City, which was far away from Tianhan, even if he had a good relationship with Prince of Dongjing. Shui Lingnan obviously had the same intention. Shui Jinshuan's family background was good, but with her appearance and temperament, Madame Wei would not like her. So it was a good thing to bring her along. But Shui Rui hoped that he was overthinking, and that Jiang Mia invited her on a whim and not with ulterior motives. Big brother, you have met Madame Wei before. Help me decide which set of red crystals or purple crystals is suitable to give away. Yushu opened 2 square brocade boxes. On the soft velvet cloth laid out were a full set of crystal jewelry of 2 colors. There were hairpins, nails, earrings, bracelets, pendants, and rings. There were a total of 6 pieces. The luster of the jewelry and the craftsmanship of the carving were all rare and very presentable. Shui Rui put his mind at ease and smiled at her. Madame Wei is from the prestigious Wang family of Shandong. Her birth mother was the late emperor's sister, Princess Yao Guang. She married the previous prince of Dongjing and lived far away in Ningdong for 30 years. She does not care about trifles and is magnanimous and dignified. The red set is too sharp, so choose this set of purple. Yushu nodded. If not for Shui Rui telling her, she would not have known that Jiang Mia's mother was the cousin of the current emperor. I will listen to you. Yushu put away the purple set and took the red set outside. She instructed Su Qing to send it back to the treasure house, so that she wouldn't forget it later. After saying a few more words, the corner of her mouth twitches in pain. Yushu hurriedly takes a cup of tea and drinks it. Shui Rui sees her secretly gritting her teeth on the way back. He only thinks that she is suffering from the wind while sitting on the horse. Now he feels something is wrong and asks, "What happened to your mouth?" Yushu got angry at the mention of this. She gulped down a few mouthfuls of tea and said, "I've been suffering from internal heat for the past 2 days. My mouth has blisters, and it hurts whenever I speak." When Shui Rui heard this, he reached out to pinch her chin and said, "Let me see." Yushu tried to dodge but failed. She could only open her mouth to let him see. Just inside the corner of her mouth, Shui Rui saw it at a glance. 2 sesame-sized fire bubbles, white from the heat, and close to each other. No wonder she bared her teeth. "You have internal heat. Have you taken your medicine?" Yushu said guiltily no. He frowned and got up to go outside. He called Guiqi and gave some instructions. After a while, she saw the cook Xiuqing wiping her hands and coming to the door. She didn't even take off her apron. "Miss, what's wrong?" Xiuqing invited Yushu to the couch and sat down to feel her pulse. She looked at her mouth ulcers and turned to Shui Rui and said, "Don't worry, young master. It's okay. I'll go ahead to write a prescription and ask Guiqi to get the medicine." Shui Rui nodded and said, "Change to a few light dishes for lunch. Remove the fish and shrimp soup and stew some soup to relieve internal heat. Serve it after the meal." Xiuqing agreed one by one, then hurriedly left. She was the head chef of this Wangji restaurant. Without her, the kitchen would be in chaos for even a moment. Shui Rui didn't hide it from her. Yushu already knew that the people working in Wangji restaurant were all capable people. The cook knew how to treat illnesses and get medicine. The people who swept the floor and sprinkled water were all martial arts masters. Once, when she woke up early, she saw the usually naive Ah Ping holding a broom. He stepped on the wall and flew to the roof of the 3rd floor to sweep the fallen leaves. She was so shocked that she held back her urine. She really didn't know where Shui Rui recruited these weirdos. She never asked him, but hid this curiosity in her heart. After closing the door, Shui Rui came back and sat beside her. He stared at her for a while and suddenly sighed. He reached out and pulled her into his arms. He said in a low voice, "What can't you discuss with me? Why do you have to be anxious alone? You're too competitive." She was not a broad-minded person. For her to be so angry without any reason, she must have encountered something troubling her. It was also his fault. These days he couldn't let go of the knot in his heart. He intentionally or unintentionally avoided seeing her. Yushu hadn't been close to him for a long time, so she was a little shy. But when she heard his gentle voice, she couldn't bear to push him away. She put her hands on his knees and leaned against his shoulder. "I can solve it myself. Why should I trouble you?" She didn't say it, but don't think that she didn't care about him. The official business of the Supreme Court was much busier than that of the Celestial Commissioner. She only needed to sit and work every day. Once he encountered a case, he had to run around. He had to listen to trials in court and torture in prison. Wasn't it more tiring than her? Moreover, she didn't dare to tell him about the embarrassing thing that happened at Assistant Minister Yin's residence. In the end, Xue Rui didn't ask her. He hugged her shoulder and temporarily solved his yearning for a few days. When he heard the knock on the door, he let go. Yushu quickly sat up and tidied her hair. Only then did she call for someone to come in and serve the dishes. She was deceiving herself. She didn't know that the people of Wangji Tower had already guessed the relationship between the two of them. They were just willing to be blind. In the blink of an eye. It was the day of Madame Wei's birthday. Yushu didn't have a rest today. In the morning, she went to Kuenling Bureau as usual and approved a few documents before leaving. Because she wanted to return to the residence to change, she didn't make an appointment with Xue Rui. A little before noon, Yushu's sedan chair arrived at Huiting Street. The road ahead was blocked. Lu Hong asked her outside if she wanted to wait for a while, or get down to walk. Yushu thought that she wasn't a noble person, so she got down the sedan chair and waved at Abe Kizo, who was riding a mule behind her. The child quickly got down and trotted forward. "Master, take the congratulatory gift and follow me." The sedan chair bearers found a place to rest. Yushu took a maidservant and 2 guards through the streets that were congested with carriages and horses, and arrived at the entrance of the Prince of Dongjing's residence. The Jiang family was a marquis with a different surname. They had been guarding outside for many years. This residence had been empty for many years, but it didn't seem to be in dire straits today. Bright red lanterns were hung up in broad daylight. A pair of white jade lions reclining in front of the door was scrubbed clean, and specially tied with red silk around their necks. A scarlet carpet was laid on the doorstep and extended to the middle of the road. It was a festive scene. The person welcoming the guests at the door wasn't an ordinary person. There were only women in the residence, so it wasn't appropriate for them to receive guests in the front yard. Thus, Madame Wei invited a cousin of Lu's clan, Duke of Guangping, Lu Deong, to stand at the door. Although the Duke was almost 40 years old, he had to call Madame Wei little aunt in terms of seniority. When Yushu saw the unfamiliar face at the door, she cleverly took a few steps back. When other guests came forward to greet him, she realized that he was a second-ranked duke. She led Abe Queasy up the stairs, handed over the invitation, reported her name, and paid respects to the door god. After the Duke of Guangping saw the invitation, he couldn't help but take note of it. He smiled amiably and said, "So this is Maidyu. I didn't expect you to be so young. I've always loved to learn and be mysterious. I respect people like Maidyu the most. When I send the invitation to your residence, you must come." Yushu thought that he was just being polite, so she replied humbly. After entering the door, she was led to the backyard by a maidservant because she was a female guest. Along the way, she met a few familiar faces and exchanged pleasantries. There was a man-made lake in the east of the garden of the Prince of Dongjing's mansion. There were pavilions on the lake, and the banquet was placed in the middle of the pavilions. There were no less than 100 tables, and there were really a lot of people. Yushu was invited to a table in the middle. Before she sat down, she looked around for traces of Xue Rui. Yesterday, Xue Rui asked her to help the aunt of the Xue family bring Xuejin to the banquet. Today, Xue Rui stayed in the front yard and asked Yushu to take care of his younger sister. Yushu was duty-bound. Xue Rui's younger sister was also her younger sister. She was looking at others, but someone behind her saw her first. Xian Lu and Situ Qinglan were sitting together, separated by 2 carved railings. Xian Lu pointed to the east and said, "Lan Lan, look, isn't that the Lotus House?" Situ Qinglan turned her head, and the smile on her face faded a little. She said, "It seems to be her." Xian Lu pulled her and said, let's go find her." Situ Qinglan sat still and persuaded her. "The banquet is about to start, don't run around." Xian Lu was reluctant. Her mother was sitting on the side, talking to Mrs. Qin and couldn't care about her. Qin Yuero was also there. If she didn't take this chance to find the Lotus House, she wouldn't be able to escape when the banquet started. Forget it, if you don't want to go, I'll go. Wait, look. Situ Qinglan pulled her and pointed to Yushu. They saw a tall girl wearing a fiery red beard and a fiery red crown stride towards Yushu and affectionately put her arm around her shoulder. The two talked and laughed as they went to the main table together. They all knew who the fiery girl was. She was Prince of Dongjing Jiang Huaying's younger sister, the Pearl of Madame Wei, Princess Chunwei Jiangmia. Sit down. Situ Qinglan sneered and said to Xian Lu, how can she see us? Xian Lu pouted and sat down. She turned her head and stared at Situ Qinglan. What do you mean by that? Situ Qinglan shook her head and didn't say anything. Xian Lu was stubborn and said in a low voice, don't think I don't know. You're blaming her for not going to your birthday celebration. I told you long ago that she's in the government office. She must be so busy that she forgot. You didn't go and ask her, so you're blaming her first. Situ Qinglan's face stiffened. She wanted to refute but couldn't say anything. She could only smile bitterly and look up at Yushu's back. She couldn't tell if she was sad or envious. It was her birthday in late July. She had invited Yushu early, and she had promised to come. Who knew that on that day, Yushu wouldn't come even after waiting for a long time? After that, her cousins in the family laughed at her behind her back. How could she feel good? All right, don't think too much. We'll find a chance to ask her later. Xian Lu thought that she understood Yushu and didn't want Situ Qinglan to misunderstand her. While the two were talking, Yushu had already been led by Jiangmia to greet Madame Wei and introduced her. Mother, this is the Miss Yu I mentioned to you before. She's the first friend I made in the capital. You can call her Lotus Fong. She didn't mention Yushu's official position or her title. She just casually brought her to Madame Wei. Madame Wei glared at her daughter before turning around and smiling kindly at Yushu. She said, my daughter isn't particular about etiquette. It must have been hard for you to play with her. You must have suffered a lot from her. Good child, do you have a small name? Or should I call you Lianfang? Yushu agreed. Madam can call me Lotus Fong. Chapter 678. The scene of Yushu being led to the main seat by Jiangmia was noticed by many. For country foreign's birthday banquet, all the foreign and Tai who had women of suitable age in their fu had brought their daughters. Everyone knew what country foreign was planning. Some came excitedly and some were unwilling. For some people, it was a good thing that they couldn't even dream of to be able to hug the thick thigh that was Dongjing Wang Fu. The Jiang family had controlled a large army to defend the northeast for several generations. They had wealth and power. If the family could have a Wang Fei, even if it was a different surname, it was enough for them to be proud. Princess Changshu had personally come out to take care of it. This clearly showed that the emperor placed great importance on Prince Dongjing's marriage. But these people definitely didn't include the Count's Rui family. While country foreign was recuperating, it wasn't convenient for her to take her daughter out. Rin Ruishir, the married daughter, had brought her younger sister Rui Zizhu to the birthday. Other families might have brought their daughters to let country foreign look at them. But Rin Ruishir knew very well that they were just here to go through the motions. The daughter of the Rui family couldn't marry into the Jiang family, and Ruishir couldn't marry into the Jiang family. Everyone else was kept in the dark, but Rin Ruishir had received Empress Rui's orders. The Jiang family must not be too close. Previously, Jiang Huaying had privately stationed troops in Ningdong City, and had hundreds of thousands of garrisons. Thus, Emperor Zhaoqing summoned Lady Wei and her daughter to the capital. On one hand, it was to beat down King Dongjing's rebellious heart, and on the other, it was to restrain the Jiang family's wild ambitions. Empress Rui helping country foreign pick a daughter-in-law was just a way to appease the Jiang family. It wasn't that Emperor Zhaoqing wanted the officials in Jing to be close to the Jiang family. Quite the opposite, he didn't want to see such a situation. Therefore, the daughter that married into the Jiang family today would become an abandoned chess piece in the future. The daughters of the Count of Zhongyong Fu had always been precious. How could they be lost here? Rin Ruishir watched coldly as Yushu was brought forward by the Jiang family's little Junju. Ha, she really can't be missing anywhere. A jumping clown dared to try and get everything. She really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. De Jia. Rue Zizhu, who was beside Madame Ren, heard her talking to herself and looked to the east, vaguely guessing who she was talking about. Zhu, when the banquet starts, don't wander around. If someone asks you a question, just smile and don't speak carelessly. Do you understand? Madame Ren reminded her sister. She was afraid that Madame Wei would take a fancy to her outstanding appearance. If old Foreign went to the palace to beg, even the Empress would not be able to refuse. Rue Zizhu nodded obediently. She couldn't help but look at Yushu with some envy. She thought to herself, I'm the daughter of the Earl's mansion, but I don't have as much freedom as that female official. I can be friends with whoever I want, and I don't have to care about what other people think. Lady Wei and Princess Chang Shu sat on the seats of honor, and on both sides of the table were noblewomen. Jiang Mia wanted to pull Yushu to sit with her, but she tactfully refused. Jiang Mia couldn't force her, and could only send her back to her seat before returning to Lady Wei's side. If it was someone else, they would definitely be flattered to the point of not knowing what to do. However, Yushu felt that Jiang Mia was a little strange today. How should she put it? She seemed to be too enthusiastic towards her. Yushu didn't think that she had that level of charisma. If they were to talk about friendship, it was just that after challenging the Cui family's gambling house together, they progressed from dislike to friendship. They were far from being intimate. Then there must be another reason for her special treatment just now. Wasn't there a saying that one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions? Yushu was vigilant, so she didn't move closer to Lady Wei. She returned to her seat, and pretended to be unaware of the curious gazes around her. She looked around and finally found Xue Jinshuan's petite figure not far away. The Xue family didn't have many people. The one who brought Xue Jinshuan out today was Xue Rui's second aunt, Madame Xian. Although Madame Xian was the wife of the assistant minister, and the daughter-in-law of the prime minister's residence, she didn't sit at the VIP seats. It was likely that Lady Wei had purposely arranged this. Firstly, no one knew about Jiang Huaying and Xue Rui's friendship. Secondly, Empress Rue and noble consort Xue were fighting in the palace. With Princess Chang Shu present, second Madame Xue could only sit at the back. Second Aunt Xue was arranged to sit in the same pavilion as her sister-in-law, second Madame Xian. She didn't feel lonely and didn't forget that her niece was afraid of strangers. It just so happened that Xian Lu was present, so he pointed at her and asked Xue Jinshuan, "Does Sanyang know who this is?" Xue Jinshuan lowered her head and didn't speak. There were too many people here. She wanted to go home. But her older brother told her to obediently follow her second aunt and not cry. Her older brother also said that older sister Yu was also here, and that she didn't need to be afraid. Second Aunt Xue felt a bit awkward. Xian Lu embarrassedly answered, "Younger sister of the Xue family doesn't remember me? When we were young, we flew kites together." Ever since that case 3 years ago, Xue Jinshuan had almost never appeared on such occasions. The young misses of the various families all privately said that she was the one who killed the emperor's beloved daughter, the 10th princess. They avoided her like the plague, let alone taking the initiative to visit her to play. As a result, she didn't even have a good friend among her peers. Hearing Xian Lu's words, Xue Jinshuan quietly raised her head and glanced at her. She bit her lips and didn't say anything. Xian Lu was very bored. He rubbed his head and turned his head to whisper to Situ Qinglan. Seeing Xue Jinshuan's lonely appearance, the looks in the eyes of the people around her changed. Whether they were gloating or sympathizing, they just didn't show it. Second Aunt Xue naturally knew what these people were thinking, but she couldn't do anything. That last Jinshuan had been like this for a day or two. Even her own mother couldn't do anything about it, so how could she worry about it? Xue Jinshuan sensitively noticed that everyone was looking at her. She was so nervous that her palms were sweating. She lowered her head even more. Her eyes were sore. She wanted to cry but was afraid of being seen. Seeing this scene, Yushu was hesitant whether to go over or not. Now she didn't think much and got up and walked over there. "Mrs. Xue, Aunt Xian, please excuse me." It was the first time for second Aunt Xue to see Yushu, but second Mrs. Xian was familiar with her. Seeing Yushu greeting her, She hurriedly got up with a smile and said, I just saw you go over there, so I didn't call you. Who's at your table? Why don't you sit here and don't leave? Yushu was arrogant but also looked down on people. Although second Aunt Xian's status was not as high as that of Madame Yin and Deng, she was the mother of her best friend, Xian Lu, so she bowed to second Aunt Shui as a junior. Second Aunt Shui was Shui Rui's aunt and also an elder. That's good. I'll ask someone to get some cups and chopsticks. Yushu sat down and waved for a maid to come over. There were many people at the banquet, so it was no big deal to change seats. When Shui Jinshuan heard Yushu's words, she was delighted. She looked up at her and saw Yushu secretly winking at her. The little bit of tears just now suddenly disappeared. Her brother didn't lie to her. Sister, you really came. Is this the female envoy who was given a title by the emperor? Second Aunt Shui looked at Yushu. Second Aunt Xian pursed her lips and said with a smile, That's her. Don't be an outsider. In fact, she also has to call you second aunt. Second Aunt Shui didn't react, but Yushu took the initiative to say, Mrs. Shui, you may not know this, but I and the eldest brother of the Shui family are close friends. She had to mention her relationship with Shui Rui to cover up. Second Aunt Shui nodded in a trance. Oh, I seem to have heard of this. Seeing Yushu sitting down, Xian Lu couldn't help but interrupt. Lotus Room, I haven't seen you for many days. What are you busy with recently? Yushu smiled at her and Situ Qinglan, not noticing the latter's unnatural look. I've been at the Celestial Commissioner's office during the day. I haven't been to the study for a while, so you can't see me. She stayed in the Taisher study for less than 3 months before she quit school and took office. She was not as leisurely as they were students, so she had no time to play with Xian Lu. Xian Lu poked Situ Qinglan under the table, motioning her to speak. Situ Qinglan didn't want to ask why Yushu didn't come to celebrate her birthday in public. At this time the bell rang in the distance and the banquet began. After 3 rounds of wine, according to the Jiang family's custom, the seafood delicacies were removed and replaced with fruit tea. The guests talked and smiled, and left the table to change seats. Enjoying the wine, they were much more comfortable than when they first came. Princess Changshu's cheeks turned red after being persuaded by others to drink a few more cups, but she didn't forget the purpose of today. She cleared her throat, and when everyone looked at her, she suggested, We are old women, and we find it interesting to drink wine and listen to music. We don't care if those little girls can sit still. Don't just play with us, and we'll be restricting them. What do you think, old madam? Madame Wei nodded with a smile. Princess is right. Princess Changshu smiled. Old madam, give me an idea. Let's have some fun together. Madame Wei was already prepared. She clapped her hands, and 4 maids walked out from behind the gauze cabinet. Each of them held a brocade box in their hands, and the shape was varied between round and square. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, Madame Wei explained, I have 4 riddles, and they are all in the boxes. There are also 4 riddles that have been dictated by these maids. If any young lady at the banquet is the first to guess my riddles, the item in the box will be given to her. Let me say this first, in these 4 boxes, one of them contains my Jiang family's heirloom. Whoever is fated to get it, I won't be stingy. As soon as she finished, the crowd at the banquet became noisy, and there was a lot of discussion. Princess Changshu smiled and clapped her hands. That's great. You can't regret getting your Jiang family's heirloom. As she said this, she had people spread the riddles in all directions, so that all the guests would know. Jiang Mia's cold eyes swept over the eager faces around her, and she sneered inwardly. Do these mediocre women want to fish in troubled waters? Is it so easy to be my sister-in-law? Why don't they take a piss and look at themselves in the mirror? Which one of them is worthy of my imperial brother's finger? She stood up and walked a few steps towards the railing, feeling the breeze on the lake. She looked in Yushu's direction and thought, she's just a barely satisfactory candidate. I still need to think about how to convince her mother. Yushu did not know that she had been targeted by Jiang Mia. When she heard that Madame Wei wanted them to guess riddles, she did not think much of it. She heard Xian Luer ask her, Lotus Room, what is the Jiang family's heirloom? Do you know? She shook her head and smiled. How would I know? Chapter 679. Each of the 4 riddles given by Madame Wei was to guess one thing. They were: looking south and lonely stars are low. Pacifying and sure, allocating official grain. Once China is united, how can the 2 places be separated? One arrow to stop yearning one night is like 100 years. Each of the 4 maids holding a brocade box held a riddle and recited it. If anyone did not hear it clearly, they could ask them to recite it again. Although there was no paper, the riddle was not complicated. It was only 1 or 2 sentences, and one could remember it after listening to it twice. Yushu was not interested in other people's family heirlooms, and she did not like to figure out these riddles. So she drank and listened to other people's discussion. Compared to some nervous and excited girls, she was much more relaxed. In reality, these 4 riddles weren't that difficult. As long as one wasn't too stupid, one could guess at least one of them. However, everyone knew that Madame Wei was choosing her daughter-in-law in the name of guessing riddles. If one wanted to win her favor, they had to guess the so-called family heirloom. The difficult part was that no one knew what the Jiang family's heirloom was. It could be a jade pendant, or it could be a scroll of calligraphy or painting. They had to solve all 4 riddles, then make a choice and choose one of them. At this time, there were 2 factions at the banquet. One faction wanted to curry favor with Prince Dongjing's mansion and racked their brains to guess the riddles. The other faction had no intention of marrying off their daughter and waited to see the result. There were very few people like Yushu who didn't understand the situation, but was smart enough not to get involved. Xian Lu murmured to himself while holding his head. Suddenly he exclaimed and turned to Yushu and said, "I guessed one." Madame Xian froze for a moment and scolded her. "Sit down and don't shout. Have you forgotten what I told you before coming?" Xian Lu pursed his lips and did not argue with his mother. He winked at Yushu. "Lotus Room, have you guessed it?" Yushu shook her head. Xian Lu asked Situ Qinglan again. The latter was using her finger to draw something on the table. She smiled and said, "I also guessed one." Xian Lu asked her, "Which one? Is it the one in south gazing lone star? I guess it is jade." "What about you?" Her voice was not loud, but people nearby heard it. Someone coughed as if blaming her for revealing it. Situ Qinglan nodded and glanced at Yushu, who acted as if nothing had happened. She said softly, "I also guessed that." Xian Lu's eyes lit up and poked her. "Then say it quickly. You can even get a jade if you guess it correctly. Maybe it is the Jiang family heirloom." It was not so simple. Situ Qinglan sighed inwardly, her gaze fixed on the waterside pavilion not too far away. The graceful and graceful Madame Wei was currently speaking with Princess Changshu. Her gaze swept to the sides from time to time, clearly observing the young ladies at the banquet. The people sitting at that table were all high-ranking noblewomen, and at the very least they were virtuous ladies. These noblewomen either came from a prestigious family or married a good husband. Only then could they sit at the VIP table in a dignified manner, looking down on everyone else. Her parents had passed away early, and she had been living under someone else's roof for as long as she could remember. Her aunt and uncle were not harsh to her, but in their eyes, she was always an outsider. They did not love her like their own daughter. Her grandfather was especially close to her, so the whole family was on guard against her. They were afraid that a girl with a different surname would secretly learn the Feng family's secret art. 2 years ago, her aunt arranged a marriage for her and almost sent her to a faraway place. Her grandfather was especially close to her, so the whole family was on guard against her. They were afraid that she, a girl with a different surname, would secretly learn the Feng family's secret art. 2 years ago, her aunt arranged a marriage for her and almost sent her to a faraway place. She should have been able to adapt to the circumstances and listen to the arrangements of her elders. But to find an ordinary man to marry and serve her parents-in-law from then on, she was indeed unwilling. Ever since she was young, she had always looked forward to the day when she could become a celestial supervisor and become a respected lady. But as she grew older, she realized how unrealistic this wish was. Regardless of whether her uncle and the rest would have the patience to wait for the day she became a celestial commissioner, even if the Feng family had the opportunity to arrange a junior to become a celestial commissioner, It would not be her turn to take advantage of it. She had been disappointed, but also full of hope. Just 2 months ago, when she heard that Yushu had taken up a post in the Kunling Bureau and knew that Yushu was lacking an official, she had an idea. After thinking for a long time, she wanted to find a suitable time to mention it to Yushu. Thus, she shamelessly invited Yushu to celebrate her birthday. In the end, she did not go. After her birthday, she heard that Yushu had already chosen an administrator. So she missed such a rare opportunity, a chance to escape the shackles of the Fong family. She had been depressed, vexed, and resentful, but all these emotions had turned into panic when she found out that her aunt was looking for another marriage partner for her. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to escape this time. If she really listened to their arrangements, married a mediocre person, and lived a life that she couldn't control from then on, then her years of hard work, struggle, and hard work would all be in vain. She was unwilling. That was why she was sitting here today. She was not supposed to come. In the morning, her aunt had already taken third cousin out, but they came back halfway. Because third cousin suddenly had a stomachache, she was changed to accompany them. People who studied Jiangsong believed in destiny, but they also had to believe in themselves. Situ Qinglan lowered her head and looked at the riddles that she had blurred on the table. Her eyes slowly showed determination. People answered the riddles one after another. The 4 maids of Madame Wei wandered by the lake. If anyone had the answer, they only needed to ask one of them for confirmation. The first to be solved was the riddles that Xi and Lu had also guessed. Presumably, some people could not solve all 4 riddles and were afraid that someone else would take the lead, so they decided to show off first. Looking south, Lonely Star Low, I guess it's Jade, right? Yushu heard the voice and looked over. It was a little girl she had never seen before. She spoke in a clear voice and was not bad-looking. One of the maids bowed to her with a smile and pointed. "Miss, you guessed it correctly. Please follow me to see old madam." I guessed it correctly." The little girl's surprise did not seem to be fake. Under the urging of the elders beside her, she blushed and followed the maids. Yushu touched her chin and thought that it was strange. It took Xi and Lu a long time to figure out such a simple puzzle, and only now did someone say anything. Shouldn't everyone be fighting to get the prize? What were they waiting for with their necks raised? Or is it that the intelligence of the little girls here today is below average? Someone got it first. Xi and Lu stared gloomily at the little girl who guessed the riddles correctly. He saw the girl take a brocade box from Madame Wei's hands and open it in front of everyone to take out a watery jade ring. Her eyes were full of hidden bitterness. The only consolation was that this jade was not the Jiang family's heirloom. After eliminating one, some people couldn't hold back anymore. They beckoned for the maids to guess first. Soon another person solved another riddles. Pacifying Ensure Dynasty and distributing official grain. The answer was a box of sugar figurines. This was easy to explain. Anyone who knew history would know that there was a Tang dynasty a few hundred years ago. There was a turmoil at the end of the dynasty called Ensure Dynasty. The official grain was rice. Tang plus rice, didn't it mean sugar? Needless to say, this sugar figurine was definitely not a family heirloom. Now there were only 2 left. Yushu wasn't interested in participating at first, but the atmosphere became inexplicably tense. Everyone around her was talking about the riddles, so she pondered along. China's thoughts are united. How can the 2 places be divided? The 2 places can't be divided. Land is earth, and the 2 earth can be Gui. China is the Central Plains. The Central Plains are united, and a stroke in the middle is Shun. No, how does reading explain it? Reading? 20? Words with the same sound? This is shoes. An arrow sets yearning. One night is like 100 years. Is this also a word fanatic? It doesn't seem like it. An arrow is an arrow, and this should be the side. Yearning is the other half. Let's not worry about it for now. She looked at the second half of the sentence. One night is like 100 years. This is easy to understand. 100 years implies death. If one night is like death, it's missing a dagger. She looked back at the first half of the sentence. Got it. Yearning is red bean. An arrow and a bean are the words short. Short dagger. Yushu quickly guessed the answer. She secretly praised herself for being smart and not getting old. Then she thought, which one is the Jiang family's heirloom, the shoes and the dagger? It seems to be a short dagger. After all, no one will take a pair of shoes as a treasure for several generations. Besides, the Jiang family is a general, so it makes sense that they use weapons as heirlooms. She guessed and just came to a conclusion. Then she heard two voices, one near and one far. I have the solution. Yushu turned her head and saw Situ Qinglan standing up next to Xian Lu. Then she turned her head and looked at the second seat not far away. There was a familiar-looking girl. Is that Cui Yin? Yushu raised her eyebrows. The first thing she remembered when she recognized the face was that this girl still owed her 5 slaps. Then she remembered that Zhang Shuiyuan, who owed her a slap, had been murdered. She was in a bad mood. But then she saw Cui Xian sitting next to Cui Yin. Then she remembered that the Cui family owed her tens of thousands of taels of gambling money. Cui Yin saw that Situ Qinglan was going to compete with her, and the 2 servant girls were far away from her. She became anxious and raised her voice. Sister Situ, I said it first. Situ Qinglan smiled and asked her in reply, which one do you think it is? Cui Yin rolled her eyes. She ignored Cui Xian, who was secretly pulling her clothes, and said loudly, I guess an arrow to set the yearning. A night like 100 years is a short dagger. Situ Qinglan was not angry at her cunning. She looked at the host's seat, and was not surprised that they were looking at her. She bowed to Madame Wei and said loudly, Then I guess the Jiang family's heirloom is a pair of shoes. After a moment of silence, a snicker broke the silence. Then there was a series of laughter. It was not malicious, but it was not kind either. Obviously, everyone was laughing at Situ Qinglan's assertion. As a member of the Lord of Dongjing's lineage, he was extremely wealthy. How could his family heirloom be a pair of shoes? However, the mockery of the crowd did not last long because Madame Wei stood up and took a box from the servant girl. She looked at the slender and elegant woman in the distance with an unfathomable expression, and said in a voice that drowned out the crowd. Chapter 680. The Jiang family's heirloom was actually a pair of shoes. Everyone, including Yushu, thought it was a joke. However, after Madame Wei told them the story of her ancestor, everyone came to a sudden realization and completely dispelled their suspicions. This could be traced back to a few generations ago. Prince of Dongjing's grandfather's grandfather was posthumously titled Marquis of Peace, Jiang Taigong. Prince of Dongjing's branch started from this ancestor. It was said that Jiang Taigong was born as a concubine's son. His father ran an escort agency, and his mother was not kind. When he was young, he lived a hard life. His neighbor, Squire Zhou, had a daughter who was close to Jiang Taigong. She often secretly sent food and clothes to him. After a few years, Jiang Taigong had grown into a handsome and calm young man. Miss Zhou was also born with a delicate and beautiful appearance. Jiang Taigong intended to marry Miss Zhou, but he was opposed by both parents. The Jiang family imprisoned Jiang Taigong and broke one of his legs. When Miss Zhou heard the news, she sneaked out and bribed the servants of the Jiang family to rescue Jiang Taigong, who was on the verge of death. Jiang Taigong had once been unable to recover from his setback. It was Miss Zhou who enlightened him and persuaded him to leave his hometown and find another way out. After Jiang Taigong suffered this setback, his leg injury healed, and he decided to go north to join the army. Before he left, Miss Zhou prepared clothes for him and urged him again and again not to mention the important matter of their marriage. Jiang Taigong felt that he was not worthy of her, so he did not dare to mention it. After that day, he left his hometown and went far away. Coincidentally, the Jin army invaded and the north was in chaos. The An dynasty was rarely peaceful. The imperial court recruited soldiers on a large scale. Jiang Taigong changed his appearance and started from a small corporal. His ancestors ran an escort agency and learned some martial arts. After 1 or 2 years of training on the battlefield, his talent in military strategy showed. He was not afraid of death and often acted as the vanguard to kill the enemy. Gradually he made a name for himself. After more than 10 years, The north was pacified and the young man returned to his hometown. He had become a brave and skillful general. He could finally hold his head up high and become a man who brought honor to his ancestors. The only flaw was that he had been a bachelor for more than 10 years, and was still single even after he reached 30 years of age. He had never forgotten Miss Zhou, who had shown him great kindness. However, after all these years, perhaps she had already married and had children around her knees. Perhaps the heavens were taking pity on her. Jiang Taigong sent people to inquire about Miss Zhou's whereabouts. He wanted to repay her kindness that day. He found out that after he left his hometown more than 10 years ago, Miss Zhou bade farewell to her parents and left home. She went to the temple to shave her hair and become a nun, vowing not to marry. The ending of the story could be imagined. Now that she was middle-aged, Miss Zhou was no longer beautiful. She admitted that she was not worthy of him, so she closed her door and refused to see him. But Jiang Taigong still wholeheartedly wanted to marry her. He knelt 3 times in front of the temple gate and finally moved Miss Zhou's heart. As a result, this affectionate Miss Zhou eventually became Jiang Taigong's wife, and the couple's marriage was delayed. But it was a lifetime of happiness. This pair of shoes was sewn by my great-grandmother before I left my hometown to join the army. I couldn't bear to wear them, so I kept them at the bottom of the box. When I reunited with my great-grandmother, I took out this pair of shoes and passed it on to my descendants. It was to remind them not to be ungrateful, not to have no ambition, and to treat their wives well. Madame Wei was indeed from a family of scholars. This story, which was a bit vulgar in Yushu's eyes, was narrated vividly and thought-provoking by her. There were a few sensitive girls in the seats. When they heard the part about Miss Zhou shaving her hair to get married, they all shed tears of sadness. Then they went to Jiang Taigong's temple and knelt down to beg for a good wife. Their eyes lit up with yearning. Yushu thought that if Madame Wei didn't purposely beautify the ancestor of the Jiang family, then this Jiang Taigong could really be called a real man with true feelings. At least, he was more respectable than Xue Pinggui, Xue Shimi, whose wife stayed in the cold kiln for 10 years and gave birth to his children. Finally, when he became rich, he married another princess. Oh, there was also her big brother, that scum. May I know which family's young lady guessed this pair of shoes? Madame Wei looked at Situ Qinglan in the pavilion not far away with kind eyes. Situ Qinglan's eyes turned red after hearing the story. She bowed to Madame Wei and said, "My surname is Situ. Academician Fong of the Taisher Library is my grandfather." Country Foreign hadn't even heard of Situ Qinglan's name before. The matchmakers that Empress Rui had arranged for her were all young ladies of noble families. There wouldn't be such an orphan girl living under someone else's roof. However, she still knew about the Fong family. Madame Wei knew this, but she didn't look down on her. She smiled even more kindly and waved to Situ Qinglan. "Good child, come over to my side. Let me take a closer look. What kind of clever mind do you have to be able to guess my riddle?" Seeing this, Situ Qinglan's breath quickened and her cheeks turned red. Being stared at by hundreds of pairs of eyes, she didn't have stage fright. She lowered her head and smoothed her skirt. She walked out of her seat and crossed her hands in front of her stomach, walking forward step by step. Cui Yun, who also guessed the other riddle, was completely ignored. Cui Yun's face darkened. Cui Xian pulled her back to her seat before she lost her composure. Looking at Cui Yun's angry face, Cui Xian pinched her wrist and whispered, "Forget it. You're not that lucky." She had told Cui Yun the last 2 riddles. If Cui Yun said it all at once, no matter which one was the heirloom of the Jiang family, it would be hers. However, Situ Qinglan appeared out of nowhere. Cui Yun thought she was smart and guessed the dagger first. Situ Qinglan hit her right between the eyebrows. "Sister." Cui Yun was not convinced. But Cui Xian glanced at her coldly. Cui Yun didn't dare to argue with her. She just said in a low voice, "Humph, I'm not that lucky, but she is? She's just an orphan girl. She can't even be a concubine for Prince of Dongjing." Fortunately, her voice was not loud, so no one heard her. Cui Xian didn't care about her complaints. She looked back thoughtfully at Yushu, who was sitting at the same table as Situ Qinglan. She frowned and thought, how could Situ Qinglan guess it was that pair of shoes? It seemed that Yu Lianfang had a special relationship with Commandery Princess Chunwei. Could it be that Yu Lianfang was adding fuel to the fire and ruining her plan? Yushu didn't know she was implicated. She was whispering to Xian Lu about Situ Qinglan. Situ is so careful. I didn't guess it was a pair of shoes. I thought it was a dagger. Xian Lu stuck out his tongue and said, I also thought that annoying Cui Yin guessed it right. Xian Lu had this advantage. If she was on good terms with you, she would share the same hatred. Cui Yin didn't offend Xian Lu, but she once targeted Yushu. Yushu didn't like Cui Yin, so Cui Yin gave Cui Yin the cold shoulder. Childish, but worthy of friendship. Of course, if it wasn't for Yushu who sacrificed herself to save Xian Lu's life from Ji Xingxuan, this silly girl would have died a wrongful death. The two of them didn't know what was going on. The elders beside them felt more complicated. Second Mrs. Xian took a sip of wine and said to her sister-in-law, Second Aunt Shui, I don't know if it's fate or... Ahem. Second Aunt Shui interrupted her and gestured to the younger ones beside her with her eyes, hinting her not to talk nonsense. Second Mrs. Xian pursed her lips and didn't say anything else. Anyway, the Xian family wouldn't touch the good relationship of Prince of Dongjing's mansion. This was a lesson from her father-in-law. They just had to listen to it. Others could do whatever they wanted. Second Aunt Shui was relieved. She gently patted Shui Jinxuan's head. Fortunately, nothing happened today. After a while, Situ Qinglan returned to her seat, but she didn't take back the pair of heirloom shoes. Instead, she took a jade pendant that Madame Wei wore. What happened was that Madame Wei didn't deny it. Princess Changshu persuaded her, saying that such a meaningful heirloom shouldn't be given to an outsider, and should be passed on to her son and daughter-in-law in the future. Madame Wei didn't know that Princess Changshu was forcing her to take a stand. Either you give this pair of shoes and recognize her as your daughter-in-law today, we will have completed the task given to us by the Empress, and solved your family's biggest problem. Or you take the shoes back. Don't give them to others without a clear reason. You're occupying the manger, and not taking a shit. You won't admit it later, and we will have to worry about your family's business. Madame Wei was such a cautious person. How could she hastily arrange a marriage for her precious son, just based on a puzzle? She thought this girl was smart. But to be the daughter-in-law of the Jiang family, she couldn't just be smart. She still had to find out what kind of person she was. Madame Wei played Tai Chi with Princess Changshu and pretended to be in a difficult position. She looked at Situ Qinglan, who was waiting obediently at the side. Fortunately, Situ Qinglan was not blind. She said, Madam, please listen to me. Even if you were to give me this heirloom, I would not dare to accept it. When I get home, I would have to offer it to you. Thank you, madam, for your kindness. But this heirloom is too heavy for me to accept. Madame Wei smiled and asked the maid to put away the shoes. She took off an old jade bracelet on her wrist and held Situ Qinglan's little glove. She said gently, What a good girl. What a good girl. I love smart and decent girls like you. Since it's not convenient for you to accept these shoes, I can't let you suffer a loss. Since everyone else has a prize, I'll give you this mutton fat jade bracelet. I've worn it for many years. It's a good thing. Don't refuse it. Situ Qinglan didn't want to be disrespectful, so she accepted it. That was what happened. Xian Lu listened to Situ Qinglan's explanation and snickered. She moved closer to Yushu and said, I think Lanlan is taking advantage of you. What's the use of an old pair of shoes? It's better to take a bracelet. Exactly. Yushu thought so too. Situ Qinglan heard them whispering and knew they were talking about her. She secretly rubbed the exquisite jade bracelet on her wrist and smiled faintly. She didn't care. She knew that things wouldn't be so easy, and she couldn't be too hasty. Today was a good start, and Madame Wei already had her in her eyes. Her chances of success were much higher, and she would have to rely on her own hard work next. She looked around and stopped at Yushu. She purposely snorted to get her attention. Then she interrupted. What are you two talking about me secretly? Xian Lu covered her mouth and shook her head. I don't believe you. Situ Qinglan glared at her. She turned to Yushu and asked curiously, By the way, Lianfang, I see that you and Commandery Princess Chunwei are very close. Have you known each other for a long time? Yushu didn't know where to start. She just answered vaguely. Chapter 681. The banquet lasted until dusk before the guests of the Prince of Dongjing residence dispersed. Madame Wei sat cross-legged on the horizontal couch. She had changed out of her thick auspicious dress and was only wearing a soft cotton robe. Two maids stood in front of her and behind her to remove her jewelry, comb her hair, and serve her to bathe and change her clothes. Jiangye stood in front of her and said with a stern face, "Why didn't you tell me about the riddles? Why did you bring the old ancestors' shoes with you? I didn't know about it at all." Madame Wei lifted her hand and twisted off the ring on her finger. She glanced at her and said, "Do you think I can't see your little thoughts? If I told you, you would definitely leak it out in advance. This is an important matter of choosing a wife for your brother, not something you can mess around with." "I'm not messing around." Jiangye was unconvinced. "Didn't you promise me to take a good look at the person I chose? In the end, not only did you make arrangements, you even gave the bracelet my brother gave to someone else. You didn't even ask if I liked it." Seeing her daughter throwing a tantrum, Madame Wei smiled and said, "It's just a bracelet. It's not like I'm going to marry her. As for that Lotus lady you mentioned, I've also seen her. To be honest, she's not as outstanding as you described. Look, I gave her 4 riddles, but she couldn't guess any of them, right? I think it's because she doesn't want to cling to the Prince of Dongjing residence. Unlike some powerful women who only want to fly up the branches and become a phoenix." Humph. In any case, she didn't like that Miss Situ. She was so pretentious and disgusting. Madame Wei laughed even more happily. Her shoulders trembled slightly. "Mother, what are you laughing at? Am I wrong? I just don't like those despicable people who come for our Jiang family's power." Jiangye couldn't help but squeeze to Madame Wei's side and hugged her arm coquettishly. Madame Wei shook her head and slowly stopped laughing. She wiped the corner of her eyes and asked, "Then what kind of woman do you want to find for your brother? A woman who hates wealth and doesn't eat the food of the world? Hualan, you are the daughter of our Jiang family. How can you be so short-sighted? All right, I won't say any more. Don't get involved in this matter anymore. I have my own plans. I will find a good lady that your brother will definitely like." After a pause, she poked Jiang Mia's nose and teased, "She's also a good sister-in-law who doesn't dare to bully you." When Jiang Chia saw that she couldn't persuade her mother, she felt vexed. However, she didn't continue to pester her mother endlessly. It was just that whether her mother would listen to Madame Wei's words was another matter. Xue Rui sent second Aunt Xue and Xue Jinxuan back to their respective residences. He changed into a light outfit and rode out again. Yu Shu and he had agreed to meet at the market on the east side of the city. The Xue estate and the Yu estate, one was at the foot of the imperial city, while the other was on Baochong Street, which was a little farther away. Therefore, the two of them went home to change their clothes. By the time they met again, it was already night time. There was no curfew in the northern part of the city in September. There were only a few small shops, restaurants, dance halls, and music halls that were closed on North and South Main Street. It was the busiest time of the day. When the lanterns were first lit, Yushu and Xue Rui led their horses and walked among the endless stream of people. Occasionally, people would turn their heads to look at them, but they didn't recognize them. Madame Wei gave 4 riddles. The answer to each riddle is the same item. Whoever can guess it will get the gift. Among them, there's also a Jiang family heirloom. Can you guess what it is? Yushu thought that it was not easy to guess and gave him a few more hints. There's a piece of jade, a dagger, a pair of shoes, and a box of sweets. Unexpectedly, Xue Rui answered without thinking. It's probably a pair of shoes. Oh. Yushu was surprised and looked at him suspiciously. Did you hear this from your second aunt? Xue Rui shook his head. He didn't stop to rest when he escorted his daughter back to the residence. He was afraid that she would wait for too long and wouldn't have the time to ask about these details. I already knew that the Jiang family's heirloom is a pair of shoes. He smiled and didn't tell Yushu that Jiang Huaying had spilled the beans when he was drunk when Jiang Huaying had a drinking competition with him. Yushu thought of his unspeakable relationship with that prince of Dongjing, so she didn't ask further. On the other hand, Shui Rui asked her with some concern. Which of the 4 riddles did you guess? He thought that she better not guess the pair of shoes. Otherwise it would be fun. I didn't guess any of them. Yushu shrugged. Shui Rui secretly sighed in relief. Then he was in the mood to tease her. What kind of riddles are so hard to guess? You can't even guess them? He remembered that she was very good at riddles. On the opening day of Wangji Lu, it was the Lantern Festival. There were customers looking for trouble in front of them, and in the end, it was Yushu who came up with a question that baffled them. Yushu said for no reason, "It's not that I can't guess it. I just don't want to be the one who stands out." She muttered, "I feel that today's birthday banquet isn't that simple." It seemed that there were a little too many young ladies. The last part of the riddles was a little abrupt. They even brought out the family heirloom. She didn't believe that there wasn't something fishy going on. "Say, do you think that Madame Wei is planning to find a daughter-in-law for the Jiang family?" Yushu didn't guess out of thin air. Prince of Dongjing was still a bachelor over 30 years old. There was a rumor that the emperor intended to marry Prince of Xiang's daughter, Princess Shiwen, to the northeast. Even though it was left unsettled, the position of Princess of Dongjing had always been up in the air. Shui Rui's eyelids twitched. He turned his head to look at her, and didn't know whether he should answer or not. Yushu caught the movement in his eyes. With one look, she knew that he was up to no good. She immediately stopped walking and said in displeasure, "It's really as I thought. It seems that you already had a plan. Why didn't you tell me?" Shui Rui saw that he couldn't hide it from her, so he confessed, "I was thinking that this has nothing to do with you. It's just you coming over to pay your respects and have a banquet. After that, it'll be over. There's no need to tell you and cause you to worry and misunderstand." Yushu had been puzzled since she saw Jiang Mia today. She couldn't understand why she treated her so warmly, and led her to Madame Wei the moment they met. When she heard Shui Rui's explanation, she instantly understood. So Jiang Mia had pulled her into the backup army of her eldest sister-in-law. This Jiang Mia, Princess Chunwei, was truly a good person. To think that she had admired Jiang Mia's true temperament. It turned out that she was also full of schemes. To think that Shui Rui thought that this had nothing to do with her, and didn't stop her from delivering herself to him. What am I worried about? She narrowed her eyes and looked at him. She suppressed the evil fire in her heart. Tell me, what are you afraid that I'll misunderstand? Shui Rui sensed her anger, but he didn't know where it came from. Since they were on the streets, he could only pull her sleeve and bring her against the crowd to a small alley. Ashu, don't be angry. If I said something wrong, just tell me. He lowered his voice and looked as if he knew he was wrong and wanted to correct it. Yushu said gloomily, "Why don't you go ask your good sworn sister?" After the incident with the Fate Destroyer, she fell out with Jing Chun. From then on, she hated people who disregarded her wishes and wanted to manipulate her life. Jiang Mia's actions could be said to have violated her great taboo. Fortunately, she was careful and didn't steal the limelight at Madame Wei's birthday banquet. But even so, Jiang Mia's pretense of being intimate with her had already caused trouble for her in the eyes of others. Shui Rui was very smart. When he heard her words, he instantly understood the crux of the matter. His face immediately darkened and he said in a deep voice, "You're saying that Jiang Mia didn't invite you to the banquet just to accompany her?" Yushu didn't say anything, but the annoyed expression on her face clearly told Shui Rui the answer. Fire burned in Shui Rui's heart. He knew that with Jiang Mia's reckless personality, it was very possible for her to act on her own. There was an 80% chance that Yushu's name and background were already placed on Madame Wei's desk. Seeing that he was silent, Yushu raised her head and looked at him. She saw sparks faintly pulsating in his dark eyes. It was obvious that he was angry. Her heart palpitated, and she felt that it was unreasonable to vent her anger on him just now. Based on how much he treasured her, if he found out that Jiang Mia was up to something, he probably wouldn't even let her attend the birthday banquet today. Her heart softened, and she moved her fingers that were tightly clenched by him. "All right, don't be unhappy. I didn't do anything wrong. Looking at Madame Wei's appearance, it doesn't seem like she would like a girl like me. I didn't answer any of the 4 riddles, so I don't think I can enter her eyes. You see, I don't have a family background and I'm not beautiful. There are many smart, beautiful and well-born young ladies at the banquet. How can I be ranked? She was angry because of Jiang Mia's silent scheming. She didn't really think that Madame Wei would like her. Moreover, even if Madame Wei and Jiang Mia had a brain cramp and liked her, they still needed to have the ability to take her down. The emperor would let her, a person who had lost her life, become the daughter-in-law of the Jiang family that he was afraid of. What a joke! Shui Rui's rage unknowingly subsided when he heard her admit defeat, and he placed his hand on her shoulder. If it wasn't out of consideration that there would be people passing by here at any moment, he would probably be unable to refrain from embracing her in his arms, so as to let her know that in his eyes and heart, the woman she spoke of was instead the most satisfied and good girl in the world. Then you don't blame me? Blame you for what? This matter isn't your fault. Yushu rolled her eyes at him and hit his chest. At most, I will just ignore that Jiang Mia in the future. Shui Rui thought about it and said, Jiang Mia is a very stubborn person. Even though I don't know why she has her eyes on you, if you want her to give up, she won't easily give up just because you ignore her. What can she do to me? Yushu didn't agree. Before today, she thought of Jiang Mia as her friend, and was willing to give her face. But after today, who did that girl think she was? Shui Rui smiled and sighed. He patiently explained to her. Previously at the Cui family's gambling den, you also saw that Jiang Mia has a temper that wants to see the world in chaos. She loves to cause trouble. If others go along with her, it's fine. But if they don't, she will turn the world upside down, and won't stop until she reaches her goal. In my opinion, you don't have to be in a hurry to fall out with her. Tomorrow, I will talk to her face and tell her not to have any ideas about you. When Yushu heard him analyze Jiang Mia's temperament in detail as if he knew her very well, she was a bit displeased but didn't take it to heart. She only asked him, how are you going to talk to her? What if she doesn't listen? Shui Rui's eyes narrowed slightly. His handsome face glowed softly under the dim yellow streetlight. He squeezed her soft shoulders and said, if she doesn't listen, I will think of a way to send her back to Ningdong City, so that she can't stay in the capital anymore. Ashu, you don't believe me? Under his affectionate gaze, Yushu couldn't muster up the slightest bit of rebuttal. She mumbled and said, Chapter 682. On the second day after Madame Wei's birthday, before Jiang Mia went out in the morning, she received a message from Shui Rui, asking her to meet him at Wangji Tower. Jiang Mia was puzzled. She had been in the capital for a long time, but this was the first time Shui Rui took the initiative to invite her. Before this, it could be said that he was avoiding her like the plague. Even though she was confused, she still arrived at Wangji Tower on time. She walked through the front door, and Guiqi, who was in charge of welcoming guests, led her to the back courtyard, which was off-limits to outsiders. Shui Rui was waiting in the tea room downstairs. The moment Jiang Mia entered, she habitually mocked him. What kind of wind is blowing on you today? You actually remembered me. Shui Rui's expression was indifferent. He did not smile indifferently after receiving her sarcasm and not bicker with her. Sit, what tea do you want? Jiang Mia's nerves were thick, but she had eyes. She could see that Shui Rui's expression was not good. She hesitated for half a step, walked to the opposite side and sat down. She frowned and asked, who are you showing that stern face for? If you don't want to see me, why did you invite me here? Pooh, it's dry in autumn, and it's easy to get inflamed, Shui Rui said to himself. Gue Ba, who was standing at the door, responded in a low voice and turned to prepare. This time, Jiang Mia clearly felt that Shui Rui was neglecting her. She was baffled. Shui Lang, what do you mean? If you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. What's the hurry? Shui Rui looked at her coldly and said, don't you know what you've done? Yesterday, old Madame's birthday banquet was obviously to choose a princess consort for your brother, but you invited Ashu. What are your intentions? Hearing that, Jiang Qia finally understood why Shui Rui was angry. She did not feel guilty, but instead sneered. You are so nosy. Do I need to specifically tell you why I invited her? After a pause, she immediately realized that Shui Rui would come to her to denounce her, most likely because Yushu had said something to him yesterday. Otherwise, she would have sent the invitation to Yushu in the morning, and Shui Rui would have known about it. Why didn't he say anything before but waited until after the event? What's wrong? Is she unhappy and complaining about me in front of you? Jiang Mia furrowed her brows, not concealing the displeasure on her face at all. Mashiro said, It's a good thing that others can only wish for, so what's there for her to feel aggrieved about? Could it be that my royal brother isn't worthy of her? Hearing the disdain at the end of her words, the tone of, I don't even think she's worthy of my big brother, so what's there for her to feel aggrieved about? Shui Rui would become angry no matter how good his temper was. Originally, he wanted to be patient and reason with her, but he could not tolerate her. He immediately said coldly, Parents' orders and matchmakers' words. How can someone else's marriage be decided by your words so easily? Ashu regards you as a friend, and she treats you sincerely, but you hide it from her and push her into the teeth of the storm. Jiang Mia, you are too presumptuous. How do you know that one person's honey is another person's arsenic? Your so-called good thing might not even be something that others don't care about at all. Jiang Mia had a rough temper to begin with. After being coldly criticized by him, she no longer had the slightest bit of her previous gentleness and magnanimity. When she thought that he was doing this for a younger sister, who popped out of nowhere, she instantly became furious. Under her thick eyebrows, a pair of phoenix eyes glared at him and said through gritted teeth, My good intentions, but in your mouth, it becomes that I want to harm her? Shui Dalong, who does that Yu Lianfang think she is? And what kind of friendship do we have? You actually indiscriminately scolded me for her sake. Did your head get kicked by a donkey? At that time, when she found out that Shui Rui had acknowledged another adopted younger sister like this, she was very unhappy. She didn't like that little girl from the beginning, but because they had played together for a while, she realized that it was rare that Shui Rui wasn't a snobbish person and was rather capable, so she put down her prejudice and befriended Shui Rui. Who would have thought that Shui Rui was actually a two-faced person? She chatted and laughed with Shui Rui in front of Shui Rui. Yet she stabbed Shui Rui in the back. She was really infuriated. She shouted so loudly that Gui Ba, who had brought the tea to the door, saw that the situation in the room was not right, so he shrank back and retreated. Shui Rui was slightly surprised. He had intentionally wanted to provoke Jiang Qia, so that she would give up on the idea of looking for Yushu to make up the numbers. He did not expect that she would have such a huge reaction. It was as if someone had stepped on her tail. He deliberated over his words just now. There was nothing wrong with it. Could it be that his tone was too heavy? No, his goal was to make her hate Yushu, not to make her bear a grudge against him. To prevent himself from making a fool of himself, he softened his tone and said, I am not scolding you. I am telling you the truth. Your Wang Xiong and I are brothers, so I can barely be considered as half an elder brother to you. Logically speaking, you should call me second brother. Ashu isn't anyone else. She's my sister that I've officially acknowledged. How can I watch you lie to your own family? I'm telling you clearly that she already has someone she likes. She won't be happy to be your sister-in-law. You'd better give up on this absurd idea. Don't ruin your marriage. You won't be able to be friends, but you'll become enemies. Shui Rui's tone was a little gentler, but his words were unyielding. Even if he knew that Yushu could not be the daughter-in-law of the Jiang family, he still wanted to nip this little thing in the bud. Shu was his woman. He would not give her to any man. Not Jingchen, not even Prince of Dongjing. Good. Jiangya was so angry that she laughed. She clenched her fists and resisted the urge to quarrel with him. She nodded stiffly and said, I am blind to have taken a fancy to her. Don't worry, I will not have any ideas about her from now on. This kind of trash is not worthy of my Wang Xiong. She described Yushu in an unbearable manner. Shui Rui's eyes became gloomy. He tapped his fingers on the armrest of the chair and said in a low voice, In that case, I thank you very much. I still have something to do, so you can go back. Gui ba. Send the princess out from the front door. Jiang Ye's eyes widened. He is driving me out? Shui Rui did not look at her expression as if she had seen a ghost. He got up and walked out. Jiang Ye did not even have a sip of water since she entered the door. She waited until he was out of sight. She still could not believe that Shui Dalong, who had a good temper, would not be angry even if she whipped him, but because of such a small matter he fell out with her. How could she know that it would be strange if Shui Rui was able to endure her actions of forcefully trying to poach someone from his side? The Celestial Commissioner Office had 3 departments and 2 bureaus, each with their own authority. Therefore, the files and documents were classified separately and not stored in a unified way. They often exchanged information and borrowed books from each other. To prevent a mess, every department had to do a thorough cleaning every 3 months. At the same time, they would check the stacks to prevent mistakes and omissions in the files of the headquarters. After Madame Wei's birthday, Yushu received a notice from her superiors. They wanted her to check the stacks of the Celestial Commissioner Office before the 10th month. She thought that it was better to do it sooner than later. So she gathered a group of subordinates and assigned them tasks on the same day. Early the next morning, she asked Lu Hong to take her seal, and went to the Taiching department to borrow a few strong servants to move the books. Under her leadership, the people of the Celestial Commissioner Office started working in full swing. She was so busy for 3 to 5 days that she temporarily forgot about Jiang Mia's matter. One afternoon, when Yushu came out of the Directorate of Astronomy with a face full of dirt, someone called out to her. Lotus Room. Yushu looked up and saw Xi and Lu jumping down from a carriage opposite and waving at her. She walked over with Lu Hong and Su Qing, only to find that Xi and Lu did not come alone. Situ Qinglan also got off the carriage with her. Seeing her looking over, she smiled and said, "Fortunately, we came in time, or you would have left." Yushu wondered why these 2 people came to the yamen to find her on a whim. She asked, "Don't you have classes today?" Xi and Lu interrupted. "I have nothing to do in the afternoon, so I came to play with you. Lotus Room, let's go for a drink later." Situ Qinglan was more considerate than Yushu. She could see that Yushu was tired, so she said softly, "If you are tired, we can do it another day." Yushu shook her head with a smile. She was happy that they remembered her as their little friend. She patted Xi and Lu, who was pouting, and said, "Come back with me to change. I'll treat you guys tonight. What do you guys want to eat?" The library had accumulated a lot of dust for 3 months. These days she did not slack off. She had been taking the lead in tidying up the library. After a day, she was sweaty and dusty. Even if she was a little sore, she did not mind walking with them. The 3 girls did not go to the Wangji Tower. Instead, they found a gaily painted boat rented by a merchant by the Jade Lion Lake. They booked a private room on the 2nd floor to eat freshwater seafood and enjoy the night view. The crabs in September were very fat. The yellow was full of oil. They were simply steamed with ginger and white vinegar. There was no need to add any seasonings. When they were peeled, it was so fragrant that people swallowed their tongues. Yushu loved to eat crabs in her previous life. She was good at peeling the shells. She took the crab legs and picked out the crab roe. She ate 2 or 3 crabs quickly. Xi and Lu was so anxious that she could not even open the crab shell. She kept pestering Yushu to help her. Yushu always indulged Xi and Lu. She scolded her for being stupid, but she washed her hands and quickly helped her to peel the crab. She was not in a hurry to eat. Situ Qinglan looked at them and was very envious. She could not learn Xi and Lu's skill of being coquettish and clingy. Although she wanted to be close to Yushu, she could only do it from another side. "Since you stopped coming to the Taisher Library, several academicians have asked about you. They are concerned that you have not finished your studies and you have no time to study. I thought about it. Fei Fei and I are almost the same as the academicians you have studied. We combined the important parts of the courses we have learned in the past 2 months, and made a copy for you. You can read it when you are not busy. You can more or less benefit from it." Hearing this, Yushu naturally thanked the 2 of them for their kindness. She put down the half-peeled crab, wiped her hands clean, picked up the pot, and poured them a cup of chrysanthemum wine with a mild flavor. Situ Qinglan drank it happily. Xian Lu rubbed her greasy fingers and stuck out her tongue at Yushu. Don't thank me. Just thank her. I am not so considerate. Yushu smiled at Situ Qinglan and also drank up. Situ Qinglan drank a few cups of wine and plucked up her courage. She stared at Yushu and said, There is something I don't understand. It has been bothering me for a long time. I don't know how to tell you. Yushu was confused. What is it hard to say? Xian Lu hurriedly swallowed a mouthful of crab roe. It's just... Situ Qinglan grabbed a piece of date cake and stuffed it into her mouth to stop her from interrupting. In Yushu's puzzled eyes, she said bitterly, Since you mention it, I will just say it. I invited you to my birthday celebration in July. Why didn't you come? Yushu was stunned. Then she quickly recalled what had happened in July. Her appointment, the aquatic and land conference, Zhang Xueyuan's murder, one after another. Situ Qinglan's birthday was mixed among so many troublesome things. She only had a vague impression that she was the one who gave her the invitation. After remembering it, Yushu looked apologetic. She couldn't find an excuse after thinking for a long time, so she apologized to Situ Qinglan. It's my fault. I forgot about it. I'm sorry. Sure enough, Situ Qinglan had already guessed that Yushu forgot about her. It was not that she was delayed by other things. But she felt better to tell her frankly than to make up an excuse to deceive her. Situ Qinglan wanted to smile at Yushu and tell her generously that it was okay. But when things came to the point, she found that she couldn't even smile. She didn't want to be hypocritical to her. When the words came to her mouth, they became complaints. I waited for you for a long time that day. When the dishes were cold and the people were gone, she still didn't give up. She thought that Yushu would be late. Looking at her sad look, Yushu felt very guilty. She had a good relationship with Situ Qinglan. Although it was not as good as Xian Lu, she was one of the few girls who could get along well with her. Thinking about it, she felt that she had to make up for it no matter what. So she said, Situ, don't be angry with me. I apologize to you. I will give you a birthday gift later. Next time, I will be the first one to be there. Xian Lu, who was listening anxiously at the side, finally swallowed the piece of date cake and could help to say, That's right, that's right. Don't be angry at Lotus Room. Just tell her what gift you want. Just extort her fiercely. Lotus Room is rich now. It's a piece of cake to take out 1,000 or 800 taels. Yushu turned her head and stared at her. Don't make trouble. I don't have money. What 1,000 or 800 taels? Do you think silver is a stone? Then she turned to Situ Qinglan and smiled apologetically. Don't listen to her. The gift must be valuable or good. Stingy Lanlan. I think you should continue to be angry with her. Xian Lu turned his head and began to drag Yushu down. Yushu looked constipated. Situ Qinglan burst out laughing. She wasn't faking it. She really wanted to laugh. Although she had some complaints about Yushu previously, she couldn't bring herself to complain when she saw Yushu begging for mercy. Based on Yushu's current identity and reputation, if she didn't really treat her as a friend, why did she have to lower her head and apologize to her? How could she not understand such a simple truth? Why did she have to worry about nothing because of a moment of anger? A cool breeze blew in from outside the window and woke Situ Qinglan up. She began to feel ashamed of the idea of using Yushu to get close to Jiang Mia. She really shouldn't have. Then I will forgive you this time. If it happens again, I will ignore you no matter what. She picked up the wine pot and filled Yushu's cup. She pretended to be angry and said, 1 cup as punishment. Don't do it again. You drink once and I drink once. Then we are even. Yushu laughed and agreed. She didn't realize that tonight, because of her confession, she had saved a friendship that was on the verge of destruction. Maybe many years later, when the two met again, only Situ Qinglan would remember tonight. At that time, she would be extremely grateful for the choice she made tonight. Chapter 683. The work of cleaning up the library lasted until the middle of the month. Yushu led a group of people to finish the work. Jing Chen, the nominal chief officer of the Kunling Bureau, showed up one afternoon. She hadn't seen him for a while. Although Yushu was curious about what Jingchen was busy with all day long, she didn't ask too many questions. She only reported the internal affairs of the past half a month to him, and picked out a few important documents for him to review. They talked about official matters. In the end, Yushu was ready to go downstairs to pack her things and go home. Jingchen stopped her. "Xiao Yu, wait. I have something to say to you." Hearing the familiar name, Yushu slowly moved her feet back. She turned her head and said, "What do you want to say?" Come on, she did not want to chat with him at all. Especially after returning from the encounter, she hid a lot of information about Yinhua. She was afraid that if Jingchen asked her, she would not be able to answer. But she could not bear to lie to him. For example, who did Yinhua ask her to find that day? "Sit down." Jingchen gestured to the seat by the window. He walked to the door, waved his sleeves gently, and closed the door. Yushu had no choice but to sit down. She turned her head to look out of the window and urged him, "Tell me. Make it short." Jingchen walked over with his hands behind his back. He stood by the window, just a shoulder away from her. Like her, he looked at the row upon row of pavilions in the distance. He said slowly, "I remember that in the residence on the outskirts of the encounter, you said that my father, Yunhua, asked you to find someone, right?" Yushu thought to herself that what she was afraid of had come true. She nodded expressionlessly. "Then he must have told you how to contact that person after you found him." This was not a question, but an affirmative tone. This made Yushu frown. She knew that even if she denied it, Jingchen would not believe her. "So what if he told me? Do you want to go find him now?" Jingchen shook his head, and a bitter smile appeared on his fair and handsome face. "What's the point of me looking for him? Even if we meet, he can harden his heart and refuse to acknowledge me. What can I get out of him?" Yushu asked suspiciously. "Then why are you asking me this?" Jingchen turned to look at her with worry in his eyes. "I wanted to remind you. If you haven't found that person yet, then do so as soon as possible. Do not delay. You probably don't know this, but His Majesty's dragon body isn't as good as before. My father is a sore point of his. If I don't catch him, I won't be able to retrieve the Book of Mystery Fairy's 6 wrens to break my fate. He could not eat or sleep in peace. Now he's suspicious of me, suspecting that I've already acknowledged my father, so he's trying to find out his whereabouts from me. I'm dealing with him. It can't be delayed for too long. His Majesty doesn't have much patience left. I'm worried that if he can't get anything out of me, he will turn to you. After all, it was very suspicious of you to stay behind alone on the day we visited the grave. It turned out that these days, Jingchen was mostly in the palace. Emperor Zhaoqing summoned him to see him every day. Whenever he was free, he would have a long chat with him. He talked about his sect and his mother, Princess Luyue. Every time he tried to move him with emotion and reason, he felt that if he couldn't bear his fate as the Scourge of Dawn, he would be ashamed to face his teacher who risked his life to save him and his mother who took the risk to give birth to him. Emperor Zhaoqing never mentioned his father, Yinhua. His intention was obvious. Jingchen had received more than 10 years of teachings from Mount Longhu's Jingyi school. Righteousness had long been deeply imprinted in his character. However, the emperor's personal persuasion failed to coax him to reveal the whereabouts of Yinhua. It was sad to say that this was not because of the nature of a father and son, but because someone had opened a hole in his deeply rooted Taoist heart, and instilled in him a kind of human nature that he had never been missing. This person was Yushu, and the human nature that she made him understand was called selfishness. He had selfishness, so he was unwilling to be manipulated by others, unwilling to be used by others, and even unwilling to accept his fate. You mean they will come to me and force me to tell them about Yinhua's whereabouts regardless of anything? Yushu began to consider this possibility. Since the emperor's side could not be sure whether she knew about the Scourge of Dawn, she thought that they would not rashly target her. She did not see that when the emperor asked her, he did not touch on those sensitive issues. He only beat around the bush. That was why she was able to muddle through. Otherwise, with the heaven-defying great insight technique, Even if she colluded with Jingqin, he would still be able to distinguish the truth from the lies. However, what if they were sure that she already knew? Would they have no scruples, and could they torture her to extort a confession? Yushu's eyelids twitched, and she suddenly thought of a question. She raised her head to look at Jingchun and blurted out, "Jingchun, think about it carefully. Before this, no, recently, after we came back from the encounter, did the Emperor ask you to keep the matter of the Scourge of Dawn and the person who ruined lives? Did he?" Jingchun recalled for a while and slowly nodded. "On the second day after we came back, the Emperor asked me to enter the palace for questioning. When we left the palace, the Emperor mentioned something like that. But don't worry, I did not tell him the truth." Yushu was dumbfounded. Her back softly leaned against the chair and she muttered, "It's over, it's over, it's over." In front of the Emperor, it was useless to lie. It seemed that the Emperor had long suspected that she already knew about it, so he had already asked Jingchun for confirmation. That was to say, from the beginning, they did not have the layer of concerns she thought they had. Instead, in order to numb her, the Emperor deliberately pretended not to know about it when she was questioned in Taishi restaurant that day. Sure enough, the older the wiser. In this way, in order to track down the whereabouts of Yunhua and find the Book of Fantasy Fairy, they could completely target her and break through her. "Xiaoyu, what's wrong with you? Did I do something wrong?" Jingchen asked her nervously. Yushu waved her hand at him weakly. "We were so careful, but we made a mistake. Did you forget the Zhu family's grand insight technique? I mentioned it to you last time." What should she say? Blame Jingchun? But he didn't know about the grand insight art until later. Blame Shuerue for not telling her about the grand insight technique earlier? But after he came back from the encounter, he was called by Minister Shui to give him advice. Who had a pair of eyes in front and back? Jingchun was stunned. Doesn't that mean he already knew? Yes, that's right. Yushu interrupted him, stood up irritably, and began to walk back and forth in the room. You said that the Emperor is running out of patience. They are eager to find Yunhua and find the Book of Fantasy Fairy, so they will definitely look for me, because only the three of us may have seen Yunhua, and I am the most suspicious. The Emperor is reluctant to touch you, but it doesn't mean that he is reluctant to touch me. If they really want to harden their hearts and torture me, I am not afraid that I won't confess. It's fine if I don't know anything, but I do know the whereabouts of Yunhua. The more she analyzed, the more she gritted her teeth. She glared at Jingchen fiercely. What kind of sin did she commit to owe this father and son? She almost died several times for her son, and now she had to protect her father from disaster. There was no end to it. It was simply intolerable. Jingchen's expression was not good either. He stared at Yushu's restless figure, and could feel her uneasiness. Guilt and sadness surged in his heart at the same time. He secretly clenched his fists and said, "Don't panic. Maybe it's not as bad as you think. You are the person who destroyed your life. How could they dare to use private torture on you?" Yushu suddenly stopped and stared at him faintly. She said, "You don't understand what the Book of Fantasy Fairy means at all. The troublemaker, the person who destroyed his life, and the heir to the throne were all involved in this. The Book of Fantasy Fairy was the most important thing. Without it, everything would be empty talk, including Jingchun and her." She completely understood Emperor Zhaoqing's eagerness to find Yunhua's whereabouts and his desire to kill him. 20 years ago, Yunhua set the world on fire, and it really pierced through the sky. "No matter what, I won't let anyone lay a finger on you again," Jingchen said in a low voice. His eyes that were once so clear that one could see the bottom had become cold at some point. Now, he was no longer the pitiful person who resigned himself to his fate. Yushu rubbed her eyebrows and told herself to calm down. It was too late to say anything now. She had to think about what to do next. If they came looking for her, should she confess or not? She had the 7-star ring to protect herself. Even if they asked her, they could not ask her the truth. She was afraid that they would use private torture on her. The only thing she could do now was to find Yunhua's eldest son as soon as possible, and let them meet so that she could read the Book of Fantasy Fairy. Then she could take precautions when she had a look at it. She hoped that Jingchen could delay for a while. The people that Shui Rui sent to Yang to inquire about the news had not returned yet. In the evening, they arrived at Wangji Tower. When Yushu saw Shui Rui, the first thing she asked him was, "Big brother, where are the spies you sent to Yang now?" Shui Rui's expression changed. He estimated, "They have been there for more than half a month. If the inquiries are successful, they should leave in 2 days." He did send people to Yang, but it was not to help Yushu inquire about the unknown Suzhou magistrate, but to inquire about the traces of his biological parents living in Yang City. In the past half a month, he had accepted the fact that his biological father was the famous Yunhua Ez. However, he was not ready to meet him now, so he could not admit to Yushu that he was the person she was looking for. In his heart, Yunhua was a heartless man who abandoned his wife, his biological mother, Madame Han, and his adoptive father, Shui Zhao, died because of him. How could he let go of his prejudice and acknowledge him? In that case, it will take at least half a month for him to come back. Yushu talked to herself. She was secretly anxious, but she did not show it on her face. She did not intend to repeat what she said to Jingchen today to Shui Rui again, because it was useless to say it except to make him worry. He was already worried about her enough. He followed her all day long to clean up after her. If it was not for her, he would not have so many troubles. By the way, I have something to tell you. Yushu sat up straight and naturally changed the topic. Didn't you tell me a long time ago to pay attention to whether Jin Sun's name was in the wedding invitation card sent to Kunling Bureau? Today, a new batch of wedding invitation cards was sent, and she was in it. Shui Rui's expression changed, and he quickly asked in detail, "Who is the groom?" Yushu looked at him strangely. How come his sister was going to be engaged to someone? Did he not know who his brother-in-law was? Let me think. The groom is Zhou Yeta, the young master of General Zhou's mansion. His name is Zhou Nie. Shui Rui's face suddenly darkened. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.